Everyone's eyelids twitched at the sight. This foreign youth didn't seem to be as they had imagined, coming to curry favor with them in order to join the Ji family. Instead, he was fierce and domineering. Yufan. Upon witnessing this scene, the elegant woman almost fainted from anger. Ji Tianchao, Ji Yunyu, and the others were slightly stunned. As they looked at the youth and saw his indifferent demeanor as if nothing had happened, they couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. This youth seemed not as timid as they had imagined. Ji Qingyuan and others' expressions changed subtly. They all realized that the youth was not ordinary in his actions. To suppress Ji Yufan so effortlessly, his strength clearly wasn't on the same level. At this point, to argue further would be meaningless. In the ensuing silence, Ji Daoxin's figure appeared between the two war gods. He surveyed the crowd and said, "This child has the bloodline of our Ji family. Considering his merit in escorting war god Yunge back home, he may be included in the Ji family genealogy. He has defeated Yufan and possesses the bearing of a promising talent. Henceforth, you all should treat him as an equal, as a proud scion of the Ji family." When the family head made his presence known, everyone's demeanor changed, and they quickly bowed in greeting. After finishing his statement, Ji Daoxin glanced at the youth in the guest reception hall, then spoke to Ji Tianchao. "First, let the child go for the holy bone assessment. If he possesses the holy bones, there will be no further disputes in the future." Upon hearing this, Ji Tianchao nodded slightly. The ancient holy clan held the holy bones in the highest esteem. If the child possessed sacred bones, even if they wished to expel him, it would likely provoke countless objections. Holy bones signified the potential for sainthood, the future ability to lead the clan to prosperity. Ji Yunyu, seeing that the matter was settled, let out a sigh of relief, then turned and flew down into the guest reception hall, examining Li Hao carefully, noticing a resemblance to Qingqing in his brows and eyes. "You are Qingqing's child, aren't you? What is your name?" "Le Ping." Ji Yunyu quietly repeated the name and asked, "Was it your mother who chose it for you?" "How did you know?" Li Hao was somewhat surprised. Qingqing never liked fighting since she was young, probably hoping her child could stay away from all this and live a happy and peaceful life, explained Ji Yunyu. Li Hao fell silent for a moment. The woman who disliked fighting ended up marrying a general who spent his life in constant warfare. "Come, I will take you for the holy bone assessment. With such an exceptional talent, you might possess the innate holy bone, the potential for sainthood," Ji Yunyu said gently, her elderly face showing benevolence. On the way to assist Ji Yunjie, Li Hao had learned a bit about the Ji family from Ji Yunjie and had no objections to this. Without delay, under the care and company of Ji Yunyu, Li Hao approached where Ji Tianchao and the others stood. Ji Yunyu didn't rush to introduce Li Hao to Ji Tianchao and the others, planning to wait until everything had settled before having him call these great uncles. Ji Daoxin gave Li Hao a slight smile, then turned and led the way, swiftly taking to the air. Seeing this, Ji Qingyuan and the others knew the matter was settled. Any further talk would be futile. They all followed, curious to see if this youth, who had more promise than Ji Yufan, truly possessed holy bones. If he did have holy bones, there might rise another war god from their Ji family, which would be a cause for immense celebration. Although there was internal strife within the clan, the people of the Ji family held great respect for war gods. Of course, there were a few exceptions. With so many people, there were bound to be some outliers. The youth is going to have his holy bones tested. I wonder if he has them? It's highly likely. Otherwise, how could an outsider be so strong, easily suppressing Ji Yufan, who is a little older than him? Not just Ji Yufan, did you not see earlier, Ji Mingqiu didn't get the better of him either. Without holy bones, how could he possibly be so powerful? Could it be that our Ji family is about to see the rise of another war god? Haha, if that's the case, it would be wonderful. War god Yunge returns and brings with him a young war god. This is truly divine favor for our Ji family. In the square on the streets, everyone was abuzz with talk, gathering in groups and heading towards the sacrificial altar on the mountainside to see if the youth indeed possessed holy bones. In front of the sacrificial altar, the surroundings were open, resembling a dojo, with a sacrificial altar standing tall. Upon hearing that the holy bone was to be tested, many people of the Ji family rushed over. Those who could come to the altar were all notable figures of the Ji family, with significant cultivation levels of their own. Ji Daoxin instructed an elder to invite the fragrant incense of a sage. As the testing of the holy bone was to be conducted, worship of the prime ancestor was also necessary, involving numerous procedures and rituals. During this process, more and more people arrived. Li Hao stood beside Ji Yunyu, with Ji Tianchao and Ji Yunqing and others encircling him, as if to prevent him from being harmed. Not far from them, Ji Qingfeng and others were also present. Besides them, several others of the Yan generation came over, showing a slight chill on their faces upon seeing Ji Tianchao and company, as if they didn't recognize them. Although they had split into factions, crumbling into disarray among siblings, in front of this sacred altar, they stood relatively close together, grouped according to their father's lineage. As more people arrived, Li Hao couldn't help but look toward the peak of the sacred mountain, turning to Ji Yunyu beside him and asking, "Senior, is Yun Jie still here?" Hearing the young man's question, Ji Yunyu was slightly stunned, while Ji Tianchao and the people beside her trembled slightly without speaking. The elder in the ink-stained robe standing not far away, upon hearing the young man's concerned voice, couldn't help but glance at Li Hao. Although they had conflicts with Ji Tianchao and his siblings, Ji Yunjie was carefree in disposition. While their relationship with him couldn't be said to be good, it also wasn't bad. Despite that Ji Yunjie lacked the holy bone, yet had cultivated to become the war god of the Ji family. Now that he could return his spirit to his homeland, they all remembered this youth. Silence. Ji Qingfeng said displeased. "Qingfeng." The elder in the ink-stained robe said in a low voice. Ji Qingfeng was slightly startled, looked up at his father, only to see his father's indifferent gaze, and couldn't help but be stunned. "Third brother is gone." Ji Yunyu tried to suppress the sorrow in her heart, and softly said to Li Hao. Her voice was not loud, but when it fell into the ears of others, it caused them to tremble. Their third brother was gone? Their expressions turned unsightly. Ji Yunjie had died in battle without a chance for goodbyes, yet now that he had evidently returned, he had left just like that. Li Hao was taken aback. Had he already dispersed? He remained silent for a moment, inwardly sighing. At that moment, the various ceremonies ahead had ended, and Ji Daoxin turned and called Li Hao forward. Ji Yunyu collected her emotions and immediately gave some advice to Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, then levitated forward, coming before Ji Daoxin. In an instant, the gaze of many in the audience was fixed on Li Hao. Many people of the Ji family who came after also heard about Li Hao defeating Ji Yufan and knew that it was this youth who had sent war god Yun Jie back to the Ji family. Is that him? He doesn't look old, yet he managed to defeat Ji Yufan. Although Ji Yufan isn't considered powerful among the prodigies, at this age, he is still the strongest one currently. This kid seems to be even younger than Ji Yufan? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Ji Daoxin said to Li Hao, "Go up and drip your blood onto the holy pillar." On the sacrificial altar stood a massive, silvery white holy pillar, wrapped in ancient Tao patterns, containing mysterious and profound truths. Li Hao nodded, bit down hard on his finger. Thankfully, his teeth were tougher than his fingertip. Otherwise, with his ninth caste physical body, even a divine weapon would struggle to cut him. Controlling his breath to tear the wound open and squeeze out the blood, Li Hao smeared it onto the holy pillar. Once he retracted his breath, the wound healed in the blink of an eye. Bright light suddenly burst from the sacred pillar, enveloping the drop of blood, which then detached from the pillar and floated serenely in midair. Following that, a silver-gray light beamed from the sacred pillar, piercing through the smooth drop of blood, turning it silver, before shining onto Li Hao. Indeed, he is one of the people of the Ji family. Seeing the sacred light penetrate the blood, everyone knew that this youth indeed possessed the Ji family bloodline. They all held their breath and watched intently as the silver light that passed through the blood shone upon Li Hao. From head to toe, Li Hao was bathed in the silvery glow, his skin appearing translucent with splendid silver light traveling within, a radiance emitted by the Ji family bloodline being drawn by the power of a saint. After a long while, the silver light receded and everything atop the sacrificial platform returned to how it was before. There is no response from the holy bone, no sacred melody. Before the youth could open his eyes, the crowd saw this and couldn't hide their disappointment. Standing nearest, Ji Daoxin saw this and his eyebrows knitted slightly. He sighed inwardly, but then he thought that it was only a mixed blood. If he had really awakened a holy bone, that would have been too fortunate. However, without a holy bone, it would ultimately be a regret. People like Ji Tianchao and Ji Yunyu also sighed disappointedly upon seeing this. Although they wouldn't overlook Li Hao because he lacked a holy bone, if he did possess one, the child's achievements would be even higher. Beside them, Ji Qingfeng let out a cold chuckle, wanting to say a few sarcastic words to his father, but when he looked up, he saw his father and his uncles all frowning slightly, with no joy on their faces, causing him to pause in confusion. He suddenly realized that his father and the others didn't seem to hold much animosity towards that youth. Was it due to war god Yunge being sent back to them? As expected, a mixed blood couldn't possibly have a holy bone. Allowing him on the sacrificial platform is an insult to the prime ancestor. Next to them, several illegitimate elders of Ji Qingyuan's group all breathed a sigh of relief, then sneered coldly. Atop the Dao platform, Li Hao opened his eyes and, hearing the whispers around him, he knew that he indeed did not possess a holy bone. He wasn't surprised by this result. Had he a holy bone, he would have sensed it already, as his 7th stage physical body path gave him keen awareness to detect his own bodily condition. Li Hao turned around and faced Ji Daoxin, knowing that this man was the current head of the Ji family and that even Ji Yunjie showed him respect. He lightly bowed and then said, "Senior, I wish to see my mother." Ji Daoxin was slightly astonished, observing the youth's unfazed demeanor, seemingly devoid of disappointment. He found this unexpected. Those Ji family prodigies who came to the Dao platform to test for a holy bone almost invariably couldn't hide their disappointment upon learning they hadn't awakened one. In contrast, the youth before him seemed very calm, and Ji Daoxin could see that this wasn't a facade or pretense. The youth genuinely didn't care about the holy bone. Maybe he doesn't realize the importance of the holy bone, Ji Daoxin thought, then said to Li Hao. Although you have entered our Ji family, your mother previously violated the clan's rules and is currently undergoing punishment. You cannot meet her. Li Hao immediately responded, but beforehand, Senior Yunge said that as long as I became a prodigy of the Ji family, I could see her, and also help absolve her of her guilt. You want to absolve your mother's guilt and obtain her release? Ji Daoxin frowned slightly and said, that might be difficult, unless you become the #1 prodigy of our Ji family, listed as a Dao seed. Only then can you absolve your mother's punishment. Li Hao nodded and replied, Senior Yunge also said that, and I want to give it a try. Now, Ji Daoxin was taken aback. Even though Li Hao concealed his aura well with a special technique to hide his essence, Ji Daoxin could still detect an immensely vibrant power contained within Li Hao's physique, far beyond what could be found in the 3 immortal realms. Yes. Li Hao nodded earnestly. Whoosh. Although the conversation between the two was not loud, most in attendance had cultivated their skills and overheard Li Hao's intention to challenge all the Ji family prodigies and strive to become a Dao seed, which shocked them, followed quickly by anger. What a joke, who does he think he is? He just joined the Ji family, and he wants to become a Dao seed? Does he think the other prodigies are like Ji Yufan? Agree to it, let Ji Mingmu make his move and teach him a harsh lesson. Our Ji family prodigies must not be insulted. He's way too arrogant. The crowd was enraged, thinking Li Hao was too presumptuous, not taking the other prodigies seriously. Hearing the people's discussions, Ji Yufan, who had already regained consciousness in the crowd, flushed with anger. He felt that the youth dared to be so bold, purely because he had given him the momentum and confidence. Bastard, he gritted his teeth with fury, trembling all over. Are you certain? Above the sacred platform, Ji Daoxin asked with a slight frown. To become a Dao seed, you need to defeat all the Ji family prodigies, ascend to the top, and become the strongest one. The Ji Yufan you defeated earlier, although he's also a prodigy, is too young. His strength is merely at the bottom among our Ji family prodigies. Even among prodigies, a few years difference in age can mean a vast difference in strength. And among the younger generation, including prodigies like Ji Mingqiu, some are nearly 30 years old, with terrifying powers. Yes. Li Hao nodded solemnly, not joking around. Ji Daoxin looked deeply at Li Hao, with a hint of regret and disappointment in his eyes. If that is so, then it shall be as you wish. Had Li Hao been able to wait a few more years, Ji Daoxin would have had hope for him, but Li Hao was simply too young now. Clan leader, let me discipline him. A figure dashed from within the crowd, landing in midair just outside the sacred platform, glaring down at Li Hao. I am Ji Mingxin, and don't say I am bullying someone younger. You brought this upon yourself. Li Hao looked up, and the other party seemed slightly older than Ji Mingqiu, about 24 or 25, already appearing to be a young man. It doesn't matter, said Li Hao. Ji Daoxin, seeing Li Hao so confident and considering that Li Hao could defeat Ji Yufan, must be a prodigy outside and probably had not suffered much frustration. Inevitably, he could be arrogant. He sighed in his heart and said, This is not the place for battle. If you wish to challenge the Tao seed, then sound the sacred bell, gather the other prodigies, and all shall come to Tian Dao Mountain. As his voice spread, everyone realized this was serious. The words of the family head were not to be taken lightly. Truly sounding the sacred bell meant that the youth would become like an arrow on the string, unable to be held back. Ji Yanyu and others quickly rushed to the platform, and Ji Yanyu hurriedly said, "Child, don't be so hasty. Wait a few more years. Our Ji family has plenty of resources, we will cultivate you well. Indeed, even if you are confident, it would be safer to wait a few more years. You are too anxious, child. This can cause hidden injuries and delay your cultivation level later on," said Ji Yunqing and others, joining in to advise. Although Ji Yunjie had informed them of the young man's immense strength, capable of becoming a leader among the Ji family's prodigies, Li Hao, as of now, was still too young and inexperienced. "I want to bring her back as soon as possible," Li Hao simply said. Upon hearing the young man's words, Ji Yunqing and others had a slight change in expression. Seeing his persistent gaze and stopping themselves from speaking, they couldn't find the words to say. Ji Daoxin saw that not even Ji Yanyu and others could dissuade Li Hao and immediately waved his hand, saying, "Let's go, follow me to ring the sacred bell." Li Hao nodded. Ji Daoxin soared into the sky, with Li Hao following behind, flying toward the mountaintop. At the summit, there was a Dao platform with a gigantic bell as ancient as a cauldron. "Ring the sacred bell, initiate the Dao seed battle, and you will have no way back," Ji Daoxin said solemnly. Li Hao nodded and then, with control force, picked up the divine iron hammer in front of the great bell. He struck it hard against the bell, instantly spreading the clear sound of the bell throughout the entire sacred mountain. At this moment, everyone on the sacred mountain, including the ordinary people of the Ji family in the city on the other side of the mountain, heard the sound, and they were all shocked. The bell sounds, the Dao seed emerges, someone is challenging the Dao seed. One must understand that challenging the Dao seed means facing blood battles with all the Ji family's prodigies, which is not a simple spar with stopping at a light contact. It could very well mean severe injury, or even death. After all, the battle for the Dao seed consumes all one's strength to reach the top, and one might even use secret techniques. It's not something easily stopped. This child is too eager. Ji Yanyu and others, hearing the bell from the mountaintop, all turned pale. If they remembered correctly, the child was only 15 years old. A 15-year-old aiming for the summit, facing off against prodigies who were 25, or even close to 30 years old, would be an incredibly difficult feat. Third brother was right, this child has true emotions in nature, willing to go to such lengths for his mother. This sentiment surpasses many. Ji Tian Chao stood on the Dao platform, looking toward the mountaintop, his eyes filled with gravity. "Quick, think of a way to stop him. Is there still time?" Ji Yanyu said anxiously. Ji Tian Chao shook his head slightly, saying, "You needn't worry too much." Third brother said the child could contend with the ultimate study realm. Third brother probably didn't exaggerate. Perhaps the child really can do it. How is that possible? Ji Yanyu widened her eyes but then realized she hadn't been able to discern Li Hao's cultivation realm. Perhaps, Li Hao had already reached the defying fate realm? In that case, a battle against the peerless technique, despite being outrageous, was not completely impossible. That child is still too impulsive. His mother is on Chu Tian Dao, even though it's harsh there, a mere few years shouldn't matter. Ji Yanyu couldn't help but sigh. With such talent, no wonder third brother said that in the next 10 years, this child could fight shoulder to shoulder with number 9. As they spoke, the sound of the sacred bell carried Taoist rhyme, spreading throughout the entire Ji family. Even those in secluded cultivation heard the bell ring, and in an instant, light shone forth from many caverns as exceptional figures flew out from within. Who is that, ringing our Ji family's sacred bell? Who dares to challenge the Dao seed with such arrogance? Could it be that Ji has made a breakthrough? Many Ji family prodigies lingered briefly in front of the caverns before speeding towards the Dao platform on the peak of the sacred mountain. Besides the many Ji family prodigies, the numerous high-ranking Ji family members who were previously watching at the Dao platform and those Ji family prodigies who came early to see the excitement were also shocked and angry, all setting out toward the Dao platform on the mountaintop. To dare challenge the Dao seed without awakening the holy bone. I want to see with my own eyes how he gets defeated. Everyone flocked to the mountaintop in droves. The sacred mountain was vast and boundless, with the mountaintop consisting of a plain thousands of miles across, with rivers and mountains. At this moment, on one of the towering peaks, Li Hao stood next to Ji Daoxin. The great bell swayed, and its sound echoed. Countless figures rushed forward, converging upon the prodigy's Dao arena, Tian Dao Mountain. Who is ringing the bell, daring to challenge the Dao seed? A thunderous roar approached from afar, the voice reaching the Dao arena before the figure was seen. When the wind he carried settled, a tall and sturdy young man came into view. He noticed Ji Daoxin, promptly bowed to pay respects, and then his gaze fell on Li Hao, who was standing beside the family head. "Is it you?" "It is I," said Li Hao. "Who are you? Which sect? Which generation? How come I've never heard your name?" the tall young man inquired intently. "You will hear of it in the future," said Li Hao. As more and more radiant figures arrived, cutting through the sky and landing around the Dao arena, there were at least dozens of figures. These were the proud talents of the Ji family, many of whom had previously been cultivating in retreat within their cave dwellings, not joining in the bustling excitement. Some even didn't know about Ji Yanji's return, as they were in closed-door cultivation. But the sacred bell contained the essence of the Dao, its ringing penetrating everywhere. Even those in their cave dwellings and mid-cultivation could hear it, and now all had hurried over. "His name is Ji Liping, he's of mixed blood, and before he even joined our Ji family, he changed his name, hoping to gain favor with our Ji family by the merit of bringing back war god Yunge. A despicable wretch, wanting to enjoy the resources afforded to the talents of our Ji family so easily, not so fast. Ruin him." Some of the Ji family's proud talents who had originally gone to the mountain gates to watch Li Hao now stepped forward, all with cold expressions toward him. Although Li Hao had defeated Ji Yufan, that did not mean he could defeat them, especially since none of them had chosen to take action in the guest reception hall. "I see." Upon hearing this, the eyes of many proud talents who had rushed over grew colder. A challenger to the Dao seed was naturally a rival in competition, all the more so for one of mixed blood. Without even the innate holy bone, he dares to aspire to become a Dao seed. Our Ji family has but one, who does he think he is? What a lousy name. Let's just get started. I need to return to my cultivation after this is over. Who will go first? If not, then let me. Many proud talents were chattering and couldn't wait to get started. Ji Daoxin glanced at Li Hao and noticed the young man's composed demeanor, showing no signs of fear. He shook his head slightly and announced loudly. "Now, Ji Liping challenges for the Dao seed. Who among you is willing to accept the battle? If in the end no one steps forward, he will be deemed successful in his challenge." The rules for challenging the Dao seed were simple and brutal. Aside from not allowing group attacks and sequential challenges, all other methods were permissible. For every victory, Li Hao would be granted a day of rest. "I'll go first, me. Let me do it." Out of dozens of proud talents, suddenly 7 or 8 of them stepped out, wanting to challenge Li Hao. "I'll do it. This time I'll go all out." Ji Mingqiu also stepped forward, his eyes icy cold. Having his spear caught by Li Hao previously had irked him, and now he wanted to truly compete against Li Hao. Li Hao looked at them arguing incessantly and calmly said, "If you can't decide, you can all come at me together." Whoosh! At these words, the gathered crowd outside was even more shocked. Too arrogant. Has this young man truly never experienced death? Facing the oppressive might of so many proud talents, he dared to be so insolent. Once Li Hao's words spread, even those proud talents who had been reluctant to make a move also had a cold light flash through their eyes. "Bastard, I'll take you on." A figure charged onto the platform, aura exploding all around, and immediately drew a sword to slash at Li Hao. The sound of the sword was like a dragon's chant, resounding instantly, and then it transformed into a galaxy-like sword light, cleaving down vertically. Li Hao stood still, the sword light drawn by the Dao rhythm and attacking swiftly in front of him. He then raised his hand, shattering it with a punch, and in the next moment, his figure flickered as he used the heaven and earth traceless skill to appear almost instantly in front of the enraged young man. The young man's pupils shrank, unable to react before seeing Li Hao's fist whistling towards him. With a thud, the fist smashed directly into his chest, breaking bones, the ferocious punch penetrating his body and violently sending him flying backwards. "What?" The other spectators saw the young talent flying backwards, and their faces changed dramatically. The guy was at the Four Stands realm, yet he was defeated by that young man in the blink of an eye? Such fast movement technique. His aura has been revealed. He's not at the Four Stands realm. He's at the 3 immortal realms? Previously, Li Hao's aura was always concealed, unable to be discerned clearly, but the moment he made his move, his aura leaked, and everyone realized that this youth was not in the four stands realm, but the three immortal realms. This revelation shocked everyone present. They had assumed that this youth was so rampant because he had reached the four stands realm, yet it turned out he was merely in the three immortal realms. Outside the arena, Ji Yun Yu and Ji Tian Chao also showed a slight change of expression. Three immortal realms? Third brother said he could fight with someone in the ultimate study realm, but he is only in the three immortal realms. How is that possible? Ji Yufan, among the crowd, had an angry expression that was instantly replaced by shock. He was also in the three immortal realms, but did not possess the power that Li Hao had. Moreover, that movement technique, it even caught someone in the Dao Heart realm off guard. It must be a movement technique from the unparalleled technique. And cultivated to a very high level. Where did he find the time for such cultivation? Li Hao's action silenced many people. Even those arrogant geniuses who initially scorned him began to look serious. However, considering that this was a battle for the Dao Seed, defeating someone in the Dao Heart realm was still far from being enough to compete for the Dao Seed. There's no need for the rest of you to come forward. Anyone below the Defying Fate realm, leave the stage. A genius said in a flat, indifferent tone. He stood with his hands behind his back, his aura concealed, standing silently like a mountain, oppressing everyone present. Hearing his words, many showed reluctance, but dared not argue with him. Then let me do it. A white-robed young man stepped forward from the crowd and said to Li Hao, I will wait for you here tomorrow at this time. You should go and rest well. Li Hao shook his fists and said calmly, that won't be necessary, we can resolve this today. The white-robed young man was slightly taken aback, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said, that's your own claim. Worried that Li Hao might change his mind, he suddenly erupted with momentum and stepped into the Dao platform. A mere half-blood dares to step into our Ji family, Ji Le Ping. What an unpleasant name. After I dispose of you, you'd better change your name and leave the Ji family. The white-robed young man raised his hand, retrieving a sword from the air, and at that moment, the sound of waves seemed to emerge from behind him, the sword intent surging like tides. Li Hao's calm eyes suddenly shot out cold lightning. I don't care for the surname Ji, but do not insult my name. That's not for you to say with your mouth, only your ability can prove whether you're worthy of your big talk. The white-robed young man struck suddenly, his entire body's aura exploded, multiple peerless techniques simultaneously in use. His meridian opening skill and chi circulation skill both surpassing those of the Dayu Divine Dynasty's royal family, bursting forth with sky-high prestige. His spirit and soul cultivation were also formidable. His soul derived from the prime ancestor saint, capable of forming the soul 270 times. Now exerting his full power, he intended to incapacitate Li Hao with one move and shock the entire audience. A terrifying might emanated from inside him, gathering into his sword. The dazzling sword light seemed to condense countless streaks of electric fire, blazing toward Li Hao with an aggressive step. So strong, Ji Mingzhao has grown stronger again. I heard he has cultivated 4 peerless techniques, all to the true state level. The true state. Terrifying. The onlookers were all astounded, witnessing the endless lightning and fire swept up by that sword strike, as if it could split the entire heavenly Dao platform in half. Li Hao's eyes turned icy, his blood also roiling, showing no sign of retreat, but instead strode forward like a dragon and tiger, confronting the blindingly bright sword light. Boom! The terrifying punch swept out instantaneously like a tornado rising from flat land, pressing down the sword light momentarily. Then like cool moonlight suddenly eclipsed by scorching sun, it was completely engulfed. A figure was sent flying backward, directly out of the heavenly Dao platform. Several figures from the crowd rushed out to catch the young man, his elders from behind, but upon catching him, their own arms trembled and bones cracked. With the help of a few more, they managed to support the body of the young man, who by now had passed out. The exchange ended in an extremely short time, but the momentum it stirred up left everyone present in shock. As they saw the young man in white being flung out of the arena, many people's eyes widened in disbelief. That was their Ji family's long-celebrated prodigy, who had been recognized as such 10 years ago, just like the current Ji Yufan, and had been heavily nurtured by the Ji family. Now, he was actually defeated by this youth with a single punch? Anxiety had filled the faces of Ji Yun Yu and others, which instantly turned into astonishment. Looking at the young man inside the arena with his robe fluttering, it seemed he had not yet used his full strength. They felt a shock in their hearts, and at this moment, They finally believed the words of their third brother. This youth truly possessed the ability to clash with the ultimate study realm. What a strong physique, what a violent chi force. But Jian Chao's eyes shone brightly. Now that he saw firsthand, he could tell that the youth contained an extremely vast power within him. This power was internal and not fully visible to him, as if something was obscuring it, or as if the youth still had more to give. Apart from Jian Chao and others, the other elders and high-ranking members of the various branches were also startled, their expressions suddenly becoming grave. They had previously looked down upon this youth because he was of mixed blood, which instinctively displeased them, but the power displayed by him now far exceeded their past perceptions of mixed blood individuals. Even the progeny of the main lineage were not a match for this youth. It must be known that the youth did not have access to the Ji family's ample resources before joining them, wandering on his own, unable to compare with the wealth of the Ji family. What could their cultivation techniques, secret medicines, and the like compare to the ancient holy clan? Unless Li Hao had been adopted by another ancient holy clan and cultivated as a direct descendant, but that was virtually impossible. The defeat of the young man in white cooled down the derision of those who had previously looked down on the youth on the stage, some finding themselves at a loss for words. This scene was unexpected, leaving them incredulous. However, Li Hao on the stage did not stop his advance, his gaze sweeping over the other prodigies. Seeing their astonished faces, he said coldly, "Who else is there? Step forward." Although the youth's words were indifferent, the disdain clear in his tone made many prodigies slightly change color. To stand in the Ji family's prodigy battlefield as someone of mixed blood, yet still boast such an imposing attitude. They felt as if they were indeed being underestimated. Among these prodigies, many were at the Dao Heart realm, and yet the white-clothed youth just defeated by Li Hao was at the Defying Fate realm. Even Ji Mingzhao had lost, so there was no point in them taking the stage. This infuriated many of them, causing them to clench their fists, yet unable to vent their anger. Ji Rufeng, make your move. We cannot let this mixed blood look down on our Ji family. Yes, suppress him, let him know the true strength of our Ji family's prodigies. The Dao Heart Realm prodigies felt stifled, some glancing towards the other prodigies. Above the arena, there stood several figures with elegant postures and divine looks, like celestial beings, most of whom had indifferent expressions, while some looked at the youth in the arena with interest. You do have some skills, but you are too arrogant. The youth who had previously asked those below the Defying Fate realm to step back now took a step forward in response to the calls of others. He looked at Li Hao coldly and said, "If you had a few more years, you might indeed qualify to challenge for a Dao seed, but you are still too naive right now." Enough talk. Li Hao looked around and stated directly, "Anyone below the Dao realm is welcome to come at me together. Let's finish this quickly. I shall challenge all of you without wearing myself down." Hearing Li Hao's words, the multitude of prodigies changed color again, all furious. They had always held themselves in high esteem, thinking they were proud enough, but this youth's arrogance was even more outrageous. "I will break your bones." Ji Rufeng's eyes shone coldly as he suddenly stepped into the arena. Seeing Ji Rufeng take action, the crowd's eyes lit up slightly. He was one of the Ji family's top 10 prodigies, considered a paramount existence in the same realm. "Do you want to rest, or shall we continue today?" Ji Rufeng asked with an icy gaze. "Come on," Li Hao said directly. "Good." Ji Rufeng's aura surged, immediately displaying the aura of the Peerless Technique realm. He was young and had already entered the Peerless Technique realm, a rarity for his generation. In the perilous great wilderness heaven, he was a dazzling figure, admired by countless tribes. As his aura revealed itself, the surroundings seemed to roll up endless killing intent. The air condensed into a wall, covering the entire arena, making it hard to breathe. Ji Rufeng slowly stepped forward, walking towards Li Hao, one step at a time. But with each step, his aura grew more intense. After more than a dozen steps, his aura was like that of a towering deity, looking down on Li Hao. How strong, is this the power of one of the top 10 prodigies? Our clan's prodigies will not be insulted so lightly, he will pay the price. If this mixed blood was not so arrogant, he would also be a prodigy, but he's too disrespectful. This is the Ji family, not the dog kennels where he used to live. Everyone was encouraged by Ji Rufeng's imposing presence. The difference between the Peerless Technique realm and the Defying Fate realm is enormous, much greater than the gap between the Defying Fate realm and the Dao Heart realm. To open up a Peerless Technique within oneself, the increase in power is more than tenfold compared to the Dao Heart realm. You like using fists, right? I happen to use them too. Let's see whose fists are harder. Ji Rufeng, with eyes dark as the abyss, stared at Li Hao and said. Li Hao's expression was calm, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Is that so? Then let's find out. Thump, thump, thump. Ji Rufeng approached Li Hao with steps that grew increasingly quick. His gathered aura surged in this moment, and when he charged up to Li Hao, he saw that Li Hao did not choose to dodge, but prepared to take on his attack that harnessed the force of all directions. You can't avoid it now. Ji Rufeng's eyes were filled with rage. His entire imposing aura suddenly condensed and gathered into his fist. The space between his fist and his chest represented his martial arts. At that moment, the world seemed to lose its color. All hues dimmed except for that one fist, shining to its extreme. This was Ji Rufeng's peerless technique, the selfless divine fist. With this fist, all the strength in his body was concentrated, devoid of the concept of self. Therefore, with this punch, there was only offense, with no need for defense. Since he lacked the concept of self, when he threw his punch, the enemy would also be unable to attack him. This was the true power of the ultimate meaning of martial realm provided by the peerless technique. Li Hao didn't dodge, instead, he took a half step forward. His major meridians roared like raging rivers. The yin and yang dual pulse abruptly activated, gathering the might of heaven and earth, and at the same time, he erupted into a state of divine power, his body aglow with red gold, as if he were a young divine being. His furious hair soared, his eyes shooting out divine light, also delivering a punch. This punch didn't try to attack the opponent's body but aimed at the incoming fist. Fist against fist. The half-step invincible fist was not Li Hao's own creation, therefore, he couldn't enter the short-lived invincible state. Still, his physical body was comparable to a 9-caste divine soldier, already near invincible. At this moment, his punch burst forth, and the two fists collided like red gold and gray-brown meteors. With a thunderous boom, as if a sacred bell had sounded, violent tremors erupted from within the arena. The wild force swept outward, causing the hair of everyone outside the arena to fly wildly. Ji Daoxin timely erected a barrier around the arena to counteract the terrifying force of the explosion. In his eyes, too, a look of astonishment emerged as he stared at the youth in the center of the arena. The terrifying power dissipated, but before the crowd could see clearly, they heard consecutive sounds of impact from the center of the raging energy. It seemed as though they could hear fist against fist, clashing fiercely. Until, with a final booming sound, a figure suddenly flew backwards, spitting out fresh blood, enshrouded in red gold, crashing heavily against the arena barrier. Looking closely, the crowd saw that the figure on the ground was Ji Rufeng. He, too, was in a state of divine power which had already been activated, but at this moment, he was covered in injuries, horrible cracks splitting open, blood flowing freely, his treasure garments shattered, revealing his evenly muscular chest. The center of the arena turned to ruins, the dust settled, and Li Hao's figure became visible. Aside from his shattered treasure garments, his body was completely unscathed, gleaming red gold, like a young fighting god, his eyes flashing with lightning, dominating the entire scene. At that moment, the uproar of the crowd seemed to split apart, turning into a hushed silence. That was the power limit realm that mixed-blood youth had also cultivated to the limit of martial arts. At this moment, everyone was shocked, indescribably astounded by the surge of emotions within them. Reaching the extreme realm of martial arts required tremendous willpower and resources, as well as high comprehension. Typically, only the chosen ones from their ancient holy clan possessed such capabilities. Because they had the peerless techniques from the sage inheritance, the top-tier methods, and precious resources of divine medicines, they could cultivate each realm of martial arts to the utmost pinnacle, surpassing the limits imagined by ordinary people. He actually has the divine power state. Am I seeing wrong? Not only is he in the extreme realm, he also defeated Ji Rufeng. My god, Ji Rufeng is in the ultimate study realm, and he has cultivated the divine power state. How could he lose? The people of the Ji family were driven to madness, overwhelmed with astonishment, unable to conceive or believe the scene before their eyes. Ji Tianchao, Ji Yunyu, Ji Yunqing, and others were all bright-eyed and flushed with excitement. Their third brother was right. This youth truly had the strength to challenge those in the ultimate study realm. And not just an exotic ultimate study realm, but the peerless technique realm of their own Ji family. It was incredible that youth was only in the 3 immortal realms and had actually spanned 2 realms to defeat Ji Rufeng. Although you are selfless, you have your fist. To break your fist is to break you. Li Hao didn't pursue his advantage. Instead, he just looked coldly at his opponent and said. Ji Rufeng was drenched in blood, yet it was rapidly healing. He felt shocked and furious. Initially, as he fought Li Hao didn't assume a defensive posture. Their strength seemed evenly matched at first, even with Ji Rufeng slightly weaker. When he turned to attack Li Hao's body, he discovered that Li Hao's body was as hard as divine iron, and he couldn't injure his opponent. Bearing his divine fist, Li Hao didn't even break a bone. Are you truly at the three immortal realms? Ji Rufeng felt his Dao heart on the verge of collapse. As a proud scion of the Ji family, with royal blood and the highest inheritance, he was being suppressed by someone in the three immortal realms? He couldn't accept that his decades of cultivation couldn't best a mixed blood youth. You have already lost. Although you have unwithering strength left unused, there's no need to continue. Li Hao gave him an indifferent look, not wanting to waste time, and looked up at the figures standing in the sky, saying, Come on then, all of you. I said, anyone below the Dao realm can come at me. I will challenge you all just once without wilting. The youth's words echoed across the peak. Everyone came back to their senses, shockingly looking at the red gold figure of the youth. Before, they felt the youth was audacious and full of himself, but now, they were somewhat shaken. This wasn't arrogance, this was the invincible will of a young prodigy. At this moment, the image of the youth had completely transformed in their eyes. Possessing the extreme realm of martial arts, filled with divine power. If he wasn't a prodigy, then what is? Outside the arena, Ji Yufan stood amid the crowd, his eyes shocked and vacant. Both at the three immortal realms, yet the youth in the arena was luminous like the brightest rays, while he stood in the crowd, dull as the darkest night, unwatched. How could the gap be so vast? Divine power, he actually cultivated divine power, and he's just a half-breed. Ji Yufan's heart was roaring with disbelief, shaken to its core, feeling a sense of despair. Compared with that youth, did he truly count as a chosen one? Thinking back to what the war god of the Jitian Chao had said, if one were truly a chosen one, how could they be defeated? And at that moment, the youth was like an undefeated legend, standing tall inside the arena. The chosen ones in midair could feel the terrifying momentum built by the youth's consecutive victories. To break it, they must attack with the ferocity of thunder. The defeat of Ji Rufeng and the red gold aura of divine power exuding from the youth made them realize they must no longer take him lightly. Since you said it, don't blame us for being impolite. A young man shaking a folding fan in his hand closed the fan and exchanged glances with several others before descending into the arena. Family head, he asked for this himself, so it can't be said that we broke the rules, the young man said to Ji Daoxin with a bow. Ji Daoxin looked at Li Hao and sensed that although the youth's gaze was domineering, it was very calm, and not truly arrogant. Was it because he couldn't wait even a single day to free his mother? To fight a quick battle and clear the field in one go? Ji Daoxin's eyes flickered and thoughts passed through his mind in an instant. He nodded, since he wishes it, then there's no harm. Good. Seeing Ji Daoxin's permission, the young man with the fan materialized a spear in his hand and with cold eyes said to Li Hao, although it's somewhat shameful to gang up and defeat you, this is what you asked for. It's your own fault for being too arrogant, another youth said. Come on. Li Hao's eyes were frigid. Below the Dao realm, fighting them all at once actually conserved his strength, which is why he suggested it. At that moment, four chose to strike together. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, they quickly scattered, each moving swiftly toward him from different directions. Li Hao, revealing his state of divine power, left them with no thoughts of holding back. Their attacks were like thunderous strikes. Being a group attack, if they found themselves entangled in a fight, even a victory would be ridiculed. Only with the force of thunder could they crush him in one move. Die. The four acted in unison, using their peerless techniques that surged like an ocean in tumult, fracturing the ground of the entire arena. Their bodies erupted with red gold divine light, clearly all mastering the state of divine power. Like four golden deities, they besieged the youth in the middle of the arena. Boom. A terrible explosion resounded, and many concentrated their divine souls atop their heads, straining to watch the fight within the arena. They saw dazzling divine light burst forth, and Li Hao's body charging through the attacks. With a punch, he smashed the shoulder of the youth with the spear, shattering it. Then, grasping the spear, he spun around to kick, his divine leg as mighty as an elephant's stomp, emitting a piercing sonic boom as he knocked the youth flying. and his divine spear fell from his grasp. Simultaneously, as two blade lights descended upon him, Li Hao parried one away with a backhanded spear strike while his spear thrust pierced through the heart and lungs of another youth, launching his body to land in a deep crater far away on the arena. But the other blade light managed to slash directly upon Li Hao's head. Li Ping, Ji Tianchao, Ji Yanyu, and the others were extremely startled. Although reaching the three immortal realms meant not dying even if their heads were shattered, as the divine soul would persist, body refinement was extremely difficult. If one's head was severed, and the body died, they couldn't rely on self-healing to mend themselves. Everyone else was also shocked. Was the youth about to be finished? The divine power embodied through hard cultivation, was it going to be wasted? All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The audience's thoughts had not yet finished processing when a sonorous clash of divine fire friction sounded. Upon seeing what happened, everyone's eyes nearly popped out, their jaws dropping in astonishment. The divine blade, containing destructive power, struck Li Hao's head only to emit a resounding clash. His head seemed to be crafted from divine metal. Aside from a few strands of cut hair, not even his scalp was bleeding. Not just the spectators outside were stunned but also the youth wielding the blade, who stood there dumbfounded for a moment, bewildered by the unexpected circumstance. Despite his rich combat experience, he was briefly at a loss. And in that brief moment, he exposed a fatal flaw. With a bang, Li Hao counterattacked with a punch that hammered onto the youth's chest, shattering his ribs, the blood squeezed out. Following that, Li Hao lifted his body and slammed him harshly onto the ground, stepping on his abdomen. The crushed innards sprayed out of the youth's mouth as red gold divine blood splattered. Too weak. Standing over the youth, Li Hao gazed down domineeringly, looking toward another youth who was hesitating to approach. Witnessing Li Hao's fierce prowess, the other youth's face was filled with shock, and he stopped halfway. He wasn't foolish and immediately realized this youth was a monster. Surviving a blade strike to the head unscathed, how was that possible? Unless he was a pure body refinement cultivator, condensing his physical form to an inconceivable degree. At the corner of the arena, near the barrier, the previously defeated Ji Rufeng had not returned to the fray. Instead, he was sitting there, healing his wounds. Seeing the moment the divine blade couldn't damage Li Hao, he was stunned. Then the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, finally understanding why his own blows had been so devastatingly ineffective against Li Hao. His punches were ferocious, but still a lot inferior compared to a divine weapon. Yet, this youth was simply a humanoid divine instrument. Their peerless techniques couldn't even damage his body, let alone defeat him. Who else? Li Hao saw that the youth before him had lost the will to fight, and his gaze shifted away, sweeping across the remaining few in midair. Hearing the youth's arrogantly spoken words, the faces of the remaining few darkened, their expressions turning increasingly grave. Half of the top 10 prodigies had been defeated by Li Hao, and this time, 4 had teamed up without causing Li Hao the slightest injury, revealing the terrifying defense of his flesh. His body is comparable to a divine weapon. Terrifying, isn't he a mixed blood? How did he cultivate like this? Without the resources of the Ji family to cultivate him, he actually managed to reach this level. If the family were to cultivate him, then, wouldn't he soar to the heavens? Too strong, this is a monster, right? Even the prodigies of my Ji family aren't this exaggerated. He's only in his teens, and what will happen if he continues to cultivate for another 10 years? By that time, in the entire great wilderness heaven, won't the prodigies of the other holy clans stand no chance against him? Outside the arena, everyone was shocked, their discussions stirring up. That youth completely overturned their understanding of mixed bloods and of foreign clans. At this moment, they all had a thought in their minds. If they used their clan's resources for prodigies to cultivate this youth, to what heights could he reach? This child, I thought he was reckless, but it turns out he has such a trump card, the strength of the flesh that's even more terrifying than ours. Ji Yunqing and others, witnessing this scene, were shocked, but also filled with joy and relief. Li Hao's performance had far exceeded their expectations. Previously, when the 4 surrounded him, they were anxious, worried that Li Hao wouldn't be able to cope. Yet, the battle ended in the blink of an eye. Third brother's words were too conservative. This child isn't just capable of fighting in the ultimate study realm. He's practically invincible below the Dao domain. The 4th brother said excitedly. Flashes of divine light twinkled in the eyes of Ji Tianchao, the Ji family's war god, who clenched his fists. His heart was also incredibly stirred at this moment. He finally understood why his third brother dared to say that given this youth 10 years, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. This youth was only 15 years old and had already cultivated to such a degree. Within 10 years, it was indeed possible that he might come to understand the Tao. Beside him, Ji Qingfeng and the others also had faces full of shock. The youth's formidable strength had taken them completely by surprise. They had previously resented the other party for being mixed blood, but the shocking talent the youth displayed had utterly exceeded their imagination. This talent, not to mention him being mixed blood, if he had not joined the Ji family and had joined any other ancient holy clan, as long as he was willing to sign a soul contract, not betraying them, he would receive treatment and cultivation fit for a prodigy. In the arena, those high in the sky looking down at the youth in the center, their faces darkened. "I'll go." A woman stepped out, drawing her sword from the space between heaven and earth, choosing to enter the arena. Seeing this woman, Ji Qingyuan frowned slightly, as she was his daughter, Ji Qingshuang. Among the top 10 prodigies, Ji Qingshuang ranked third with formidable strength. Her swordsmanship was exquisitely marvelous, possessing an aura of minor invincibility within the ultimate study realm. If not for some shortcomings in other aspects, she would not have ranked third. Previously, Ji Qingyuan had suggested in the council hall to let his daughter come out and teach the mixed blood a lesson, intending to have his own daughter take action directly to prevent the other party's possibility of becoming a direct descendant prodigy. But now, after witnessing the youth's strength, he had a vague feeling that his daughter might not be the opponent of the other. "Stand down." Before Ji Qingshuang could make a move, an indifferent voice sounded beside her. The one speaking was a youth wearing dark cloud-patterned robes. He stood with his hands behind his back, simply standing tall and calm, his expression always showing a trace of surprise, but he quickly returned to his usual calm demeanor. Seeing this youth speak up, Ji Qingshuang's cold-killing intent between her brows coalesced only to dissipate slightly, as her complexion changed. "You're not his match," the youth indifferently said. A 4-person encirclement was already embarrassing enough. "Do you really intend to let him defeat you one by one?" Ji Qingshuang's face turned unsightly. If someone else had said that, she would have struck them with her sword, but the speaker was this youth. The strongest prodigy of the Ji family, though she was strong, she would not last a single round against him. The gap was as vast as the difference between the clouds and the mud. Moreover, although she wanted to enter the arena, having witnessed Li Hao's body that rivaled divine iron, her confidence was not strong. But as a prodigy, aside from their cultivation level and combat power, they also had gone through countless life and death trials. They had fought many battles without assurance and they had won them all. Thus, crafting a prodigy's body and an invincible heart, they always carry an unstoppable momentum. However, this didn't mean that they acted recklessly, without measuring or thinking. Battles without confidence are fought out of necessity. Given the choice, naturally, they all opt for as steady a battle as possible. Otherwise, they are not prodigies but fools. The words of the youth spread, causing the faces of the 4 in the arena to redden, looking somewhat ugly. The 4 had intended to defeat the youth with a thunderous manner, but were instead suppressed, instead granting the youth an aura of invincibility. "Step back, all of you." The youth spoke, his figure slowly descending, landing in the arena. "Do you want a rest? I can wait for you. I was just warming up." Li Hao could tell that this individual seemed to have considerable authority among these prodigies. He smiled, feeling that this battle would finally come to an end. Yet when Li Hao's words spread, they caused the faces of several prodigies in the arena to change, almost spitting blood. To fight so fiercely and then say it was just a warm-up? Uttering such words, did they have no regard for their own dignity? "You're ruthless." The youth who had been pinned to the ground by Li Hao's spear pulled it out from his chest. As his heart and lungs healed, he spoke with a somewhat wheezing voice, grinding his teeth as he dropped a sentence and hurriedly left the arena. What was left was a matter between these two monsters. Ji Mysterious God said that Ji Qingshuang is no match for this youth. Doesn't that mean this youth could rank third among prodigies? Ji Mysterious God himself has entered the fray. It looks like it's about to end for real this time. Yeah, it's a pity. The youth is also strong. 4 of them combined couldn't do anything to him, and look, he isn't even injured. When he says it's a warm-up, it might really be possible. It's so humiliating. Our Ji family's prodigies have suffered a crushing defeat. Now that Ji Mysterious God has made a move, he won't kill this youth, will he? Although the youth is of mixed blood, after all, he has the blood of our Ji family. Such a prodigy, even if he doesn't become a war god in the future, will certainly be a top pillar of our Ji family. The family head must be preparing, though it's a conflict for the Tao seed, it's come this far, it's best to stop at a show of force. Right, a lesson is enough, to let him know there are others above him, to curb his arrogance. He's a good seedling, it would be too much of a pity to actually kill him. Outside the arena, people talked amongst themselves. At this moment, their opinion of the youth in the arena had completely changed. They even worried that he would be killed by Ji mysterious god, hoping the family head would step in to protect him. It's Ji mysterious god, Ji Tian Chao, Ji Yun Yu, and others. Upon seeing this peak prodigy of the Ji family finally take action, their expressions slightly change. Old Ninth, quickly tell that kid to step back, that's enough. He's already proven himself. Yes, after all, Ji mysterious god has an innate holy bone, and he has already mastered the Tao realm. They're simply not on the same level, the gap is too big. Ji Yun Yu and others became somewhat anxious. The Tao domain and the peerless technique are completely different powers, the disparity is too great. The ultimate study realm can't even last 1 second in front of the Tao domain. Don't look at Li Hao right now as if he's invincible in the ultimate study realm, but no matter how high he leaps from the ground, he can't touch the sky. And the Tao domain is the sky of the 4 stands realm. Although Ji mysterious god is a prodigy, in strength, he is already a top pillar of the Ji family other than the 3 war gods, a first-rate powerhouse. Plus, he is still young with exceptional talent, a future war god contender, with the potential to become the 4th war god of the Ji family. Ji Tian Chao stared deeply at the youth in the arena as if he was seeing his younger self. He nodded his head and looked at Ji Daoxin in the distance, communicating with him through voice transmission. Ji Daoxin, after receiving Ji Tian Chao's voice transmission, glanced at him and then sent a message to the youth in the arena. After all, this matter needed the youth's own agreement. Upon receiving the message, Li Hao was somewhat surprised and countered, "If I concede now, will you release my mother?" Ji Daoxin gave a bitter smile and said, "No, but you can wait 1 or 2 years, child. You're still young. The opponent has mastered the Tao domain, you have no chance of winning." "Then I'll give it a try." Li Hao responded with this sentence and then fell silent. If it was impossible, then he would have to fight to the end. "You are still young. Given another 5 years, you too might comprehend the Tao domain and even take over my position. But unfortunately, the edge of a prodigy, if not hidden well, will be broken." Across from him, Ji mysterious god spoke calmly to Li Hao. In his words, he also generously revealed the news of his mastery over the Tao domain. "I don't need 5 years, I can do it now," Li Hao said. Ji mysterious god narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems I've overestimated you." Li Hao simply said, "Let's begin." Ji mysterious god's gaze turned chilling. He took a deep breath, and his internal energy surged, releasing the Tao domain. He was only at half-step Tao realm, so he needed to set up his Tao domain in advance. If they were chasing outside, it would be somewhat constraining, but within this Tao arena, with its limited space, his Tao domain could envelop everything. His combat power was almost no less than that of a true Tao realm. This child. Seeing Li Hao refuse to back down, Ji Yunqing and others' faces changed, filled with anxiety. No, the family head must be ready to stop them at any time. Ji Yunqing urgently said. Ji Tian Chao nodded slightly, he was already prepared to intervene at any moment. In the Tao arena, as Ji's Tao domain unfolded, all bricks and stones within the arena shattered, crumbling under the suppression of the laws within the Tao arena. His Tao domain was one of shattering rules, anything would split, break, and ultimately perish in his Tao domain. Eventually, the Tao domain covered half of the arena, stopping in front of Li Hao. "If you beg for mercy now and bow your head before me, I can spare your life, otherwise, you'll be reduced to nothing in a single breath." Ji said in a cold voice. "1 breath is more than enough." Li Hao replied. At that moment, he no longer held back, his eyes growing solemn. Tao domain, this was a level akin to that of the Candle Flame God, but the Candle Flame God reigned supreme over a sector of the Great Void Realm, whereas the one before him was merely a young prodigy of the Ji family. This demonstrated the profound heritage of the ancient Holy Clan. "You, get into the Changkin Jade Belt." Li Hao transmitted his voice to the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King on his wrist. Then you must be careful, he's terrifying." The tentacles of the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King seemed to caress Li Hao's wrist before swiftly retreating into the Changkin Jade Belt he had opened. Within the Tao domain, Li Hao himself could withstand it, but the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King would shatter and perish instantly. Having stored away the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King, Li Hao focused his mind single-mindedly. He took a deep breath, his vital energy surging, the heaven and earth vein functioning, exhaling a breath of immortal qi, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth. Immortal transformation. Li Hao's aura suddenly surged rapidly, and the red-gold glow on his body became even more brilliant. Streams of dense, white smoke-like energy constantly converged upon Li Hao's body, like rivers flowing into the sea, with an imposing momentum. What is that? It looks like it's the heaven and earth vein. My heavens, that's the limit of the Zhou Tian realm, and he's actually mastered the limit of the Zhou Tian realm. Seeing the energy vividly materializing like silk, everyone was stunned. Only as members of the ancient Holy Clan, with their wide knowledge, were they able to recognize the spectacle of the heaven and earth vein being pushed to its extreme. Even within the ancient Holy Clan, only a few could achieve the second realm's limit. Heaven and earth vein, he actually possesses the heaven and earth vein. No wonder he doesn't need to rest and can fight consecutively. My heavens, is he really of mixed blood? Even if one practices the strongest meridian opening skill and qi circulation skill of our G family, it's impossible to open up all the meridians in the body, let alone possessing both yin and yang dual pulse. Unless one practices multiple meridian opening peerless techniques, overlaying and reflecting each other, then all meridians throughout the body can be fully opened. But the yang meridian is extremely perilous. It is best to attempt to open it with a power that defies fate as a safety net, otherwise, it's easy to fall. Everyone was shocked by Li Hao. Simply practicing a single meridian opening skill to the pinnacle couldn't open all 108 major meridians in the body. Only multiple, maybe even over a dozen meridian opening skills reflecting each other would do. But this is something that geniuses typically don't have, because geniuses don't have that much time. Warlike figures like Ji Tian Chao and some of the elders have practiced for many years before they could reach the extreme of this realm. Moreover, this was under the conditions that their Ji family's meridian opening skill had enough variety and breadth. Other small tribes' elders, even after practicing for hundreds of years, might not be able to cultivate the heaven and earth vein. Each clan regarded their cultivation technique as a treasure vital to their foundation, often fighting and contending for them fiercely, as a critical basis for establishing their clan. That child has actually cultivated the heaven and earth vein, opening two extreme realms. Ji Yanyu and others were also shocked. No wonder Li Hao previously claimed that he could challenge all below the Tao realm without decline. Paired with his body refined like a divine weapon, and the heaven and earth vein, he indeed stood unbeaten below the Tao realm. He's not being arrogant without cause, he knows what he's doing. Now that he's challenging the Tao realm, could it be that he has other trump cards? Indeed, to stimulate the heaven and earth vein to such a degree, even the divine travel realm is visibly affected, indicating that the cultivation technique he's running right now requires an enormous amount of energy. Ji Tian Chao stared intently at the youth, a look of unprecedented seriousness on his face, his body like a contained divine light of thunder, ready to strike at any moment. He might have mastered 3 extreme realms. Hearing Ji Tian Chao's words, Ji Yunqing and the others were stunned, their expressions turning to shock. 3 extreme realms. They knew what it would mean once someone mastered 3 extreme realms. In midair, prodigies like Ji Qingshuang, who had not yet made a move, were also shocked by this scene, finally realizing the significant gap between them and this youth. The heaven and earth vein, among all the Ji family prodigies, only one person possessed it. That was Ji. At this moment, within the Tao arena, Ji saw the aura around Li Hao fluttering like ribbons, and a trace of surprise flashed in his icy eyes. You too have the heaven and earth vein? He had not expected that this mixed blood youth would be catching up to him step by step in cultivation. Aside from not having the holy bone and further cultivation, there wasn't much difference between them. And he was older than Li Hao. If this continued, given time, this youth would be his equal today. It seems you do have the capital to be arrogant, but unfortunately, when I was young, I was not as rampant as you. You will perish prematurely. He was no longer merciful. With a raise of his hand he pushed the Tao domain forward. Within the Tao domain, even extreme realms are in vain. Everything will be severed, this is my domain. Ji's aura surged, not employing the heaven and earth vein but relying solely on the Tao domain. With this, he could easily suppress everything. The power of the Tao domain, even prodigies couldn't reverse it. Those in the ultimate study realm generally couldn't face the grand Tao of peace realm. After all, those who could cultivate to the grand Tao of Peace realm were almost always top prodigies in their youth. Feeling the Tao domain approaching, the chi of heaven and earth around him seemed severed. Li Hao took a deep breath, retreated rapidly, and converted huge gulps of immortal chi, directly entering 50% immortalization. The mighty breath instantaneously converged into his body. The heaven and earth vein operated to its extreme. Around Li Hao's body, like strands of spirit chi vessels, they congregated towards him. Li Hao's flesh cracked open but healed at once. Under the state of divine power, the healing rate surpassed the breakdown, and only traces of golden blood continuously seeped through. Li Hao's eyes widened in fury. Seeing the Tao domain about to cover the entire arena, he suddenly burst out, charging towards his adversary. He's entered the Tao domain. Seeing Li Hao finally engulfed by the Tao domain, everyone in the arena held their breath. The might of the Tao domain, unmatched by any. Just when everyone thought Li Hao's body would be instantly crushed by the Tao domain, a shocking scene occurred. Li Hao faced the mysterious God Ji's Tao domain, striding forward, his body swift as a shooting star. The oppressive rules of that Tao domain seemed to have little impact on his body. What? The youth shattered the legend, widening everyone's eyes in unbelievable shock and amazement. Mysterious God Ji also paused in shock, never expecting that Li Hao could move freely in his own Tao domain, and even attack him. Previously knowing Li Hao had a strong physical body, he had not imagined it strong enough to withstand a Tao domain, almost verging on a divine treasure of the sacred path. Is this your confidence? Mysterious God Ji's eyes flashed coldly as he suddenly made a move, a palm suppression striking out. His palm, like purple-black thunder, swept across, accompanied by the Tao domain with boundless momentum. Break! Li Hao roared, suddenly releasing a punch. The violent power of immortalization converged, and he punched out, shattering the giant palm of purple-black lightning. He was as if stepping through a wall, moving through it, regardless of the purple lightning scorching his flesh, charging at mysterious God Ji at full speed. Tremendous power focused at the peak of his fist, suddenly crushing down. Within the Tao domain, the rules seemed to yield slightly under this punch, the splitting power constantly eroding the force of the punch. Despite being worn down by nearly half in an instant, it still struck mysterious God Ji's chest like a meteor hit. Mysterious God Ji raised his hand to block, but the immense power drawn by immortalization exceeded the strength limit of his arm. His palm was smashed against his own chest, and subsequently, his bones shattered, his chest caved in, and his body was flung backward. As the punching power dissipated, the arena fell eerily silent. Not only the crowd outside the arena, but even Ji Daoxin and Ji Tianchao, who were ready to intervene, were stunned in disbelief. In the midst of the Tao domain, the youth had sent a cultivator of the Tao realm flying with a single punch. This scene was enough to shatter perceptions and beliefs. The faces of the people of the Ji family outside the arena were all filled with shock, their eyes deeply engraved with the image of the youth wielding the invincible fist, like a divine presence. Alone, he battled the heavenly prodigy, resembling an undefeated war god. Boom! Li Hao's feet stomped on the ground, erupting explosively. The Tao domain constantly tore at his flesh, but his self-healing power was too strong, negating the tear of the Tao domain. However, the longer it lasted, the weaker he would become, so the only option was to fight quickly and decisively. Just as Li Hao erupted like golden thunder to attack, on the other side, mysterious God Ji, who had fallen and coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, also swiftly got up by leveraging his momentum. While sliding backward, he saw the youth rapidly approaching and his eyes were filled with shock and rage. His own grand Tao of Peace realm had been wounded by someone of the three immortal realms, which was utterly intolerable. Kneel before me! Mysterious God Ji roared furiously, his killing intent and real anger surging. His body aflame with red gold, his momentum soared as the power of heaven and earth gathered around him, rapidly healing the injuries within his body. Simultaneously, this chi force was transmitted into the Tao domain, and the power of those rules suddenly intensified, aiming to skin and debone Li Hao, causing his body to crumble. Under this abruptly intensifying rule of splitting, Li Hao's flesh started to tear apart, revealing wounds. Li Hao did not hesitate to use the attribute of the supreme body, a brief moment of supreme etherealization. Even within this Tao domain, his body seemed to blur out of existence for an instant, unpredictable. But that was only for an instant before Li Hao surged into the sky. This Dao domain covered the arena but did not extend too high into the air. Li Hao leapt out of the Dao domain and then his immortal qi exploded once more. At the same time, he used the unwithering strength. He sought to capitalize on his peak state, to defeat his opponent swiftly. Immortalization, 80%. Li Hao's eyes blazed red gold, golden blood sprang from his sockets. His flesh began to crack apart incessantly. The heaven and earth veins spread like a spider's web, forcibly absorbing the surrounding power of heaven and earth. The speed of absorption was astonishing. In the blink of an eye as mysterious God Ji approached, he had completed immortalization. Another round. Li Hao growled lowly, pushing his limits further, increasing another 5%. His flesh tore apart all over his body. Were it not for the unwithering strength, his skin and flesh would have already fallen off. If he reached 90%, it would be past the point of no return for Li Hao's current control. He could only try to approach the limit as close as possible. A thunderous tremor emanated from within him, as if 100,000 thunderstorms roared through his veins. A terrifying pressure shook the arena, like a blazing sun illuminating the entire sacred mountain. Countless members of the Ji family lifted their heads to witness the young figure radiating a presence like the great sun, their pupils shaking uncontrollably with shock. That is, what, at that moment, the dazzling sun, like a distant horizon, seemed to have fallen above the sacred mountain of the Ji family. It stood tall and radiant with boundless might, enveloped in extremely bright golden divine light. In the Dao domain, Ji Zanshen had drawn upon the full force of the earth, soaring into the sky, but in the blink of an eye, the divine might that converged around the young man's body made him seem like a true god descending. His pupils contracted, his eyes focused, but he was unable to look directly at the young man. The opponent's body was covered in the brilliant divine power, unseeable. His eyes narrowed, but what followed was fury. He roared to the heavens. Even if it is a god, I will bring it down. He raised his hand, and a divine sword emerged from his space, falling into his palm, bringing forth limitless sword momentum. He gathered his own Dao domain's power and struck a mighty blow towards the heavens. And in the midst of that mid-air splendid divine radiance, Li Hao's entire body burned with divine flames, his blood boiling. His flesh tore and cracked, but his fist was tightly clenched. Facing the soaring sword light, he took a half-step forward. Bang! The violent momentum, the invincible might of the fist, was like the wrath of a god descending to shatter the entire sacred mountain. That ultimate sword light and the fist's intent collided in the high sky, the Dao domain covered, and the fracturing laws rapidly eroded, but the clash lasted only an instant. Then came an extremely fierce brilliance of divine light, scattering in all directions. Those who originally gazed with all their visual strength felt a sting in their eyes, like a needle prick, and involuntarily shut them tight. When they opened their eyes again, they saw the sword light that seemed to split heaven and earth break off. That soaring figure was suppressed by a force as fierce as a wild beast. Like a golden pillar of light, it slammed straight down onto the Dao platform, sinking deeply. The entire Dao venue fractured, turning into a huge pit, but the range of the pit's impact was blocked by Ji Daoxin's barrier, not extending outside of the venue at all. The Dao venue vanished, and a cone-shaped deep pit emerged. In midair, only a figure drenched in blood, shining with red gold, stood erect. His skin and flesh were torn, the white bones on his arms and fists jutted out prominently, and his ribs were exposed from the melting blood and flesh, giving a terrifying sight. But his posture was upright, like a young war god standing there, hair flying about. Even the noisy wind between heaven and earth became gentle by his side, not daring to make a sound. It was as if consoling the young man's brutal injuries, tenderly touching and healing him. This scene silenced the crowd spread over the mountainsides, leaving them speechless. That young man had shattered the legend, defeated all the geniuses of the Ji family, and even suppressed the Dao domain. Ji Tianchao and Ji Yunqing, among others, were dumbfounded, staring at the young man in midair. His injuries were extremely severe, almost on the brink of death, but undoubtedly, he had paid a great price and also defeated Ji Zanshen. At that moment, they remembered Ji Yunji's words and finally understood why, despite his deep-seated obsession before death, he still couldn't forget to ask them to take good care of this young man. Without ever having enjoyed any resources from the Ji family, this young man had surpassed all the family's geniuses. The many talents who had previously fallen to Li Hao were all stupefied. The Ji Zanshen that hovered over their heads like a mountain, the unreachable strongest of all prodigies, had actually been defeated by this young man? In this brief silence, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Everyone was momentarily startled, and as they focused their eyes, they saw a roar emerging from the cone-shaped deep hole. It was Ji Shen. At this moment, his treasure garment was torn, the divine armor upon his body cracked, covered in blood, the neat hairdo now undone, disheveled, and in disarray. But his eyes, like two golden stars amid the falling hair, emanated an arresting, resentful light. Is this your limit? It seemed Ji Shen was gritting his teeth, his voice cold. Since the year of the competition for the strongest genius, he had never suffered such severe wounds or been in such a sorry state. Li Hao's flesh was slowly healing as he retracted his power to turn into an immortal, unable to get distracted to speak. Waves of tearing pain spread throughout his body as his gaze fixed on the opponent. The prodigy of the Taiping Tao of Peace Realm might be even more difficult to deal with than the Candle Flame God. Without me, you might really have had a chance to get the Tao seed, but with me here, it's a mountain you cannot overcome. From Ji Shen's body, at the side of his chest and abdomen, a blinding radiance suddenly burst forth. It was a dazzling silver light, as if penetrating heaven and earth, piercing through his body. His flesh and blood could not block the silver sacred radiance. But you don't have the holy bone. I originally planned to just use the Tao domain to suppress you. Forcing me to use the holy bone means your death is worthwhile. Ji Shen glared at Li Hao, his eyes radiating with anger. Even if he won this battle, he would have no glory, but if he lost, he might be heartbroken in the way of the Tao, which would be even more disgraceful. It's the holy bone. Ji Shen is going to use the power of the holy bone. Exactly, this is Ji Shen's true trump card. The crowd outside the arena, seeing the silver holy light radiating from Ji Shen's body, revealed shock in their eyes. Pushing Ji Shen to this extent, the young man wouldn't lose any face even if he lost. Waves of power that transcended the material realm drifted from the heaven and earth, converging into Ji Shen's body. Ji Shen's whole aura became mysterious and surging, his hair flying wildly, and his eyes were red gold and cold, staring fixedly at Li Hao. Without the holy bone, even if I gave you the Tao seed, you would be replaced by someone in the future. Suppress. With a single word from him, the holy bone within his body emitted an endless radiance, as if with the power of laws. The moment his voice fell, an indescribable power suddenly exerted itself upon Li Hao. Li Hao's pupils constricted, feeling as if he had been heavily struck on the crown of his head, as if someone were trying to press down on his skull, suppressing him into the ground. He could not perceive the force, nor any technique. It was like a certain Tao, a certain law. This was nearing the power of a saint. Li Hao's wounds that were still healing burst open once again, and his body began to fall, but Li Hao fiercely clenched his teeth and stopped the descent. The price for stopping was that all the wounds on his body tore open, and in an instant, he looked like a blood-drenched figure. Li Hao slowly raised his head, looking up at Ji Shen high above, with those coldly condescending golden eyes. Do you still want to resist the power of a saint? The silver light at the side of Ji Shen's abdomen was resplendent. It was from a bone, so brilliant that even his flesh couldn't conceal the radiance of the holy bone. It felt like 10,000 mountains bearing down on his spine and head. This power was stronger than the Tao domain, but Li Hao knew that once he was suppressed, he would never be able to rise again. His blood and flesh fumed, bursting forth with a sky-reaching might. The power of becoming an immortal surged rapidly again, unleashing the might from before. But this time, his body was not yet healed, reaching such an extreme condition. His flesh as tough as divine iron was now crumbling away like torn rotten flesh. Li Hao let out a roar to the sky, with every hair bristling. His flesh completely burst open, revealing many spots of dazzling red gold bones. But this all-out explosion did not displace the unspeakable vast force upon him. Useless, you are but a half-blood, without inheriting the holy bone of the prime ancestor of the Ji family. Below the saints, all are ants, Ji Shen said with icy eyes. Just a holy bone trying to suppress me? Li Hao roared to the sky. I don't need to inherit a holy bone. One day, I will refine my own holy bone. The young man's roar echoed throughout the entire mountaintop. At the same time, a grand and immense manifestation of the heaven and earth law appeared behind Li Hao. The colossal manifestation, as if uttering a silent roar, abruptly operated the heaven and earth vein, harnessing the power of heaven and earth atop the mountain summit, then billowed out intense waves of energy. Li Hao and the manifestation struck together, throwing punches towards Ji Zan Shen in the heaven above. As the manifestation's fist fell, it was like a real meteorite, a massive shadow instantly blocking out the entirety of Tiandao Mountain. That's the third pole realm, heaven and earth law manifestation. That towering, godlike figure, like a shadow, cast its presence over every face on Tiandao Mountain at that moment. Countless members of the Ji family had their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to accept what they were witnessing. The many elders of the Ji family, however, turned pale with shock, for they recognized it as the heaven and earth law manifestation, the manifestation of the third extreme realm. Even within the Ji family, the ancient holy clan, by relying on talent and longevity resources, one could barely manage to cultivate the previous two realms to their limits, but the third extreme realm was a massive chasm. Unless one was like the prime ancestor and inherited heaven and earth, capable of condensing the soul 360 times to reveal the might of the heaven and earth law manifestation. And the exceptional geniuses of their clan were mostly inheritors of the prime ancestor's holy soul, condensing the soul 270 times. No matter what soul-condensing cultivation technique they practiced, it was impossible to break this limit, for that was the maximum number of condensings the holy soul could withstand. Unless they started anew, inheriting the soul with heaven and earth. But it was not easy to inherit the soul with heaven and earth. One needed top-notch mental disposition and talent, the presence of someone whose fame shook the ages, and it was necessary to cultivate to near the limit in both the Power Passage realm and Zhou realm before there was a possibility of achieving it. Although the 10 great prodigies of the Ji family all mastered the state of divine power, they only turned to hone their physical bodies after cultivating their realms to later stages, bringing the Power Passage realm to the extreme. If one sought to inherit the soul with heaven and earth while in the soul succession realm, they would fall into an extremely long stagnation, needing to repeatedly refine the Power Passage and Zhou realms. Only by slowing down for several decades was there a slight possibility. This was not untried, only those who tried it mostly failed. Even if the Power Passage and Zhou realms were both cultivated to extreme strength, to withstand the suppression of heaven and earth during the soul inheritance, without a will surpassing that of the prime ancestor and all beings, it would not be recognized by heaven and earth. Therefore, this third extreme realm was extremely difficult, exceedingly rare. Harder to achieve than the divine travel realm and 15-li realm. Boom! The clouds at the mountaintop exploded, howling as they dispersed. At that moment, the fist swung by the heaven and earth law manifestation aimed straight down at Ji mysterious god, carrying anger and frenzy, as if it wanted to shatter the entire Tiandao Mountain. And Li Hao, who was near the ground about to be suppressed and flattened, also roared as he swung his invincible fist, its intent and power like a roaring lion, like a dragon soaring to the sky, bursting forth to meet the fist of the manifestation, 2 fists, one large, one small, trapping Ji mysterious god in the middle. Ji mysterious god's pupils constricted, shaking at the moment he saw Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation. Mastering 2 extreme realms, how could he not know how difficult it was to condense the heaven and earth law manifestation, recorded only in the legends left behind by the prime ancestor in the Ji family, achieved over 10,000 years by only 2 geniuses with exceptional talent. And now, the legend once again shone into reality, with that youth's soul inheriting manifestation of the will, opposing his innate holy bone. I am invincible. Ji mysterious god's eyes flashed furiously as he bellowed, you possess a soaring ambition, but I will crush your will, Dao domain, tear it apart for me. All the major veins in his body fractured and trembled, bursting with limit-breaking power, the heaven and earth vein pumping frantically like a water pump, drawing in the power of heaven and earth from the surroundings. However, to his horror, he found that the power he could draw upon was extremely weak. The power of heaven and earth nearby had all but vanished, or rather, had been monopolized by Li Hao. Ji mysterious god's eyes wept blood as he roared like a madman, his long hair flying about, his own heaven and earth vein breaking, unleashing boundless might, thrusting his Dao domain forward. In that moment, these 2 brilliantly dazzling prodigies unleashed the most extreme power of their lives, clashing violently. The world seemed to lose all sound. Following the brief silence came a buzzing in the ears, resonating out. All people could see was a spectacle as resplendent as exploding stars, yet they could hear nothing. Only when the countless energies released and impacted the barrier, after a delay of 2 seconds, did a deafening roar, like a level 10 earthquake rippling beneath their feet, burst forth. Then there was the long-lasting echo of energy, constantly resonating and thundering against the barrier. And in the half-sky, that most dazzling, most outstanding prodigy of the current G family, his Tao domain shattered into silence under the impact of the two fists, like a broken winged bird, crashing onto the barrier, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood before plummeting directly, falling to the fringes of the dilapidated arena. As G mysterious God was defeated, the majesty of the holy bone also faded away, and the pressure from the 100,000 mountains on Li Hao's body seemingly disappeared all at once, lightening the pressure he felt. But the disintegration of Li Hao's body did not stop. He clenched his teeth, holding his breath, desperately trying to halt the inflow of the qi of heaven and earth. Large pieces of flesh fell from his body, which seemed like a wall with a gap, the power continuously penetrating into his bones, threatening to split his body completely. Li Hao howled to the sky, dispersing the power within the heaven and earth law manifestation, then had the manifestation embrace him to block the subsequent influx of the power of heaven and earth. In the arena, only that youth's manifestation held unto itself, roaring in a dire situation, struggling between life and death. Eventually, that seemingly collapsing power of heaven and earth finally ceased to flow, blocked by the heaven and earth law manifestation. Li Hao took this opportunity to fully heal his body, regenerating flesh and blood. His regeneration was astoundingly rapid, plainly visible to the naked eye, as if undergoing nirvana in dire straits. Soon, as Li Hao's body mostly healed, the power of heaven and earth also stabilized. The youth's entire body was like red gold, bathed in blood, yet he stood like a war god, slowly straightening his spine, an aura befitting a deity emanating from him. He stood within the arena, his face showing nothing but determination weathered by trials and tribulations. Heaven above and earth below, at this moment all fall silent. The countless members of the Ji family surrounding Tian Dao Mountain, at this instant, all stared dumbfounded at the youth, unable to imagine, nor daring to believe that the youth truly fought to the last moment. With a pair of iron fists, with a teenager's body, he defeated all of the Ji family's geniuses, no one left to answer the challenge. Ji Daoxin and Ji Tian Chao also reveal a look of shock in their eyes, their expressions solemnly fixated on the youth in the arena. They see more clearly that the terrifying power unleashed by Li Hao is not some cultivation technique, but very likely, it is that legendary sixth extreme realm. Land Immortal Realm. The difficulty of this realm even surpasses the heaven and earth law manifestation, not to mention other extreme realms. Even for the Ji family that has given birth to countless geniuses, no one has ever achieved it. Even they haven't. The semi-saint lying in the ancient coffin only condensed the heaven and earth law manifestation, but was unable to step into the land immortal realm. But this legendary realm, they have never seen with their own eyes, and they cannot confirm. Inside the arena, Li Hao gazes toward the edge of the arena, sees Ji mysterious God slowly rising from the ground, his body full of cracks, his flesh torn open by a huge hole, which was pierced by Li Hao's own invincible fist. And the fist force unleashed by the law manifestation shattered his organs and broke most of his bones. At this moment, Ji mysterious God sits up from the ground, and upon seeing that Li Hao's body has already mostly healed and his aura remains unflaggingly strong, reveals a hint of shock in his eyes, but then a look of dejection. At this moment, he knows he has lost. Relying on the holy bone was a victory without honor to begin with, let alone now that he has lost. But most importantly, that youth is only in his teens, only in the three immortal realms. It's akin to crossing an entire major realm to fight him, and being able to fight to this extent, he has completely lost. Seeing that Ji mysterious God has lost the will to fight, Li Hao lifts his gaze, and turns to sweep over the crowd outside the arena, slowly saying, "Anyone else wishes to come forward?" His voice is not loud, exuding calmness, but as it drifts across the outside of Tian Dao Mountain, it seems like an autumn breeze passing by the ears of numerous people, yet no one responds. Those like Ji Qingshuang, who had yet to make a move, stand far outside the arena, staring blankly at the youth. Initially, they had stood near the arena, but the explosive might between the two fighters was so strong, it scared them all back. Is there anyone else willing to step into the arena? No one. Not to mention that even if they entered the arena, Li Hao could choose to continue the challenge at this time tomorrow. Even if Li Hao were to accept the challenge right away, seeing the youth's momentum, they also felt that it would be difficult to defeat him. The opponent seemed not to know what fatigue was, they saw no possibility of defeating him. Too strong, utterly flawless, just that physique, honed to perfection, made them feel powerless. Movement techniques, sneak attacks, forceful strikes, etc., were all meaningless in front of that physique. Even G mysterious god's Dao domain didn't gain much advantage, let alone them. No one responds. The many people of the G family outside the arena are also not arguing, they are still caught in the shock brought about by that youth. If there are no challengers, Ji Liping will be recognized as the strongest genius of our Ji family, becoming the Dao seed. Ji Daoxin steps forward, first casting a glance at Li Hao before then loudly addressing the crowd. His voice spreads throughout Tian Dao Mountain, also snapping the crowd out of their daze. The youth has truly succeeded in the challenge, defeating all the geniuses of the Ji family. Previously, they held prejudices, mocked him for being mixed blood, an outsider changing his surname to enter the Ji family, but at this moment, those thoughts and notions were all cast aside, feeling foolish. With the strength and talent demonstrated by that youth, he needs no family's name. He is a top genius in his own right, not needing to bow down to anyone. With but a call from him, even the ancient holy clans would vie to claim him. Third extreme realm, defeating the Holy Bone, suppressing all the geniuses of the Ji family. Everyone knows, a new myth is about to be born in their Ji family. What kind of monster has our third brother brought back to our Ji family before his demise? Is this the top peerless genius my third brother spoke of, the future of our Ji family? Without holy bones, yet defeating those with holy bones, without a Dao domain, yet breaking through a Dao domain, simply invincible. Ji Yunqing, Ji Yenyue, and the others were so excited that their bodies trembled slightly. They had not expected that before their third brother left, he would actually present such a generous gift to the Ji family. The other people also returned to their senses, their expressions complex. Despite their previous prejudices, in the great wilderness heaven where the strong are revered, at this moment, they were all awed by the young man. Without the cultivation of the Ji family, to achieve such a degree, it was incredible to imagine what level that young man would reach if he were cultivated as a Dao seed, with the full resources of the family. Perhaps just as he himself had said, he really could condense his own holy bones, to rival the prime ancestor. Thinking of this, some of the elders who had previously stood with Ji Qingyuan also became secretly excited, but then they remembered the numerous obstacles they had placed before this young man in the council hall, and their hearts filled with waves of fear. No one responded to Ji Daoxin's words, and right away he announced that Li Hao had become a Dao seed, and at the same time, he withdrew the barrier. "Child, are you all right? This is the divine medicine of our Ji family." As soon as the barrier dissipated, Ji Yenyue and the others quickly flew to Li Hao's side, urgently saying with concerned expressions. They saw that Li Hao was covered in blood, and it broke their hearts. Though the young man had won and made a name for himself earlier, the fierceness of that battle made them feel terrified and distressed. "It doesn't matter, I can heal myself," Li Hao said softly. He pushed away the divine medicine the old woman offered. He possessed the attribute of concealing one's talents and biding one's time. As long as he relaxed his body and combined it with his self-healing ability, the damaged parts of his body would soon heal. "This child, why still act like a stranger with us?" Ji Yenyue said as she pushed the divine medicine into Li Hao's hands. Li Hao was somewhat helpless, but caught it and did not use it. Seeing that Li Hao refused to use it, Ji Yenyue and the others exchanged glances, their expressions changing slightly, thinking of how Li Hao had been ridiculed by everyone in the Ji family earlier, with countless voices telling him to roll out of the Ji family. The child was probably harboring resentment. "Child, you don't have to mind others. In this Ji family, as long as we old immortals are still here, no one can hurt you," Ji Yunqing said to Li Hao. But after speaking, thinking of the strength that Li Hao had just demonstrated, his face turned slightly red. With Li Hao's own strength, he could walk through the great wilderness heaven without fear, untouched even by the Dao realm, unless it was in some forbidden lands, or someone from the Dao comprehension realm made a move. At this point, he no longer needed anyone's protection. Li Hao said softly, "I came here just to bring back senior war god Yan Zhe and to see my mother." Hearing the young man's words, the faces of several people changed slightly. Ji Yunqing quickly said, "Don't you plan to stay in the Ji family?" Li Hao shook his head slightly, "I still have unfinished business, friends I haven't seen. After helping my mother atone, I will leave." Their conversation wasn't loud, but the crowd outside fell silent unconsciously when they spoke, so these words also reached the ears of everyone outside the arena. That young man, he was actually about to leave the Ji family. Everyone was shocked, and then their expressions changed. Many people felt panic. Their Ji family had produced such a peerless genius, but he was going to leave? To become the Tao seed of the Ji family, surpassing all others, truly peerless and noble beyond measure, yet he said he didn't wish to stay, wanting to leave. For a moment, most of the people of the Ji family found it hard to accept. But Li Hao's words were very clear. He only had two reasons for coming: to return war god Yunge and to see his mother. One was for affection, and the other also for affection. Both were very normal reasons, yet previously, they had all kinds of mockery and outbursts, telling him to roll out of the Ji family, which probably had already turned that young man's heart cold. For a time, many of those who had earlier ridiculed and laughed at Li Hao felt a burning shame, a prickling sensation, and panic in their hearts. They knew, this young man truly had the ability to leave the Ji family. Without relying on the Ji family, he was still a peerless genius, a monstrous talent. Why should he lower himself? At the words of Li Hao, Ji Daoxin's face also changed slightly, looking a bit unsightly. He had already investigated the earlier discussions in the mountainside, but he thought that once Li Hao was brought into the Ji family, the future abundant resources for cultivation would be enough to offset it. After all, it was just verbal insults. What peerless genius hadn't experienced ridicule? But now it seemed, the young man had never intended to join the Ji family from the start, not to mention having gone through all this. Child, now that you've become a Tao seed, our Ji family will devote all our resources to cultivate you, many of which are treasures you've never seen before. Ji Daoxin floated to Li Hao's side and said softly and gently, there's also the saint's echo left by our prime ancestor, which will help you refine your Tao heart and allow you to easily step into the four stands realm. The numerous unparalleled techniques of our Ji family are all available for your insight, helping you to gather the essence of martial prowess and carve out your own peerless technique. Moreover, the grand Tao of Peace realm can also aid you. The foundation of the ancient Holy Clan is extremely strong, providing auxiliary effects for each level of the four stands realm. Other clans, at most, rely on countless divine medicines and demon blood to elevate their offspring to the 15th realm, and even that is their limit. The heavenly human realm must be breached on one's own, and the three immortal realms also require one's personal insight. Not to mention the four stands realm, where the Tao heart is a barrier hard to overcome. Hearing Ji Daoxin's words, everyone turned their gaze toward Li Hao, their eyes shining with admiration. Indeed, given these precious and top-tier resources of the Ji family, any prodigy would be green with envy. As long as one has sufficient understanding and is not lacking in talent, with the Ji family's full support, most can step into the grand Tao of Peace realm. And stepping into the Tao realm means that even in the great wilderness heaven, one is a first-class powerhouse, almost invincible unless the war gods of the saint clans make a move, and very unlikely to fall. Future stability and the chance to become a war god are both very likely. After all, the goal for a Tao seed is to become the new war god. As for reaching the saint realm, it's purely a matter of chance. Thank you, elder. Li Hao bowed his head slightly, thanking this patriarch of the Ji family. Then he said, I only wish to redeem my mother's sins. These things can be left for other prodigies. Ji Daoxin was taken aback, and so was everyone else outside the venue, their gazes fixed on the young man with disbelief. The patriarch had made it so clear, and yet this young man still wanted to refuse? This was an opportunity countless people dreamed of, and even the prodigies of the Ji family struggled desperately for it. Now that opportunity was in the young man's hands, and he chose to let it go? Ji mysterious god sat at the edge of the Tao field, staring blankly at the young man. The latter had fought desperately, on the brink of life and death, simply because he wanted to redeem his mother's sins? He was oblivious to the countless precious cultivation resources of his own Ji family? The other prodigies were also astonished, never expecting the young man to be so resolute. Especially those who had previously mocked the young man for shamelessly trying to become part of the Ji family, they were now struck dumb and speechless. Willing even to give up the position of supreme Tao seed that was already in his grasp, it goes without saying what he thought about joining the Ji family. Is it because of their previous words? You are still young, don't act impulsively, said Ji Yunqing hastily, hoping to persuade Li Hao to stay as well. Hearing these words, many felt a thud in their hearts, becoming anxious and worried that their clan would question them for this. But Li Hao shook his head and said, I'm not acting out of spite. Yun Jie once told me that if I could become the strongest prodigy of the Ji family, I could redeem my mother's sins. That's why I came here. Hearing the young man's calm words, everyone understood that this young man had never planned to remain with the Ji family. He was only fighting bloodily to this point simply because he wanted to redeem his mother's sins, battling all the prodigies. With a complex look in his eyes and a bitter feeling in his heart, mysterious God soon experienced an indescribable feeling. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he deeply contemplated the young man. He seemed to understand what truly great pride looked like. The young man simply didn't care about any resources. As he said, if there were no holy bone, then he would refine one himself. Compared to him, these prodigies of the Ji family were nothing more than geniuses with shallow pride. Ji Daoxin realized he might not be able to retain this young man, but more importantly, in this young man he truly saw the spirit of the few exceptional prodigies the Ji family had produced over the millennia. True disdain for everything, and an indomitable spirit, never yielding. If only such a person were born in the Ji family, how wonderful that would have been. Ji Daoxin inwardly sighed, glanced at Ji Tianchao and others, gave them a look, and telepathically said, "It seems we can only wait for Qingqing to return and let her persuade him. When the time comes, you all must help Qingqing, urge her to keep her son. Her son has risked life and limb to come here, which means he must have deep feelings for her, and he should listen to her." Hearing Ji Daoxin's choice of persuasion, Ji Yunyu and the others understood, and they thought the same. If they couldn't persuade him, then let Qingqing try. Such a fine grandson, they did not want to simply watch him leave. Also, I will immediately send people to the great wilderness to the Deu divine dynasty to investigate his background, to clear up his past. Considering his current status, let's forgive Qingqing for the other responsibilities she may have incurred by marrying outside, said Ji Daoxin. He believed that making such a decision now, the other elders in the family, those of an older generation, would probably not object. Although the Ji family had its internal struggle for dominance between legitimate and collateral lines, and covert conflicts among different branches, at least they had one good trait. When facing an external enemy, they would unite, and they treated prodigies equally. Compared to some clans that had completely decayed, the laws and regulations of the Ji family were still relatively well preserved. Ji Yunyu and the others nodded slightly. Recalling the matter of Li Hao changing his surname, they suddenly grew curious about this young man who came alone to the great wilderness heaven. Where was his father, and what about the elders of his father's family? Could it be that Qingqing married someone incompetent, unable to enter the great wilderness heaven? After several people finished their telepathic conversation, Ji Tianchao looked towards Li Hao and suddenly asked, "How many extreme realms have you unlocked?" At this remark, everyone was startled and looked at Ji Tianchao with puzzlement, but they soon realized something and turned their gazes towards the young man. If it had not been for Ji, who had used the holy bone, they might still not have been able to see the young man's heaven and earth law manifestation. The young man had been hiding his true ability until the last moment, and they suspected that he might have other hidden cards up his sleeve. Although such a probability was extremely low, somewhat exaggerated. Li Hao looked at this elder who had stepped forward to defend him, slightly surprised. Such a question was a bit impertinent, after all, it concerned martial arts matters, which were secret. But seeing the expectant look in the other's eyes, it seemed not just an inquiry. After thinking for a moment, he conveyed through telepathy, Although Ji Tianchao had his suspicions, his heart still shook when he knew Li Hao was not lying. He had already discerned that Li Hao might possess not just the three types shown, but also a fourth, which was the land immortal realm. Others, seeing Li Hao remain silent but noticing Ji Tianchao's suddenly excited eyes, immediately realized that the two had communicated telepathically. Ji Tianchao took a deep breath and smiled at Li Hao. "Don't worry, in the Ji family, no one can harm you unless they step over my dead body." He stated this with a firm and decisive tone. Mere consideration for returning his brother safely would already bind him to protect this grandson-at-law to the fullest, not to mention that Li Hao had now shown peerless talent. The others quickly telepathically asked Ji Tianchao, but he did not respond and only said to Li Hao, "Our Ji family has an extreme Dao steel, go and try it. It said that if one can ignite 4 extreme Dao stels, they will receive a sage's inheritance." Ji Yunyu and others felt a shock in their hearts, now knowing the answer. Standing outside the training ground, Ji Qingyuan's face also showed a slight change as he fixed his gaze on the young man. "A sage's inheritance?" Li Hao questioned with curiosity. Ji Tianchao nodded slightly, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. "Yes, child, you must try, it's a tremendous opportunity." Seeing him so earnest and serious, Li Hao thought for a moment and asked, "Will it affect my leaving the Ji family?" Ji Tianchao faltered for a moment. Was this child so determined to leave the Ji family? He recalled his third brother's words, that crossing the Mo River was possible because of unburdened freedom. He sighed inwardly. Fortunately, the Mo River existed because of his brother's obsession, and similar obstacles should no longer exist in the future. Leaving a concern for the young man would not affect anything. Besides, once Qingqing returns, maybe the child would change his mind. Ji Tianchao said, it basically won't affect it. That's right, just go and try first, Ji Daoxin also immediately persuaded. Seeing them say so, Li Hao thought for a moment and then agreed. The conversation among them spread, and everyone heard that the young man was going to test the extreme Dao steel for his martial arts extreme realm. They were all somewhat surprised. Ji Daoxin did not dawdle and immediately led Li Hao away. The extreme Dao steel was not far from Tian Dao Mountain. Located on a steep slope resembling a halved bridge, with 8 antique, pitch-black stone stels standing tall. This is the extreme Dao steel. You just need to exert your ultimate state in each realm and then strike the steel. The Taoist charm on it will capture and detect it, Ji Daoxin said gently to Li Hao. Li Hao glanced at it and nodded. From low to high, in ascending order, are the 8 realms, extending all the way to the 4 stands realm, Ji Daoxin explained. Li Hao felt a stir in his heart. The 4 stands realm also has an extreme state? Wondering what that might be like, he regretted that he had not yet entered the 4 stands realm. Although the Merit Treasure Vault offered Dao Hearts for exchange, Li Hao found out after visiting that the Dao Hearts were incredibly expensive, and also, they only had a distinction between profound and yellow levels. The yellow level Dao Heart cost 20,000 merits, and the profound level 50,000 merits. Indeed, from the introduction to the Dao Hearts in the Merit Treasure Vault, Li Hao learned that Dao Hearts also vary. It's just that becoming a practitioner of the 4 stands realm was already extremely rare in Dayu Divine Dynasty, so there was no comparison of quality, only strength was used to assess superiority. A Dao Heart is like a soul manifestation. The vast majority of Dao Hearts are of the yellow level, and few are of the profound level. Pursuing eternal life or leaving a name through the ages are considered goals of a far-reaching Dao Heart, and after solidification, they are among the strongest in the Dao Heart realm. More common Dao Hearts might include extending the lineage of a family or upholding kindness and propriety. The variety of Dao Hearts in the library is not too plentiful. Li Hao didn't find one that suited him, so he chose not to exchange. After all, once exchanged, his own state of mind might change as well, and Li Hao could not be sure whether he would still be himself after being altered by external forces. Therefore, he decided it was better to rely on himself to solidify it. Although the Merit Treasure Vault contained many items, Li Hao discovered upon browsing that the really top-notch items were few. For example, the Extreme Realm Cultivation and Divine Strength Realm could be exchanged, as could the Heaven and Earth Vein, but they required even more merits. But no exchange was offered for the Land Immortal Realm. Neither for the 3 Immortal Extreme Realms. Therefore, relying on this Merit Treasure Vault could improve one into a distinguished talent, but it was difficult to become a leading one, as it seemed that everything that needed to be comprehended by oneself was scarce. In other words, the Merit Treasure Vault was like a series of concentrated super resources. Li Hao brought his thoughts back and approached the extreme Dao steel. The crowd outside Tian Dao Mountain, having heard Li Hao was going to test the extreme Dao steel, also chased after to watch, including Ji and many other talented individuals. They had already perceived that Li Hao had mastered 3 extreme realms, and now it was just a matter of the extreme Dao steel reconfirming it once again. Li Hao didn't delay and swiftly switched to the extreme realm state to test himself on the extreme Dao steel. Divine Power, Heaven and Earth Vein, Heaven and Earth Law Manifestation. 3 types of extreme realms swiftly emerge. Li Hao consecutively attacked 3 Dao stels, and the pitch-black stels simultaneously ignited with the black flames of the extreme Dao Divine Flame. Seeing the burning Dao stels, despite knowing that Li Hao had mastered 3 extreme realms, the expressions of the crowd still shifted subtly once again. Li Hao bypassed the 4th and 5th stels. Currently, his control path was at the 6th stage. Without any new artistic skills entering his spirit, he hadn't managed to advance to the 7th stage. Moreover, his Dao realm and the Divine Travel realm were significantly impacted by the control path. Hence he hadn't yet touched the limits of these 2 realms either. Even if he reached the 7th stage of the control path, he would still need many top-notch divine spirit cultivation skills and object manipulating chi circulation skills to complement and reflect each other in order to cultivate to the pinnacle of the extreme. Li Hao arrived in front of the sixth stele. Does he have a fourth one? Ji Xuangod's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this. From Li Hao directly bypassing the fourth and fifth steles, he realized something was off. The other party was not brute forcing, but was very clear about which extreme realms he had mastered. The other prodigies also noticed this, and their faces changed. Li Hao didn't hold back, exhaling a breath of immortal qi before directly punching the Dao stele. Soon, the Dao rhyme on this sixth stele seemed to capture this breath of immortal qi, and immediately the towering black divine flames ignited. Seeing Li Hao actually ignite the fourth extreme Dao stele, Ji Tianchao's eyes shone, his fists silently clenched in secret excitement. However, the many people of the Ji family who had caught up were all stunned, their faces full of shock as they watched this scene. As members of the Ji family, they naturally knew the common knowledge about extreme Dao steles. To ignite one stele already signified a prodigy, 2 steles, and in this generation, only Ji Xuangod had managed to do so. Yet now, that youth had consecutively ignited 4 steles. The burning black flames seemed also to flicker in their eyes, reflecting a series of incredulous faces. Just then, the black flames on the 4 extreme Dao steles suddenly flared up, rising and intertwining in midair, and in addition, the pitch-black extreme Dao steles seemed to tremble slightly, each lighting up with an ancient silver character. These ancient characters seemed to be the embodiment of the Dao rhyme, continuously rotating and enlarging, then suddenly soaring into the sky, transforming into 4 silver pillars. The silver pillars pierced the heavens, split the clouds apart, and then the silver light connected to each other, outlining an ancient symbol, which then blinked and vanished as if it had entered the void. Ji Daoxin, Ji Tianchao, and a few of the Ji family's older generation all widened their eyes, staring into the void with anticipation and excitement. The people in the distance were all astonished, not understanding what was happening. But it wasn't long before a silver, holy light suddenly came streaking through the void like a beam from tens of thousands of miles away, abruptly shining down on Li Hao. An ancient saintly aura spread out, much like the ethereal yet vast presence Ji Xuangod had emitted when he activated the holy bone. It seemed that just a whiff of this breath could shatter mountains and rivers. That is, the aura of a saint. Has a saint descended? Many from the people of the Ji family widened their eyes, disbelieving. Ji Xuangod was also taken aback, as he had never seen such a scene before. While shrouded in the saintly light, Li Hao felt as comfortable as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Shortly thereafter, he heard a faint voice. "I wait for you to come." The voice transformed into thoughts that Li Hao could understand, settling into his heart. As Li Hao looked again, the light dissipated, and normalcy returned to heaven and earth. But on Li Hao's forehead, a silver luminous mark appeared, quietly vanishing. As the mark sank into his body, a series of messages emerged in Li Hao's mind. They depicted a towering figure, seemingly seated in the immortal God world, surrounded by auroras and spirit light curling around. Its body emitted boundless Dao majesty, as if being enshrined by the heavens and earth's Dao. Merely one glance was enough to make one involuntarily lower their head in reverence. This was a saint. In the widely circulated legends of the Deu divine dynasty, the ultimate pursuit of countless martial artists was to become a saint. Saints within the dynasty had already become legend, with only the true person of the Gandao Palace being a living, powerful figure dominating over Deu's territories. And now, Li Hao had actually seen a living saint and had been given the disciples mark by him. The mark also contained a path, the way to that saint. By activating the mark, he could reach him, bow down as a disciple, and listen to the saintly teachings. Moreover, the saintly mark contained a strand of the other's power, which once activated, probably even those in the Dao comprehension realm would have difficulty breaking through, acting as a protective amulet bestowed upon the disciple by him. Li Hao's eyes flickered, feeling the mark sink into the sea of his consciousness, ready to be activated to meet the saint, an incredibly tempting prospect. Yet Li Hao had no intention of activating it just yet. He still had too many unresolved matters. The saint seemed to know as well that he had many ties, hence the words, "I wait for you to come." As the saint mark disappeared, the gaze of the entire audience converged upon the youth. Even many of the Ji family members who had never seen such a scene could tell that the youngster seemed to have received the blessing of a saint. The saint mark, he actually received the saint mark. Is our Ji family going to give birth to another third ancestor? Heaven has eyes indeed. Among the crowd, Some elderly members of the Ji family with white hair and beards trembled and called out with tears in their eyes. They recognized it as the saint mark, signifying that Li Hao had been favored by a saint and taken as a disciple. Given Li Hao's talent, if he were to be taught and favored by a saint, stepping into the Tao comprehension realm was almost certain. How could he not comprehend the way when listening to the teachings of a saint by their side? And one more step would possibly lead him to have one foot in the saint realm. Given Li Hao's previously demonstrated talents, this possibility was very high. So much so that these elders of the Ji family who had lived since ancient times were brimming with tears, as if they were seeing the dawn of a glorious era when the Ji family would rise again in the great wilderness heaven. In those most glorious days, the third ancestor of the Ji family held a divine spear, defeating all in the great wilderness, unbeatable in battle, solidifying the status and identity of the Ji family among the ancient holy clans, and seizing the vast Ji family territory, where no one dared to trespass. Hearing these tearful and excited shouts from the old fossils in the family, others beside them were somewhat dumbfounded. The saint mark, comparable to the third ancestor? Even if they knew not what a saint mark was, the position of the third ancestor within the Ji family was only second to the prime ancestor. These elders actually said that the youngster might be able to rival the third ancestor? While everyone was stunned in astonishment, Ji Tianchao, Ji Daoxin, and others had already rushed to Li Hao's side. "Child," Ji Tianchao struggled to contain his excitement and hurriedly said, "That's the saint mark, did you see a saint?" Li Hao nodded and asked, "Was that person an ancestor of the Ji family?" Seeing Li Hao nod, Ji Tianchao and the others all inhaled deeply, the excitement in their eyes becoming more uncontrollable. They, unlike Li Hao's calmness, knew from living in the great wilderness heaven just how exalted the status of a saint was, for they were supreme beings. A single breath from them could scare away many a soul. Even a mere glimpse would be an unparalleled honor. No, the prime ancestor of our Ji family has already retired. Ji Daoxin glanced at Li Hao, noticing the youngster didn't seem too excited, which made him feel a mix of amusement and admiration. If it were any other prodigy of the Ji family, they would likely be insane with excitement by now. Saints transcend the material world, and it is rumored that the ancient saints have long since retreated. Some are hidden within a single dewdrop, some are said to be concealed within a mote of dust in the vast cosmology, others roam beyond the heavens, no longer involved with the world. In short, they are unfathomable unless the saint themselves chooses to manifest. Hearing Ji Daoxin's words, Li Hao was somewhat astonished, having hardly any concept of the saint realm. Could they really shrink to the size of dust, hiding within the heaven and earth? And even transcend to beyond the heavens? Li Hao couldn't imagine what that realm was like, what kind of power it held. It seemed already beyond the scope of a martial artist, belonging to the realm of myth and legend. But it seemed that once someone reached the three immortal realms, they had already embarked on a transcendental journey. Arm regrowing from amputation was not within the realm of mortal martial artists. Li Hao gathered his thoughts, aware that his main priority now was to first refine his state of mind. The saint realm was still too far off for him at present. Unless one of his artistic skills could break through the 9th rank, allowing his state of mind to achieve harmony with the way. "Now, may I go to see my mother?" Li Hao asked. Hearing Li Hao's words, Ji Daoxin couldn't help but smile. "Won't you ask more about the saint realm? Our Ji family has detailed records on these matters." Clearly, his words hinted that if Li Hao stayed with the Ji family, there would be many benefits. "More than these, I'd rather bring my mother back first," Li Hao said. Ji Daoxin's eyes narrowed, and the smile on his face became restrained as he looked deeply at Li Hao and said, "Rest assured, you will see your mother very soon." With that, he turned to Ji Tianchao and said, "This child is entrusted to you. He is also your grandson, by extension, he is my great-grandson." As he said this, he looked again at Li Hao, considered for a moment, but did not ask the child to call him great-great-granduncle. Ever since becoming the family head, he had intentionally distanced himself from such personal relations with others, for convenience in day-to-day council affairs. Ji Daoxin looked at Li Hao, his eyes showing a hint of benevolence. Having such prodigious talent delighted him, but more than this, he now admired Li Hao's filial devotion to his mother even more. With such an appreciation for relations, why would there be any worry about betrayal if the Ji family were to get along well with him in the future? Ji Daoxin turned and left, entrusting Li Hao to Ji Tianchao and the others. Before departing, he glanced at Ji Qingyuan in the crowd, who sensed his gaze and looked back. Their brief eye contact was enough for Ji Qingyuan to understand the family head's intention, to find an opportunity to resolve the conflict with the youngster. In the future, Li Hao was destined to become a war god of the Ji family, and his status would not be inferior to that of Ji Qingyuan, perhaps even hoping to enter the ranks of a semi-saint and stand alongside the third ancestor who slept in the sarcophagus. If someone were to gossip into Li Hao's ear about the past events in the council hall, it would be quite embarrassing. Ji Qingyuan understood the family head's intentions. He watched the youngster being treated like a star by Ji Tianchao and the others and heaved a silent sigh. Although he was the head of the legitimate offspring, matters of legitimacy didn't concern a war god. The youth had clearly transcended the distinction of legitimate and illegitimate lines. By the time he became a Dao seed, the concept no longer existed for him. Now, even if he still stubbornly resisted, most of the other illegitimate offspring from the Ji family would likely not approve. Although the Ji family had struggled internally between legitimate and illegitimate lines for thousands of years, in the face of a family prodigy and war god, unless there were personal grievances, they generally felt a common pride. This was the contradiction and peculiarity of the Ji family, as well as the reason for their enduring prosperity in the great wilderness heaven. Ji Qingyuan had never met Li Hao, and naturally, there was no enmity between them. Now that the youth was a Dao seed and had received the legacy of a saint, poised to be a disciple of a saint, there was even less need to continue the hostility. Sighing inwardly, Ji Qingyuan's thoughts whirled, pondering how to resolve the past conflict. Meanwhile, upon seeing Li Hao's inquiring gaze, Ji Tianchao immediately said, "Your mother is on Chu Tian Dao, which is located in the deepest part of our Ji family's saint realm, the furthest place. Don't worry, once we make the proper arrangements, we'll send you to see your mother as soon as possible." Li Hao asked, "How long will it take?" Ji Tianchao replied with a smile, "At most 6 or 7 days. You can stay in your mother's palace for now. If you miss her, we have the Observing Heaven Mirror, a sacred treasure that allows you to see what's happening on Chu Tian Dao. You can check on your mother's whereabouts at any time, you just can't send messages." Li Hao thought for a moment and then agreed. With many onlookers around, Ji Tianchao, not fond of crowds, did not linger. He immediately departed with Li Hao in flight, disappearing before the extreme Dao steel. The spectators, witnessing the youth being taken away by Ji Tianchao, the war god, came back to their senses and immediately burst into excited discussion and cheering, no longer caring that Li Hao was of mixed blood. Ji and other prodigies watched the direction the youth had gone, taking a long time to come back to reality. Everything seemed like a dream. Before the ringing of the sacred bell, who could have imagined they would experience such an incredible upheaval today? The mark of a saint. I never expected that the Four Extremes realm could activate the mark of a saint. How come the elders in my family, my father, and the others never told me about this? What's the use of telling you? You can't even condense a heaven and earth vein. That guy, what lineage is his other half from, to be so terrifying? Could it be that his mother married into another ancient holy clan? Many prodigies also whispered among themselves, still shaken by what they had witnessed today. Although most of them had not participated in the battle, Li Hao's earth-shattering fight with Ji Zanshen had already utterly convinced them. Ji brought out the holy bone and still lost, shattering the legend of the Dao domain. What was most terrifying was that the youth was only at the 3 immortal realms. What do you think, once he steps into the 4 stands realm, could he be invincible under the war god? Don't you feel like he's already somewhat invincible under the war god right now? Stop arguing with me, I'm talking about truly invincible. That's what I was saying. Entering a resplendent and magnificent palace, Ji Tianchao and others led Li Hao inside. This is where your mother lived. Your grandfather has already passed away, but his heroic spirit still resides in the ancestral shrine. When you have time, you can go to pay your respects. I'm sure old 13th would be very excited to see you, especially after hearing about what happened today. Ji Yunqing said with a smile, introducing the place to Li Hao. Li Hao's gaze shifted slightly as he thought of his grandfather, and wondered about his paternal grandfather. He didn't know if the latter had made it to the Li family and whether his wishes had been fulfilled. You came from afar to venture deep into the great wilderness heaven, facing numerous dangers. The bond between you and your mother must be very deep, Ji Yanyu said with the kind smile of a doting grandmother. Deep? Li Hao's thoughts revolved. He had just crossed over, and his mother, who appeared to him as a young girl, had left during his 100-day celebration. 15 years had passed. He had even forgotten her appearance, but he vaguely remembered her gentle eyes. And the words she had said, actually, your mother had already thought of a good name for you, Leping, Li Leping. Mother only wishes for your happiness and safety. No matter what the future holds, your mother will always stand behind you, never letting anyone harm you. These words Li Hao never forgot, so now it was his turn to shield her from the elements. How long did you spend with your mother, and did she teach you the cultivation technique? Ji Tianchao asked with rare curiosity. Li Hao thought for a moment and said, I spent about 100 days with her. Ji Tianchao and the others were taken aback. Had there been a mistake? 100 days? Li Hao knew that once he brought his mother back, he would naturally have to explain his precociousness. The abilities he possessed now no longer scared him. Thus, he responded openly and calmly, that's right. My mother went to the frontier pass to fight when I had my 100-day celebration, and most of the cultivation technique I learned on my own. Ji Yunyu was momentarily stunned, then quickly asked, what about after that? When did she come back? Li Hao replied, she never returned. After that, she seemed to have revealed her identity and was brought back here, so I came to find her, he continued. Hearing the youth's calm words and seeing his smiling face, Ji Tianchao and others stood frozen in place, momentarily forgetting what to say. That meant the mother and son hadn't seen each other for over a decade? How old are you this year? Ji Yunyu asked, her voice trembling. 15, he replied. You remember what happened when you were 100 days old? Ji Tianchao couldn't help but ask. Li Hao nodded, I was precocious since birth. I remember everything that happened a few months after I was born, very clearly. The group exchanged looks, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. So it turned out that this child had only spent a mere 100 days with their niece. This so-called deep bond between mother and son, I'm afraid, was far more tenuous than they had imagined. But thinking about all that Li Hao had done before, his desperate battles in the arena, defeating all the proud geniuses, and withstanding the holy bone, what exactly was going on in this child's heart? More than a decade. How could Qingqing be so foolish? Ji Yunyu knew it wasn't right to speak ill of Li Hao's mother in front of him, but she couldn't help feeling sorry for the child. Ji Tianchao and others were silent as well. They had thought that this grandson, so indifferent and even bearing his mother's surname, had come here to redeem her, believing in a deep mother-son relationship, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. With only about 100 days of time together, unless Li Hao had an extraordinary memory, he probably had no recollection of his mother at all. Do you hate your mother then? Ji Yunqing couldn't help asking. Li Hao was slightly taken aback and shook his head, of course not. I was clothed in silk and fed with jade, someone looked after me. She had her own affairs, and fighting in battles is very tough. His lack of resentment also stemmed from one reason, he was transmigrated, and as a mature soul, he never harbored much attachment in the first place. Hearing the young man's words, the others felt a silence weighing on their hearts, as if something sharp had pierced them. Ji Yunyu turned her head away, covering her face with her sleeve, stealthily wiping away tears. Good boy, when your mother sees you this time, she will definitely be proud of you. Ji Tianchao's eyes were also somewhat reddened, but he suppressed his emotions and gave Li Hao a gentle smile. The others all felt pity in their hearts, although they didn't know the exact reasons. A mother only spending around 100 days with her own child was unacceptable by any means. And now, this child, in order to free her, did not hesitate to venture into the great wilderness, come to the Ji family, endure all kinds of provocation and humiliation, and challenge the heroes of the ancient wasteland. This true sentiment moved them all and made them want to cry. Qingqing was inexperienced as a new mother and lacked understanding, but unexpectedly, she has given birth to a smart and clever good son, the old fourth said in a low voice, his tone somewhat hoarse. You came here for Qingqing's sake, putting yourself at risk. Aren't you afraid of dying? Ji Yunqing asked with a heartache. Li Hao shook his head. I believe in Senior Yanjie. Even if I can't meet her, I believe I can still save myself. If I can see her, then I'll just try my luck. Since I have this strength, it's only natural that I use it. Seeing Li Hao mention Ji Yanjie, the others fell silent. Only now did they understand that all the praise Ji Yanjie had previously lavished on this young man was not an exaggeration. No wonder their third brother, who was so high and mighty, held him in such high regard. This child left them nothing to criticize, his devotion and sincerity were even more precious than talent. Good boy, you should rest well for now. Later, I'll have someone bring the observing heaven mirror. Then, you can see your mother. It's a pity she can't see you from Chu Tian Dao. but soon you both will be able to meet, Ji Tian Chao said softly. He patted Li Hao's shoulder and pointed towards a side hall. This is where your mother lived. You can take a good look around. Li Hao nodded slightly. Seeing this, the others also let Li Hao rest first. After all, Li Hao had not taken any spirit medicine after battling many proud geniuses successively. Anyone else would have already collapsed from exhaustion. After they left one after another, Li Hao glanced at the luxurious palace, looked around inside, and then saw a painting on one of the walls. In the painting was a slender and graceful young girl, beautiful and vibrant. She radiated the fresh liveliness of youth, her eyes innocent and bright, yet shining with a clever light. In Li Hao's mind, the vague memory seemed to quietly emerge at this moment, becoming clearer. The face with only bright eyes became distinct, as if piercing through a thin mist. Li Hao gazed at it for a moment and immediately understood that the girl in the painting was his mother when she was young. Suddenly feeling something in his heart, Li Hao called over Ji Yun Yu and the other attendants waiting at the door and asked them to fetch him paper and ink. Although the Ji family members were surprised, they met Li Hao's requests immediately and quickly brought him paper and ink. Li Hao took the ink and paper, which floated in the air. Using his control force as a supporting board, he quickly ground the ink. As the ink and brush flowed, Li Hao gradually refined the contours of the woman in his memory onto the board. Fine silk and damask draped down, and a beautiful figure stood firm. Li Hao devoted himself entirely and soon completed a painting. However, Li Hao did not stop, but dipped into the ink again and continued to paint. One painting after another, becoming more and more detailed, from the woman to the courtyard, to the civil and military officials at the 100-day banquet. The scroll carried his mind, like a comic strip, until it reached the parents leading the army, stepping out of the house. Li Hao's hand did not stop, and he continued to depict those blurry, sealed memories. A child stood alone in the courtyard, gazing outward. The child looked up at the snow in the courtyard. The stooped old housekeeper in the distant pavilion, with a smiling face, watched with tender eyes. House servants and maids swept the fallen leaves nearby, occasionally glancing at the young master, eyes also filled with smiles. In the snow-covered courtyard, the young child, along with the house servants and maids, played snowball fights. A noblewoman lifted the child, taking him to another courtyard to watch a 4- or 5-year-old child practice swordsmanship. Lying on the couch, looking towards the door, there seemed to be two shadows. The noblewoman lifted the child with a loving smile, but her curled-up eyes were like two hidden sharp blades. The strokes of the paintings were sprawling. A small tail appeared next to the child, sharing foundation establishment medicinal baths and blood melting, and a middle-aged man in blue joined the courtyard. Under the night sky, both young and old admired the heavenly bodies while drinking. Finally, a cut-off blue sleeve lay displayed in the hall. Li Hao's brush paused slightly, and two clear tears fell onto the grip of his brush. Master. No one knew his name anymore, but Li Hao remembered, it was his first master, Lin Haixia. A tender name, yet belonging to a man of unwavering resolve. Li Hao felt as if something had shattered in his mind. His abundant artistic path experience at 6th stage, at this moment, quietly brought forth a notification. Artistic path experience plus 726. Artistic path experience plus 682. He became engrossed in past memories, unconsciously attaining spirit entry in his artistic path. Only those times became clearer and clearer, but when Li Hao reached the severed hand, he could not continue to paint any longer. After a long while, Li Hao's thoughts gradually calmed. He then noticed the artistic path experience notifications. His gaze shifted subtly, but he did not feel particularly joyful. The mindset of seeking and not finding differs from not seeking, yet receiving. Previously, when he achieved spirit entry in the cooking Tao, Li Hao realized that the more one craves a breakthrough, the more it became a shackle. Once the state of mind wholly changes, one is free from such obsessions, so even with a swift improvement, he would not feel surprised. It was like reaching out to pick a fallen leaf, everything just falling into place naturally. Li Hao paused for a moment, then noticed the dried ink on the brush tip. His brief lapse had, without him realizing, spanned an unknown amount of time. Li Hao didn't stop but glanced at the lively girl's painting and lifted his brush again, drawing the vividly clear woman from his memory. With 7th stage transcendent artistic skill, Li Hao's strokes were casual, but the figure on the paper seemed to leap off the page, her eyes gazing tenderly at the boy beyond the paper, as if a real person stood before him. This was not realism, but ink painting, where traces of ink spreading were visible on the sleeve, but the lady's expression was not like that of a painting, but vivid and lively. Li Hao put away his ink and brush, glanced at the scattered paintings on the ground. With a thought, his object control power covered them, neatly arraying and then packing them up once the ink was dry. The last to cover these stacks of memory paintings was the vivid, tender woman. After finishing, Li Hao spread his divine thought, sensing the area outside the hall. He saw, aside from the initial retainers, many people waiting outside. He slightly furrowed his brows, guessing it was likely due to his Dao Seed identity. He had no intention of hosting. Instead, he accessed his panel, setting up barriers around him to avoid prying eyes. Although others couldn't see his panel, he planned to upgrade, which would likely cause his aura to surge dramatically. Currently, Li Hao's panel showed Physical Body Dao 7th Stage, Control Dao 6th Stage, Sword Dao 6th Stage, Fist Skill 6th Stage, Body Path 6th Stage. A total of 31 skill points spent, and the numerous skills he mastered. Chess Dao 5th Stage, Fishing 6th Stage, Musical Rhythm 4th Stage, Poetry and Books 3rd Stage, Carving 3rd Stage, Cooking 7th Stage, Artistic Path 7th Stage. A total of 35 skill points, now with 4 points remaining, unused unless Li Hao mastered other martial arts like knife or spear, but this seemed pointless to him. After all, mastering other parallel weapons would not significantly increase his strength. Moreover, given the variety in weapons worldwide, roughly constituting 18 types, it was impractical to learn them all. Now, having attained his second spirit-entering state of mind, Li Hao planned to apply it to the Control Dao. Sword Dao was also crucial, greatly enhancing his offensive power and increasing many sword skill cultivation method levels, but comparatively, Li Hao favored furthering his cultivation first. Higher cultivation made overpowering with strength easier. Moreover, the Control Dao involved techniques like the Meridian Opening Skill and the Soul Refining Skill. State of Mind. Artistic Path Spirit Entering, available. Li Hao didn't hesitate and chose to allocate points to Control Dao. As the prompt disappeared, the words available after Artistic Path Spirit Entering were prefixed with un. Simultaneously, vast amounts of information surged into his mind. The amount of information he received this time was still exceedingly complex. If Li Hao were still a toddler of 2 or 3 years old, he probably would have been washed into idiocy by the onslaught, unable to bear it. Regarding Control Dao, the transformation from mortal to transcendent, numerous subtleties were all broken down before Li Hao's eyes, absorbed by him. Li Hao slowly digested, merging these insights of the Dao realms. When he had absorbed everything, he saw many of his Meridian Opening skills, Soul Refining skills, and Object Control Circulation skills on the painting board, all having undergone tremendous transformations. Yet, among them, the most noticeable change was not, as Li Hao had hoped, the advancement of the Soul Refining or Object Control skills, but the Meridian Opening skill. The original top-grade cultivation technique 100 Battle Cycle Heaven skill had transformed into the Stellar skill. Dragon River Divine Meridian altered to Dragon Abyss Divine Meridian. The transformations of these cultivation techniques raised his understanding of the Meridian Opening skills to a new height. 108 meridians, plus the dual yin and yang meridians, were the ultimate of all major meridians. But the 7th stage of Control Dao, transcending the ordinary and entering sainthood, brought Li Hao into a new enlightenment. If the mortal pulse had reached its summit, why not transcend? Li Hao sat cross-legged while the immortal qi within him spiraled and circulated, traveling throughout the major meridians and then, leaping outside the 108 major meridians. The immortal qi whirled and gathered. Gradually, an ethereal meridian pathway was opened by Li Hao within his body. A qi meridian. This qi meridian connected among the 108 major meridians, interlinking with each other. The qi meridian was sparse but resembled a newly forged major meridian. As this qi meridian coalesced, Li Hao immediately felt a boost in his qi force, knowing that each meridian brought significant enhancements. Moreover, as the qi circulation method also improved, each meridian could circulate 2,000 times, each newly opened meridian representing an uplift of over 400,000 caddies in qi force. And this qi meridian's capacity was greater, and its circulation faster, than the mortal pulse. 108 major meridians are not the limit. Above the mortal pulse, there exists the qi meridian. Li Hao's eyes were unfocused, combining many cultivation techniques and the insights from the 7th stage of Control Dao. He just glimpsed the transcendent pathway of the Zhou Tian realm. The peak of the mortal pulse is the heaven and earth vein, but what could the peak of this chi meridian be? Li Hao dared not imagine. The extreme realm had already brought down numerous geniuses, making even unparalleled talents stop in their tracks. This transcendent extreme realm was probably unrecorded even among the ancient Holy Clan. Thinking of this, Li Hao felt it might be possible to inquire further. At this moment, his immortal power operated, consecutively condensing chi meridians within his body. 1, 2, 3. When he had condensed 12 chi meridians, the cultivation techniques and Tao realms Li Hao mastered had been pushed to their limits, unable to condense further. The power uplift from these 12 chi meridians, although not transformative, Li Hao understood that this was a new beginning. The path beyond the extreme realm. Only when truly cultivated to full completion would its terrifying transformation manifest. Additionally, Li Hao explored the soul refining method and object control method. Time subtly flew by. The transformations in the soul refining and object control methods propelled Li Hao into higher states both in the divine travel realm and the 15 Li realm, but he didn't have many cultivation techniques in these two realms. Originally at 50 Li in the divine travel realm, he now advanced to 90 Li. Similarly for the object control method, which improved to nearly 100 Li. But still, he hadn't reached the limit. However, Li Hao felt he was close. With a few more top-tier soul refining and object control methods, reflecting each other, he should be able to break through the extreme realm. While Li Hao was immersed in deducing his cultivation, the door of the hall was knocked 3 times. Not receiving a response from Li Hao, silence reigned outside again. 2 more days passed. Li Hao implemented all the insights from the 7th stage of control Tao, familiarizing himself with numerous cultivation techniques, and then he lifted the barrier. The limits of the divine travel realm and 15 Li realm are near. Li Hao thought, wondering what capabilities these ultimate states of the 2 realms would bring. He pushed open the door and saw many figures of the Ji family standing at the doorway. Before Li Hao could speak, seeing the youth pushing out the door, many Ji family elders outside instantly showed joyful expressions, hurriedly saying, "Young Master Ji, you have come out." Seeing the complete turnaround in these people's attitudes, Li Hao was somewhat surprised. He nodded slightly, saying, "What is it?" Earlier, the younger generation was ignorant and spoke out of turn. "I have brought them here to apologize to you." Beside these elders, there stood several men and women, young and old, battered and bruised. Li Hao slightly furrowed his brow, shaking his head in disbelief. Had they deliberately battered their faces to garner sympathy? However, feeling their intention to apologize, Li Hao didn't bother to pursue it further. "It's all in the past now, you may leave," Li Hao said. "Young Master Ji, if you have any anger, feel free to vent it, whether through reprimands or punishment. These youngsters are at your disposal," one elder quickly said. Li Hao frowned, "Just don't disturb my cultivation." Seeing Li Hao's displeasure, the elder gave an awkward smile, daring not to say more, and immediately waved a hand signaling everyone to leave. The news of Li Hao's breakthrough in cultivation soon spread, and not long after, Ji Yanyu and others rushed over to visit him. Upon seeing him again, they all sensed that Li Hao's aura had subtly changed. However, with the all-phenomena attributes concealing it, they were unable to probe the specifics. Li Hao asked and learned that his spirit entering in the artistic path and cultivation of his meridians had taken a total of 5 days. "When can I go see my mother?" Li Hao inquired. "The wild sea is almost calmed, and you'll be able to see her soon." Ji Yanyu took out an ancient mirror about 10 inches tall from her space, and said gently, "This is the sacred treasure observing heaven mirror, borrowed temporarily from the family head. It allows you to see into Chu Tian Dao. You can see Qingqing right now across the void." Li Hao took it and, with Ji Yanyu's guidance, infused his power into it. In no time, he felt his consciousness seemingly sinking into the ancient mirror, and a vast map emerged in his mind. This map included the entire Ji family's Holy Land secret realm, and by concentrating his thoughts, Li Hao could observe the entire secret realm. The fact that they had borrowed this item for him also indicated the Ji family's recognition of Li Hao. Li Hao could feel their intentions, but he didn't presumptuously spy on other places. Instead, he focused his thoughts on the extreme north of Holy Land secret realm as Ji Yanyu had described. On the mirror appeared a scene, as if piercing through clouds and mist, an expansive sea emerged. The sea was deep and dark red, as if at the bottom, there lay a layer of settled blood. Waves churned above, clouds gathered, and occasionally, sea winds swirled. An inner astonishment arose in Li Hao's heart. The expanse of the Ji family's Holy Land secret realm was far beyond his imagination. The Holy Land he had seen before seemed to occupy only 1% of the map in comparison. In the center of this vast sea was a pitch-black abyss, looking bottomless from a high vantage point, like a giant eyeball at the heart of the sea. Hovering above this immense abyss was an island, swaying slightly with the fierce winds from above. Around the island, from 3 different angles, were 3 thick, massive chains inserted into the island. The island seemed like a kite, held in place by the 3 chains, preventing it from ascending any higher. Li Hao concentrated his thoughts on the island and saw several mountain caves and dwellings, but within the mountains there was a thatched cottage. In front of the cottage was a figure bending over to move stones, piling them beside the thatched shack. Her clothes were torn, her hair unkempt as if it had not been combed or washed for a long time. Her face and arms were smeared with dirt and dried mud stains. Despite the disheveled appearance, Li Hao recognized her at a glance as the woman who had held him in her arms 15 years ago. Li Hao had not expected that at this reunion, his first glimpse of her would be in such a ragged state. Contrary to the memories he had of her in the divine general mansion, wearing luxurious clothing and living a life of luxury, she now appeared completely different. Li Hao's expression darkened with an emotion that was either anger or complexity surging from his heart. He took a deep breath and said, "With my mother's level of cultivation, she should not be in such a dire state. Could it be that her powers have been disabled?" Ji Yunyu and the others also saw the scene in the mirror, and their expressions changed slightly, aware of the situation on Chu Tian Dao. It was an exceedingly vicious place, hence, many criminals from the Ji family were imprisoned there. Crimes like those committed by Ji Qingqing were considered minor there. Others, such as betraying the family, colluding with demons, and harming fellow kin for treasure, varied. Some were executed on the spot, while others pleaded mercy based on their ancestors' merits, and thus were spared and exiled there. Qingqing's cultivation was not wasted. Ji Yunqing, afraid of any misunderstanding, explained hurriedly, if her cultivation were wasted, she would not survive for even a few days on Chu Tian Dao. It would be no different from execution. That's correct. Besides, Qingqing's bloodline is pure, and she was considered a prodigy among our clan, reaching the 3 immortal realms at a young age. It would be a pity to waste her cultivation, said Ji Yunyu. She looked at the scene within the ancient mirror and continued, the reason for such a condition is due to the special laws of Chu Tian Dao. In the wild sea outside Chu Tian Dao, ordinary people cannot cross, not even those in the ultimate study realm, unless one masters their own Dao domain and uses its laws to counteract the laws of the wild sea. And in the desolate abyss at the heart of the wild sea, even Dao domain is ineffective. That area is a complete no-fly zone. Even sound cannot travel there, and the natural energy of heaven and earth is cut off. As a result, cultivation is impossible on Chu Tian Dao, and any energy spent is lost without the possibility of replenishment. Those prisoners held there eventually can only rely on the strength of their bodies to endure. If they can't hold on, they simply die there. Ji Yunyu spoke softly. When Qingqing was first sent to Chu Tian Dao, her heaven and earth space was filled with food and drink. The family head turned a blind eye, and our plan was to resupply every 10 years. Being too frequent would lead to gossip. So there is no need to worry about her sustenance, but indeed, the conditions there are somewhat harsh. Ji Yunqing nodded and sighed. Luckily, the Heavenly Dynasty has arranged that the other prisoners on the island dare not provoke Qingqing. Moreover, those prisoners all hope for release and would not easily offend someone with strong backing unless absolutely necessary. Your mother, despite the hard life, doesn't need to worry about other things. Li Hao silently focused on the ancient mirror, watching the woman in front of the cottage move the stones to rebuild a stone wall that had collapsed from the wind. After wiping the sweat from her forehead, as if sensing something, she unexpectedly looked up towards the sky. That gaze seemed to pierce through the ancient mirror, locking eyes with Li Hao. Li Hao suddenly felt an indescribable sensation. It was as if they were connected by blood. But the woman in the ancient mirror only glanced at him with some confusion, then walked into the thatched cottage, seemingly to rest. Li Hao continued to stare for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the rest of Chu Tian Dao, seeing some caves where several Ji family criminals, naked and wild, sat or lay dispiritedly, their bodies filthy and hair disheveled. Others were using stone slabs to carve something on the mountain walls, seemingly keeping track of the days. Although there were not many prisoners, Li Hao could sense the desolate and despairingly grim atmosphere permeating the island with just one look. He didn't continue spying and put away the ancient mirror, then asked Ji Yun-yu, how soon will the wilderness sea calm down so that the Tao domain can take me across? Child, don't rush. It should be calm by tomorrow. You just saw, the wild sea is already settling down. Even if the Tao domain takes you across, there's no energy replenishment above the wild sea. Crossing with the Tao domain would be strenuous, and returning would be difficult. It's safer to take a boat. Ji Yun-yu immediately advised, wait till tomorrow, and I will go with you. We also need to pick the twin flowers first so we can bring your mother off Chu Tian Dao. Otherwise, without the twin flowers to detoxify her, she would succumb to the poison soon after leaving Chu Tian Dao and the unique environment of the wild sea. She has been poisoned? Li Hao's expression changed. It's not the type of poison you're thinking of. It's a special poison that all Chu Tian Dao criminals must take to prevent elder family members from fetching them or escaping from Chu Tian Dao themselves. As long as they stay on the island, they are safe and normal, but if they leave without authorization, there will be serious problems. Li Hao realized the Ji family had strict control over their criminals. Child, let your great aunt accompany you tomorrow. Since you've come out from cultivation today, why not go see your grandfather first? He has been talking about you every day, eager to see you. Ji Yunqing said softly. Li Hao looked at them, seeing the hope in their eyes, and thinking of that grandfather's lingering soul, he felt a twinge of reluctance and nodded slightly. Seeing Li Hao agree, joy appeared in their eyes, and they immediately took Li Hao to the Ji family ancestral shrine. On the way, Li Hao asked why the old predecessor was not present, referring to Ji Tian Chao. When Ji Tian Chao was mentioned, Ji Yunqing and Ji Yun-yu both looked at Li Hao with strange expressions. Ji Yunqing spoke, recently, people from the Qin family have been roaming around outside the secret realm, looking for trouble with our Ji family, claiming they witnessed a young man who claimed to be from the ancient divine clan coming here before disappearing, intending to investigate our Ji family's secret realm. At this, both turned their gaze to Li Hao. Li Hao was slightly stunned, surprised that his journey had been observed. He was completely unaware. According to the Qin family, that young man defeated the Qin family's prodigy, even the Qin Tianqian of the ultimate study realm lost, who is one of the Qin family's 10 great prodigies, and yet that young man is only 14 or 15. Ji Yunqing just looked at Li Hao, listing these details. Li Hao, seeing their bizarre looks, immediately knew they must have guessed the person the Qin family mentioned was him. He showed a helpless expression. Regarding this, he didn't intentionally hide it but merely asked, will this cause trouble for the Ji family? Otherwise, shall I go and handle it myself? That young man, is it really you? Ji Yunqing asked upon seeing Li Hao's admission. Li Hao nodded. Both exchanged a look, their expressions clearly showing they had suspected as much. However, they were immediately delighted. Although they had suspected, seeing Li Hao admit it was still a pleasant surprise. Recently, Great Wilderness Heaven has been abuzz with your fame, saying a young man from the ancient divine clan has been vanquishing foes far and wide, possessing immense strength and overcoming prodigies against the odds. We suspected it might be you. Are those stories true? Are you really from the ancient divine clan? Isn't your father from outside Great Wilderness Heaven? Both looked curiously at Li Hao. Nonsense, I only said that because I was afraid they wouldn't accept it. Li Hao explained. Both were at a loss for words. They thought of various reasons and explanations but never expected it to be this. Not accepting? Were they afraid that seeing him, the prodigies from the Qin family and other clans would be demoralized? You're surprisingly considerate. Both inwardly chuckled, but considering the strength Li Hao had shown, indeed many young generations from those families had their spirits crushed. Among these people, some became depressed, while others revered Li Hao as a god reincarnated, holding him in utmost esteem. In front of Li Hao, the reputation of other prodigies paled. After all, in an ancient family of warriors, might was revered. The family head also guessed it was you and had Heavenly Dynasty settle matters with the Qin family, so he did not come. Ji Yunqing smiled. They wouldn't dare really make trouble. This is, after all, Ji family territory. If they annoy us enough, we'll just chop down everyone they sent here, leaving none, and see what the Qin family has to say. If it comes to it, we might as well start a war, having the advantage of striking first. Ji Yun-yu said, her eyes flashing with a fierce light not inferior to any man's though she was of the fairer sex. Hearing this, Li Hao was somewhat at a loss for words, beginning to understand a little of the ancient family's way of doing things. Before long, Li Hao arrived at the Ji family ancestral shrine, finally meeting that grandfather. Thinking of all the ancestors displayed in the ancestral hall of the Ji family, Li Hao gave a respectful bow according to the Ji family's rites. After Ji Yunqing introduced Li Hao's identity, he left the ancestral hall with Ji Yunyu. Ji Yunzhan, upon seeing his grandnephew, was so excited that he flew out from his tablet and started questioning Li Hao at length. Li Hao also sat on the straw mat, chatting leisurely with the old man's heroic spirit. Though it was their first meeting, they didn't feel much like strangers. Li Hao's mood was quite relaxed, and he even brought up some incidents from his mother's childhood. Light laughter occasionally rang out from within the ancestral hall. Ji Yunqing stood outside the ancestral hall, listening to the laughter inside, his eyes showing some relief. The next day, news of the calm great wilderness heaven arrived. First thing in the morning, Ji Yanyu came, and Li Hao, who had waited the entire night, got up to fly towards the Holy Land's secret realm in the far north together with his great aunt. Thinking that he would soon meet his mother face to face, Li Hao felt somewhat anticipative. It wasn't that he had deep feelings, rather, it felt like he was about to meet an old friend from years ago. He still remembered the earnest care in those 7 letters from home. He kept that woman's intentions close to his heart. Outside the territory of the Ji family, in a barren rocky area, a figure hid. It was Li Tiangang. He fixed his gaze on the distant bustling area, which had previously erupted in a fierce battle. The energy released attracted him there, making him realize that it was the Ji family's land that he had been searching for many days. He had been circling nearby for 4 or 5 days but seemed to be getting nowhere. He realized he had fallen into some sort of array. Initially, he suspected that his wife had intentionally left misleading information, hoping to prevent him from trying to find her and losing his life. But recalling that she was willing to leave the way to the great wilderness heaven, even if he did not enter the Ji family's domain, the area would still be extremely dangerous. There would be no need to deceive him. If she meant to deceive, she could have outright refused to provide any clues. Qingqing, however. Li Tiangang's eyes flickered with light, and he took a deep breath. He concealed his aura and quietly waited for the noisy conflict to end. Once the other party's people left, he cautiously approached. When he saw a group of people embroidered with the ancient character, Ji, on their clothes, Li Tiangang felt both excitement and nervousness. He knew he had finally arrived at the Ji family's secret realm described by his wife. That ancient character Ji was his wife's family name and one of the few ancient characters he recognized. Seeing that the group was about to leave, Li Tiangang gritted his teeth and chose to take a risk, life or death being out of his hands. He could not allow the mistakes he made to be borne by his children, including his wife. Wait a moment. Li Tiangang stepped forward and called out. Hearing this, many people of the Ji family were startled and quickly looked over, their gazes all focusing on Li Tiangang. Who goes there? Someone immediately called out in alarm. Li Tiangang hurriedly said, I am Ji Qingqing's husband, searching for my wife. He intentionally did not reveal his own full name or status, worried the Ji people might attack without understanding, thus avoiding bringing trouble to the Li family. If it came to that, their clan would have to seek protection from the royal family. At Li Tiangang's words, the Ji family members were stunned. One of the elders, who turned out to be Ji Yunyu, also Ji Yunji's younger brother, Old Fourth Ji, spoke up. You're Qingqing's husband. Ji Yunyu, hearing Li Tiangang's words, was taken aback, then recalled the young boy, his eyes lighting up. Li Tiangang felt tremendous pressure from the old man, his heart shuddering in fear. He had previously encountered beings from the Grand Tao of Peace realm, and the old man in front of him imparted a similar aura. The Ji family was indeed full of formidable people. Just any elder here was from the Grand Tao of Peace realm. His wife was right. Without reaching the Tao realm himself, coming here would likely lead to certain death. He tensed up, biting down on his teeth, ready to admit fault and hope that his own death could exchange for his wife and Li Hao's lives. But suddenly, the old man said, Did you lose your way from your son? Why have you just arrived? His tone was surprisingly mild. Being experienced in military affairs, Li Tiangang heard no threat in his tone, which left him startled, then immediately tensed. Elder, have you seen my son? He looked anxiously at the old man. Ji Yunyu couldn't help but laugh, saying, Your son arrived a few days ago. Why did you only just arrive? Did you get lost outside, trapped by the array? Li Tiangang's face paled slightly, but seeing the benevolent smile on the other's face, hope rose in his heart. Yes, Junior is dull and got trapped by the array. I don't know, Elder, if my son has offended anyone here. I am willing to apologize on his behalf, even if it costs my life, abiding by the Ji family's law. I won't resist. I only ask you to spare my wife, Qingqing, and my son, Li Hao. Li Hao? Ji Yanyu was taken aback, and the smile disappeared from his face, his expression becoming serious. Did you just say you are Qingqing's husband? Li Tiangang, noticing the sudden chill in the other's words, his face changed, unsure of what he had said wrong, his heart filled with anxiety. Indeed, you said your son is Li Hao? Indeed? Nonsense. Ji Yinyu's face darkened immediately, saying, think carefully again about what your son is called. My son. Li Tiangang felt absurd. Did he really need to think about his own son's name? I ask you, do you know who Ji Leping is? Ji Yinyu stared intently as he spoke. Although he found it strange, he suddenly thought that the child had changed his surname to follow his mother's, which might have several reasons. Besides, the man standing before him was from the Four Stands realm, so there was no need for him to play dumb and come here to seek death. Ji Leping. Li Tiangang was puzzled. Suddenly, it felt as if an arrow from a decade ago whizzed through his mind, striking him hard. In a bright, sunny moment, in the courtyard, when that woman was pregnant, her belly swollen, she said gently, Husband, if our child is born, let's name him Leping, Li Leping, what do you think? Good, as you wish. Leping, Leping. Li Tiangang's pupils abruptly contracted, his heart seeming to tremble. He then recalled the end of that great father-son battle in the trial hall, where his sister-in-law had personally admitted the truth. Poisoning. And after the conclusion of the true dragon battle, in the courtyard during the standoff, the young man had said with absolute certainty, I remember everything from my childhood. So, he really remembered everything. But ever since Li Hao was given his name, no one mentioned it again. Even if he remembered, from whom could he have learned it? Could it be that he remembered the words his wife whispered to the child in her arms, too? Li Tiangang's whole body trembled slightly, feeling incredulous, but at the same time, there was a tearing pain in his heart. It was Ji Leping, not Li Leping. The child, had he already changed his surname to follow his mother's? He gritted his teeth slightly but knew this was not the time to argue about these things. His only wish was for Li Hao to return home safely, so he forced a smile and said, That's right, it's my son's pet name, truly your son? Ji Yinyu stared intently. Li Tiangang hurriedly said, Without a doubt, I know my marriage to Qingqing broke the rules for the nobility, but I am willing to take full responsibility. I hope you will not make things difficult for them. Seeing his earnest attitude, which did not seem like lies, Ji Yinyu's expression softened, and he chuckled. Don't be nervous, come with me. Li Tiangang saw the other's attitude brighten and internally sighed with relief but still felt uneasy. He had heard from his wife countless times about the strict rules of the Ji family. He also deeply understood that unless he had the strength of the true person from Gondao Palace, it would be impossible to retrieve someone from the Ji family, otherwise, it would mean certain death. But now that it had come to this, he had no choice but to come. Yes, Elder. Li Tiangang bowed his head and walked over. The others, hearing that this man was indeed Ji Leping's father, were surprised and curious. They kept sizing him up, trying to discern what kind of person the father of such a monstrous prodigy could be to have raised such a talent. When they entered the Holy Land's secret realm, Li Tiangang was stunned by the majestic and beautiful Saint Mountain and the many floating islands he saw before him. He finally understood that his wife's warnings about the dangers of the Ji family and so on were not empty words. Was this the ancient saint clan of the great wilderness heaven? Li Tiangang's heart thumped wildly, feeling that the hope he clung to was even more elusive. He gritted his teeth slightly, feeling small and powerless, a sensation he had once hated profoundly. At his father's death, he felt so powerless. At the death of his brothers, he was just as powerless. After succeeding his ninth brother to inherit the true dragon and defending northern Yan for over a decade, when his wife departed, he was still so powerless. Now, he felt it once again. This sense of utter hopelessness, of having no power at all. You need not be tense, your son is doing well here, and Qingqing will soon be released. Ji Yinyu saw Li Tiangang's tensed body and his gray, defeated appearance, and couldn't help but smile slightly, offering reassurance. Li Tiangang's heart jolted, and he looked up abruptly, staring at him in astonishment. Elder, is this true? Of course, your son is the pride of our clan. My son. Is he a noble prodigy? Hearing Ji Yinyu's words, Li Tiangang was somewhat stunned, not immediately grasping the meaning of this statement. That child, had he become the Ji family's prodigy? Indeed, your son has escorted back our Ji family's war god heroic spirits and challenged all prodigies of our Ji family for the sake of redeeming his mother, defeating them all. His talent can be called unparalleled in history. Ji Yanyu spoke, his eyes radiating light when he mentioned Li Hao. The earth-shattering battle on Heavenly Dao a few days ago was still vivid in his mind. The other members of the Ji family, upon hearing Ji Yanyu mentioning that young man, also showed looks of respect and admiration in their eyes. Defeating all prodigies, a simple phrase, but as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and that young man had done it, forging an invincible myth with the three immortalities. Challenged all the prodigies of the Ji family, Li Tiangang's heart trembled. He had long heard from his wife about how extraordinary the prodigies of the Ji family were, all of them like proud dragons among men, far beyond comparison to those of the Deu divine dynasty. Just taking out one could be a presence as notable as his ninth brother, or even far surpassing. Then, he hasn't offended any of you, has he? Li Tiangang cautiously inquired. Having defeated the entire clan's prodigies was undeniably a great humiliation. Had it not been for the smile on the other party's face when discussing this matter, he would have thought that Li Hao had already been killed in a fit of shame and anger by the Ji family. Ha ha, you worry too much. Your son is gentle and polite, neither arrogant nor impetuous. How could he possibly offend us? Ji Yanyu laughed. Moreover, it is normal for a young man to have some passion and temperament. Which prodigy isn't spirited in their youth? If they don't possess unique charisma, how can they be worthy of being called prodigies and be anything more than lucky descendants simply inheriting their parents' talents? Li Tiangang heaved a sigh of relief and echoed, "Elder speaks the truth." "This is your only child?" Ji Yanyu asked with a smile. Li Tiangang quickly nodded. "Yes, my only child." "Well raised," Ji Yanyu praised with a smile. Li Tiangang was taken aback, his cheeks growing a touch warm as he dared not meet the other's gaze. Well raised? The state of affairs regarding Li Hao and the Ji family over these years had all been laid out by his second uncle and sister-in-law when the child left home. Apart from food and drink, that child basically had not used any of the Li family's cultivation resources, and they, his parents, had never accompanied the child, to talk now of raising him. "Here we are, this is the Ji family," Ji Yanyu said. Li Tiangang looked up and saw the majestic mountain gate and the continuous long steps. The mountain gate appeared as if cast from the coalesced bodies of a multitude of dragons, imposing and formidable. Li Tiangang's eyes sharpened, immediately sensing the terrible heritage of this ancient family, even more majestic and enduring than their own divine general mansion. The news of Ji Liping's father's arrival had already spread through the Ji family. As Li Tiangang followed Ji Yanyu up the mountain, many people came along the way, gazing from a distance at the father of the Dao seed. Since Li Hao defeated all the prodigies and contended for the Dao seed, obtaining the saint's mark and creating a series of sensational feats a few days ago, nearly everyone in the Ji family had been talking about this strongest prodigy these days. And when discussing Li Hao, it was inevitable to talk about his mixed heritage. Everyone's speculation was rife, extremely curious about Li Hao's paternal family lineage. Many even guessed that Li Hao's mother might have secretly married into a hidden ancient family outside the great wilderness heaven. The combination of two great bloodlines resulting in the birth of such a unique talent. Is that Ji Liping's father? Cultivation at 4 stands realm, breath of defying fate realm, decent cultivation, but doesn't seem as strong as imagined. It's said he comes from beyond the great wilderness heaven, from the dynasty of the Zhang family, where energies are scarce. Being able to cultivate to this extent, he is maybe already considered highly talented. On the mountain path, many of the Ji family were watching from afar, whispering among themselves. These murmurs also inevitably fell into Li Tiangang's ears, making him suddenly feel the center of attention. These people from the Ji family seemed to be observing him because of Li Hao. Thinking back on what Ji Yanyu said, that Li Hao had defeated all the Ji family's prodigies, a tightness crept into Li Tiangang's heart. He had never doubted Li Hao's talents, he just hadn't anticipated that upon arriving at this ancient family, Li Hao would still be able to lead the way, defeating peers of his age. Once they reached the belly of the mountain, Ji Yanyu told the others who had previously accompanied him on the mission to intimidate the Qin family to disperse, and he continued toward the top of Saint Mountain with only a few people, taking Li Tiangang with him. "Elder, my son and Qingqing, are they ahead?" Li Tiangang's heart grew more and more uneasy as they ascended. Ji Yunyu said, Qingqing is in Shu Tian Dao, having been imprisoned due to her transgressions, but your son has already atoned for her, becoming the Dao seed. He can pardon his mother. You will be able to see them soon. Li Tiangang was deeply moved. The child had already washed away his mother's sins? The scene in the divine general mansion where he had angrily slapped the child flashed uncontrollably through his mind. His heart suddenly clenched. Was there still a chance for him to make amends? He bit his lip silently and decided, no matter what accusations or blame the child might express when they met, he would accept them all, as long as it would appease him, as long as he could forgive. Upon reaching the summit of the Saint Mountain, many senior members and elders of the Ji family had already been waiting. Having heard of Ji Leping's father's arrival, they had all hurried over to provide a dignified reception. In the past, had the man Ji Qingqing married dared to come to the Ji family, he would have been executed on the spot. But now, with the father's status elevated by the son, having fostered a prodigy like Ji Leping, they too must treat him with courtesy. These, said Ji Yunyu, are the respected elders of the Ji family. Upon seeing these elders coming to greet them, some of whom he was not familiar with from his generation that shared the Yun character, Ji Yunyu did not give them a cold shoulder. Instead, he introduced each person with a smile, treating them all equally. After all, family disgraces should not be publicized. However, in front of Ji Qingqing's husband, on their first meeting, it was essential to show the harmonious side of the Ji family. Li Tiangang's expression subtly changed when he saw these old men. Although many of them were concealing their aura, he could still sense that quite a few were of the same level as his second uncle, and several among them possessed shockingly formidable power, likely from the Grand Tao of Peace Realm. In the Deu Divine Dynasty, these individuals could rival the Buddha Lord-level experts, yet here, several appeared one after another. Greetings to all the esteemed elders, Li Tiangang said, bowing with his hands clasped before him. The many elders did not put on airs and quickly reciprocated the polite greetings with pleasantries. Li Tiangang was somewhat surprised. Facing everyone's courteous welcome and friendly chatter, he felt honored and taken aback. Previously, his wife had told him how strict the Ji family's clan rules were and that his arrival would surely be met with thunderous attacks and wrath. However, the reality he encountered was so surreal. The things he had heard along the way, and the casual mentions of Ji Leping in conversations with these elders, made Li Tiangang realize that all this seemed to be because of that child. It was his arrival that smoothed everything over and resolved all troubles. Even Li Tiangang dared not easily set foot in the Ji family, but that child did. Moreover, he atoned for Qingqing and even brought Li Tiangang's status to be recognized by the Ji family. Amidst the pleasantries, Li Tiangang's emotions grew increasingly complex and indescribable. The words previously uttered by his father, Li Tianzong, began unconsciously drifting through his mind. The child is exceptionally outstanding. If we do not bring him home, I will die with eyes unshut. Now, the many powerful figures of the Ji family were also speaking so politely, full of praise for that child. Beyond feeling guilty and apologetic, Li Tiangang was at a loss. Had he truly made a grave mistake? Are you Ji Leping's father? Came a voice from within the crowd, young and vibrant. Li Tiangang looked up and saw a group of youthful figures standing apart, with one person at the helm, a young man with an extraordinary bearing and a jade-like presence, as if he transcended the mundane world with a detached aura. What shook Li Tiangang was that the young man seemed to be only 26 or 27 years old, yet the concealed aura he possessed was in no way inferior to Ji Yunyu, who had earlier brought him up the mountain. Could this be from the Grand Tao of Peace Realm? Who are you? Li Tiangang asked cautiously. He is Ji Mysterious God, formerly the strongest genius of the Ji family. An elder by Ji Mysterious God's side said with a smile. He's only 26 this year, already at the Grand Tao of Peace Realm and is expected to become the war god of our Ji family. These people behind him are also the prodigies of the Ji family. As the elder spoke, he then turned to Li Tiangang with a smile and said, but your son has defeated them all. Upon hearing the young man's age and cultivation level, Li Tiangang was already profoundly shocked. But when the elder imparted that last piece of information, Li Tiangang's pupils constricted, and he couldn't control his expression, staring at the elder in astonishment. All these are the Ji family's prodigies? Li Hao defeated them all? He had originally thought that while Li Hao was strong, the Ji family prodigies he defeated were probably just from the Defying Fate realm, or at most from the Ultimate Study realm. But now, the young man before him was actually from the Grand Tao of Peace realm. Had such a genius been bested by that child? Could it be that your son has had a recent breakthrough in cultivation? It seems you are not very aware of your own son's strength, an elder joked, seeing Li Tiangang's astonished look. The words were said casually, but they struck Li Tiangang's heart like a heavy hammer, giving him a sensation of buzzing in his ears. He didn't understand very well. Yes, if it hadn't been for the child revealing himself, in Qingzhou, in Liangzhou, it seemed he really didn't comprehend to what extent his cultivation had reached. Li Tiangang's gaze was complex. He didn't speak, only feeling his blood boiling within him, his emotions complex and uncomfortable, yearning to see Li Hao right away. Ji observed the middle-aged man, his gaze calm, and said, "I've come here only wanting to know, how did you cultivate him? What resources and cultivation techniques did you give him?" Li Tiangang saw the inquiry from the young man, his expression changing slightly. If not for the other's calm demeanor, as though devoid of any emotion, he would even suspect the question was meant to mock. Bewildered, he found himself at a loss for words. Ji saw the other man not answering, frowned slightly, and said, "It's normal if these matters are inconvenient to discuss, but I want to know, was one of your ancestors a saint, or of some other lineage? Otherwise, how did he manage to defeat me in the 3 immortal realms?" 3 immortal realms. Li Tiangang doubted his ears again. He thought that the child, during his time in the great wilderness heaven, had been concentrating on refining his Tao heart, breaking through to the 4 stands realm. But now you're telling me he defeated this scion of the Grand Tao of Peace realm from the Ji family in the 3 immortal realms? Ji fixed his gaze on him, but a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. This man seemed shocked by all he said, as if they were discussing someone else, someone the man was totally unfamiliar with. But hadn't Elder Yenyu said that this man was the youth's father? With doubts in his heart as a Ji family scion unaccustomed to constraints, he directly asked, "Are you truly his father?" Li Tiangang snapped back to reality, heard the question, saw the suspicion in the other's eyes, and felt his face burn with embarrassment. It was a very uncomfortable look. He lowered his head and said, "The child grew up too fast, and there are things I don't quite understand, but I am indeed his father." Ji looked at him again and thought to himself that even reaching the 4 stands realm was not easy. It would be improbable for someone to show up at the Ji family and claim to be someone they were not, simply to court death. He nodded slightly, didn't say anything more, but his eyes revealed a trace of regret. It appeared that even the father was unaware of the young man's cultivation. Could it really be just exceptional talent? He was reluctant to concede, as it would be too crushing a blow for them, who were considered geniuses. Merely on the basis of talent, to surpass those nurtured with the Ji family resources, didn't that mean in terms of talent, it was an absolute crushing superiority? "Eminent elders, may I know where my son is now?" Li Tiangang, seeing that the young man had left and was no longer asking questions, inexplicably felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, breathing a sigh of relief. Immediately, he hurriedly asked the many elders beside him, feeling an extremely intense urge to see Li Hao right away. Ji Leping insisted on going to pick up his mother himself and has gone to Chu Tian Dao. From the crowd, Ji Yunqing hurried over, speaking gently to Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang's expression changed, thinking of Li Hao and Qingqing's decade-long separation, and the way he had chosen to change his surname to follow his mother, unwilling to bear the Li name. After all, he had returned to the Li family and lived with him for some time. However, thinking of the time they spent together and the angry slap he had delivered, his expression grew ugly, and he quickly said, "I will go too, elder, could you inform me where Chu Tian Dao is located?" "It's dangerous there, you'd better wait here," Ji Yunqing said with a comforting smile. Li Tiangang shook his head, suddenly bowing deeply with a sincere look and a plea in his eyes. "Please grant my request, elder, allow me to see the mother and son. I've let them down, it should have been me coming to the Ji family to atone for my sins, not for a child to bear the burden. Please, let me do something for them." The crowd was taken aback, exchanging glances. Seeing him speak to such an extent, Ji Yunqing thought for a moment, then said, "Very well, the sea of wilderness has calmed, and when you reunite as a family, it'd be good to return together, a scene of harmonious joy." Li Tiangang, hearing him say, "a scene of harmonious joy," couldn't help but picture a warm and harmonious image. A family of 3 laughing together under one roof. He suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his heart and was desperate to see Li Hao, to ask for his forgiveness. A decade of warfare in northern Yan, wasn't such a scene precisely what he had longed for? Now, having returned from battle, with the clamor of the border far away, he craved that peace, his wife sitting gracefully in the courtyard, with his son dutifully in his presence. The Holy Land's secret realm in the far north, on Chu Tien Dao. Deep in the vast barren sea, above an abyss without a bottom, 3 abyss skylocks, thousands of miles long, confined Chu Tien Dao. Ji Qingqing sat in front of a thatched hut, holding a stone and gently etching messy figures on the ground. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, not knowing why she had felt somewhat restless these past days. Her family had judged her, imprisoned her on Chu Tien Dao, but she wasn't worried about herself. After all, her uncle and aunt looked after her. Aside from being unable to cultivate and only being able to pass the days in tedious boredom, there was nothing uncomfortable. Life here was tough, but she had followed Li Tian gang in the military, fighting battles, and had experienced many hard times, to which she had long since adapted. Originally, I told him not to come unless he broke the 4 stands realm, he should listen. After all, he has always prioritized the family. I wonder how Hao is doing. It's been 15 years, he must have grown tall and strong. I wonder whether he resembles me or his father. They say sons take after their mothers. Ji Qingqing's thoughts rested on her husband and child, the 2 ties she found hardest to sever from her heart. Thinking of her son, whom she hadn't seen in 15 years, a warm feeling surged in her heart, but it was accompanied by piercing guilt and longing. Her memory drifted to the 100-day feast 15 years ago, the cherubic child in swaddling clothes, and the imperial edict that had hastily arrived. If not for the demon invasion of northern Yan, she would be happily united with her husband and child now. It's cruel, the fate of a general's child. I'm the reason for the hardships you faced, you shouldn't have been born to me. Ji Qingqing murmured softly. Unless there was an accident, she would have to stay here for 1,000 years before she could see her husband and child again. She knew how difficult it was to break the 4 stands realm. Although her husband was a remarkable talent, it still depended on fortune and opportunities. And considering the average lifespan at the Divine General Mansion, by the time she left Chu Tien Dao, they might already have perished in battle. Hao started martial arts too late. It's hard for him to achieve greatness, but with the glory and wealth of the Divine General Mansion, maybe it could save his life, allowing him a peaceful 100 years. Ji Qingqing thought, suddenly feeling slightly better. Though 100 years was brief, it wasn't a joyless tranquility. As she was lost in her scattered thoughts, suddenly, she heard a woman's call from outside the island near the abyss skysteel. Miss. Ji Qingqing had just snapped back to reality when she saw a divine soul hovering over the island. As she noticed the divine soul, it too saw her and then quickly descended and disappeared. Soon, a figure flew up the mountain. Ji Qingqing saw the arriving elderly woman, her wet nurse who had taken care of her since she was a child, and she couldn't help but freeze, immediately paling and saying, "Nurse Ning, why have you come? Could it be that you too?" Miss, the elderly woman was Ji Qingqing's mother's maid and also Ji Qingqing's wet nurse, who had cared for the miss since she was young, and they shared a deep bond. Seeing Ji Qingqing's filthy appearance, covered in grime, Nurse Ning's eyes filled with shock and sorrow, and said, "It's too harsh here, miss." Ji Qingqing anxiously replied, "Nurse Ning, how come you are here?" "I was granted permission by the family head to visit you, and I bring good news." Nurse Ning thought of her mission and quickly composed herself, taking Ji Qingqing's hand and saying, "Miss, you'll be able to leave soon, your son has come to take you home." "Ah," Ji Qingqing, realizing she wasn't being brought here as a prisoner, relaxed slightly, but upon hearing the subsequent words, she was stunned and looked puzzledly at her. "Nurse Ning, what did you say?" I said, "Your son has come to take you home." Nurse Ning, seeing her shocked expression, also smiled. Nowadays, who within the Ji family wouldn't praise that young man? And yet, he was Qingqing's child. My son." Ji Qingqing doubted if she was really hallucinating, or even delusional, imagining even Nurse Ning in front of her was false. She drew back her hand and pinched herself, immediately feeling a sharp pain. "Nurse Ning, you aren't joking with me, are you?" Ji Qingqing couldn't help but ask. "I wouldn't trek tens of thousands of miles to joke with the young miss, it's the truth." Nurse Ning chuckled. "Your son, Ji Leping, recently escorted the heroic spirits of war god Yunge back to the family, and then consecutively challenged and defeated Ji Shen, this year's most formidable talent, becoming a Dao seed. He has used his status as a Dao seed to exonerate you. Very soon, you and your son will be reunited." Hearing the joy in her voice, Ji Qingqing was dumbfounded, especially at the mention of Leping. her suspicious gaze suddenly seemed to tremble. Her son was born noble, named Li Hao by Emperor Yu. And Le Ping was just her own motherly soft-heartedness. Nurse Ning, did you say my son's name is Ji Le Ping? Ji Qingqing asked with a trembling voice. Only she and her husband knew this name. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Since leaving northern Yan, in memory of her, her husband might have let their son take her family name, even forsaking the emperor's bestowed name. Though highly unlikely, the man who was law-abiding, viewing the laws as strict rules, had broken those rules for her, confronting the entire Li family to marry her, even daring to defy his parents and uncles, eventually willing to abandon his identity as part of the Li family. Indeed, it wasn't impossible now. He isn't your son, then, didn't you give him that name? Nurse Ning looked at her shocked expression and was somewhat bewildered. Ji Qingqing's body trembled, her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. She didn't speak, her thoughts surged like waves, her fingers quietly dug into her palm. But soon, something occurred to her, and she couldn't help but ask, wait a minute, you said my son has become a Dao seed? That's right, your son came to the Ji family alone, such a tender age, and truly shocked everyone. He successively defeated numerous prodigies. Even mysterious god Ji of the innate holy bone was defeated by him. It is said that he used the 3 immortality realms to overcome him, a veritable myth, unprecedented and likely never to be duplicated. When Nurse Ning mentioned Li Hao, a smile thickened on her face. Ji Qingqing's face was filled with shock, hardly believing it. My son, he's that formidable? She found it hard to imagine, the infant she had held in her arms 15 years ago could now defeat the prodigies of the Ji family? This was something she didn't even dare to dream of. Moreover, during the battle in northern Yan, it was heard that the child was unable to practice martial arts, only later opening his meridians, but he had missed the time for martial arts training, losing both foundation establishment and blood-melting stages, lagging behind other children. Catching up to the talents of each great state of the Deu divine dynasty was fortunate enough, let alone comparing with prodigies of the Ji family. By the way, Nurse Ning, you said he came alone? Ji Qingqing couldn't help but feel anxious. Nurse Ning nodded, that's correct. Ji Qingqing's expression changed slightly. Could it be that her husband had met with misfortune, or was there another hidden reason? Her heart rose uneasily, tinged with apprehension. Seeing her uneasy and tense, Nurse Ning laughed and said, Miss, your son will come to fetch you soon. Why don't you go and clean up first? Otherwise, if he sees his mother like this, he might feel a bit upset. Ji Qingqing came back to her senses, looked down at her own dirty hands. She had been reluctant to expend her energy, but now that she was about to leave the island and break free, she didn't need to conserve any longer. Qi force circulated, instantly shaking off all the dirt and dust from her body. Her snow-white skin was revealed, and her hair became clean, drifting like silky strands. That child must have had a hard time coming here. Ji Qingqing thought of Nurse Ning's words. Defeating the Ji family prodigies, contesting for the Dao seed. What sounded like simple words, but she knew the difficulty they concealed. A pang of sympathy surged, she lightly bit her lip, turned, and entered the thatched cottage. Soon, she emerged in a glimmering light green robe, as if a fairy descending from a painting. Seeing the rejuvenated Ji Qingqing, Nurse Ning showed a smile and said, Miss, you are still as beautiful as you were back then, resembling Lord Le Ping somewhat. Does he look like me? Ji Qingqing murmured to herself. A hopeful light flickered in her eyes, her heart tensed, and images fluttered through her mind, her belly protruding, holding that swaddled child. It had been 15 years. She thought mother and son would be forever parted, never expecting to see each other again. Along with excitement and anticipation, she also felt an inexplicable nervousness. At the extreme north of the secret realm, tens of thousands of miles away from Saint Mountain, far beyond Li Hao's imagination, the entire Ji family holy land was as vast as 7 or 8 great states of the Deu divine dynasty. Li Hao and Ji Yun Yu flew through the air, en route from Saint Mountain, the land growing more desolate with distance, vast deserts interspersed with lush greenery, displaying various natural features, yet uninhabited. To travel this distance using Ji Yun Yu's movement technique would take half a day. But for Li Hao, it had taken 15 years. This secret realm was left by the ancestor of my Ji family. There are mysterious arrays hidden by my Ji family outside the realm, near our territory. Without guidance, even demon kings would get lost and be unable to force their way through. During the journey, Ji Yun Yu's casual talks also let Li Hao understand the greatest difference between the ancient Holy Clan and other tribes. It was this secret realm. Other tribes lived within the great wilderness heaven, only relying on arrays for protection. Once their dwelling places were discovered by demons, no matter how strong the arrays were, they would eventually be breached by the demons. But the secret realm was different, with all sorts of mysteries. To break through would require a great deal of effort, easily withstanding 1,000,000 demons. Even those in the Tao comprehension realm would need to spend considerable effort to tear apart the secret realm. Only individuals in the saint realm could break it with ease, like the saint who gifted Li Hao with the mark. Finally, after traversing tens of thousands of miles, the two reached the barren seafront. A boundless desolation stretched before them, its end invisible. At a specific location stood a steep and conspicuous lone peak at the edge of the barren sea. There were elders stationed atop it. Ji and Yu went forward to state their intentions, presented the family head's token, and borrowed a divine weapon boat called the Nine Desolates boat. The two boarded the Nine Desolates boat, crossing the barren sea towards another solitary cliff on its other side. There grew the twin flowers that could counteract poison. There wouldn't be any strange creatures in this barren sea, would there? Li Hao stood at the stern, looking at the light waves that occasionally rose from the barren sea, so deep that its bottom was unseen, its waters not dark but tinged with scarlet. Ji and Yu chuckled and responded, "Of course not, even divine weapons would corrode within it. It is rumored that this barren sea is the blood spilled by a demon saint that the ancestor of my Ji family slew when this secret realm first came to be, turning into this vast expanse." The blood of a demon saint? Li Hao was briefly startled, beholding the vast raging waves of the barren sea. If it were a demon saint's blood, how immense must the demon saint have been? Is that really true? It may have been exaggerated over time. After all, the barren sea spans tens of thousands of miles. Even a demon king with 100 yards of monstrous form would be considered mighty. Ji and Yu explained. The twin flowers grew on the solitary cliff on the other side of the barren sea, guarded by a demon king tamed by the Ji family. If the twin flowers were picked and not consumed within half a day, they would rapidly wilt and lose their effectiveness. As Ji and Yu produced the token of the family head, the demon king recognized it and promptly handed over the brightly colored twin flowers to the two of them. Having obtained the twin flowers, the duo didn't linger and immediately turned the Nine Desolates boat around, hurrying towards Chu Tian Dao that floated high above the center of the desolate sea. Meanwhile, as Li Hao and Ji and Yu went in search of the twin flowers, Ji Yunqing came swiftly flying with Li Tiangang. Ji Yunqing conveyed their purpose to the elder on the lone peak and borrowed another small ship of 9 forged divine weapon grade, with which they crossed the desolate sea towards Chu Tian Dao. After traversing tens of thousands of miles across the desolate sea, the towering Chu Tian Dao appeared before the two. 3 chains stretched steeply from 3 different directions in the abyss up to the sky, binding and imprisoning Chu Tian Dao. Without these 3 abyss skylocks, the laws of the saint ancestors on Chu Tian Dao would cause the island to keep rising until it reaches the secret realm's firmament. There, it would face the scorching baptism of the sacred sunlight, and the people above would be burned alive, Ji Yunqing said. Li Tiangang's eyes narrowed at this. This was the Ji family's place for imprisoning criminals. Even such a place had a sense of miraculous beauty. Was this the power of a saint? The other ends of the abyss skylocks extended into the desolate sea, where 3 spike-like peaks were embedded at 3 points in a circular abyss. The thick chains were tightly stretched and embedded onto the sharp peaks, covered in green moss, showing the marks of time. They should have found the twin flowers by now. They're up there. Ji Yunqing said, "Let's head straight up." He jumped onto one of the sharp peaks, waited for Li Tiangang to do the same, then turned around, stowed the Tongtian ship, and took the lead by stepping onto the bridge like chains towards Chu Tian Dao. The chains, thousands of miles long, stretched across the sky with a majestic presence. Upon hearing Ji Yunqing's words, Li Tiangang looked up at the enormous island above, his eyes betraying his excitement. Was he going to see their mother and son soon? His heart surged with emotion, and he quickly followed up. As the two of them stepped onto the abyss skylock, on the other end of the sea, Li Hao and Ji Yu, having picked the twin flowers, were also hurriedly making their way there. "You wait here for me. I'll bring Qingqing down," Ji Yu said to Li Hao, not wanting him to venture into this dangerous forbidden area. Li Hao shook his head. "We've come this far, let's go together." Seeing Li Hao so determined, Ji Yu felt somewhat helpless. She raised her hand, summoning a whip-like chain that wrapped around herself and Li Hao. "Then let's go." Be careful of the barren abyss below. There are special laws here. Even someone in the Tao realm can't fly, and if you fall, you'll lose your life, she admonished. Li Hao nodded, and the two stepped onto the chains, quickly climbing up one after another. With their movement techniques, the steep chains were like an inclined ladder reaching towards heaven, occasionally leaping with great speed. After covering dozens of miles and reaching the chains above the barren abyss, Li Hao felt a unique force enveloping his body, suppressing his internal energy so that he couldn't use it, and even the heaven and earth vein disappeared, being cut off. No wonder it was said one could not cross above the abyss. The suppression of laws up here was even stronger than that of the desolate sea. He looked down, his expression becoming slightly more solemn, and thought of the second trial of the Tan Palace Academy, crossing a 10,000 feet iron chain to train one's courage. The courage of him and Ji Yun Yu was obviously not comparable to that of those in the Power Passage realm, and although their expressions were solemn, it only made them move more cautiously and carefully without any fear. The chains swayed gently, and from time to time, a fierce wind howled above them, but Li Hao and Ji Yun Yu's climbing was exceptionally stable, unaffected by the wind. On Chu Tian Dao above, Ji Qingqing and Nurse Ning came out of the mountains, standing in front of the abyss sky steel, waiting. The two occasionally extended their divine souls to watch intently, and after a long while, Nurse Ning suddenly exclaimed excitedly. There, I see people, on the thick chains, thousands of miles away. There were two tiny dots jumping and climbing. Separated by a great distance, the two of them were unable to see their faces clearly. But at this moment, those who could arrive at the abyss skylock were undoubtedly that young man. Ji Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears, wanting to descend along the abyss skylock to meet him, but the pardon from the family head had not yet arrived, and descending the island privately constituted a jailbreak. After waiting for over a decade, she didn't want to create any new complications. The two of them supported each other, gazing at the two figures climbing. Meanwhile, on the abyss skylock, Li Hao held the observing heaven mirror, and saw at the front of the abyss sky steel, which was used to bind the abyss skylock, stood two figures, one of whom was his mother, Ji Qingqing. She was concentrating on the chain. The excitement and tears in her eyes made his steps quicken even more. Feeling Li Hao accelerate, Ji Yun Yu gave a wry smile. On this abyss skylock where power was restrained and they could only rely on their physical bodies for climbing, Li Hao's movement technique was surprisingly faster than hers. Just as the two of them sped up, suddenly, Li Hao felt a bizarre sensation cross his mind. As if by instinct, he looked down. He saw nothing but pitch-black darkness beneath his feet, devoid of light, but as he stared, suddenly, a crimson light seemed to emerge from the abyss. Li Hao blinked, doubting if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Before he could focus again, suddenly, a terrifying tremor transmitted from the depths of the abyss. With a bang, the entire abyss shook, the cliffs near the barren sea trembled, and the three abyss skylocks shook violently. At the same time, the nearby barren sea seemed to be shaken, and the originally calm sea surface suddenly stirred up surging waves. What? Ji Yun Yu stopped in her tracks, grasping the chain, and looked over in astonishment. She saw a crimson glow emerging from the abyss, growing stronger, and then suddenly, a huge tentacle shot out, wrapping around the abyss skylock they were on. That tentacle, seemingly 1,000 zhang long, when it wrapped around the abyss skylock, the heavy force nearly dragged Chu Tian Dao down. This sudden violent vibration alerted everyone on Chu Tian Dao. Some were in deep slumber, some barely hanging on to life, some deeply engrossed in deriving their cultivation techniques, but now, all were startled by the intense shaking. Chu Tian Dao shook violently like a frail boat. What's going on? Is Chu Tian Dao collapsing? Look quick, the island is falling. On Chu Tian Dao, the dozen criminals were all shocked. Their originally dying, dim eyes suddenly widened. They rushed out of their caves, and gathered at the edge of Chu Tian Dao. When they saw the crimson tentacle entwining and dragging one of the abyss skylocks, all the criminals were stunned. What is that? Demons? Impossible. That size, that aura, heavens, is there really such a demon guarding this abyss? Could it be that someone's jailbreak has enraged this guardian demon? These criminals, having been there for varying lengths of time, had little understanding of Chu Tian Dao, and were all horrified by this unprecedented event. They heard that the abyss was a pit smashed out by the ancestor, bottomless. But now, to have a demon crawl out from inside? A ragged, beggar-like gaunt old man lay on the edge of Chu Tian Dao, watching the crimson tentacle, his eyes showing shock, Then he burst into laughter. Ha ha, has the G family now confined all the prodigies with holy bones here? The G family should be destroyed. He laughed loudly, tears streaming down his aged face. Many criminals recognized this old man, calling him the old madman, a criminal confined here from an ancient era who was always rambling and speaking incoherently, and nobody wished to bother with him. In front of the abyss sky steel, Ji Qingqing and Nurse Ning were almost shaken off Chu Tian Dao by the sudden tremor. They hastily grabbed onto the abyss sky steel to stabilize themselves, but they saw Chu Tian Dao rapidly descending, continuously shaking, the island's own buoyancy pushing it upward while the tentacle pulling on the abyss skylock dragged it down, making the entire island tilt. What is that thing? Ji Qingqing also saw the crimson tentacle on the chain. It was too large, visible even from thousands of miles away. Her face was full of shock. She had never heard of such a terrible demon dwelling in this ancient abyss. Nurse Ning was similarly terrified, her face pale, unknown the cause. At that moment, on another abyss skylock, Li Tiangang and Ji Yanyu were also frightened by this sudden disturbance, nearly failing to hold onto the chain and falling off. When they saw the tentacle entwined around a distant abyss skylock, Ji Yanyu's pupils shrank, and she exclaimed in horror, "What is that thing?" He had never heard of it either, finding it unbelievable. "Is it the monster that guards this place?" Li Tiangang also changed color and hurriedly asked. Ji Yanyu did not answer. Fear appeared in her eyes as she felt the tentacle contained the power of the Grand Tao. The Ji family could not possibly domesticate a demon of such a level. Run, on abyss skylock. Li Hao saw clearly the movement of the tentacles and felt a chill in his heart. He immediately burst forth with all his power, pulling Ji Yanyu forward as they rushed onward. Ji Yanyu also reacted, her face pale. The tentacles had wrapped around the end of the chain. There was no way back, and they could only escape to Chu Tian Dao. She instantly burst forth at full speed, employing the Ji family's movement technique, following Li Hao closely. As the two sprinted at full speed, several more tentacles shot out from the abyss, grabbing all three chains. The three chains were simultaneously pulled downward, causing the bowl-shaped Chu Tian Dao to regain balance but to also plummet rapidly. Within the abyss, a crimson giant shadow, resembling a blood lotus, gradually emerged. Those 1,000-zhang-long tentacles were all extending from the back of the blood lotus. In the center of the blood lotus, there was a huge human face. A stunningly beautiful woman with extremely pale skin, her eyes tightly shut. The woman's red lips were lightly closed, her eyes serenely shut, her expression as if she was in peaceful sleep. But this stunningly beautiful face had 1,000 zhang diameter. As the blood lotus rose, it kept pushing forward, and though its appearance was extremely beautiful, it gave one an eerie feeling. More and more tentacles shot out from behind the blood lotus, entwining around the chains, pulling Chu Tian Dao in the high sky to plummet straight down. "That is," said a prisoner who recognized it as the demon saint, Wen Renji, recorded in the ancestral notes. On Chu Tian Dao, some aged criminals, upon seeing the giant face of the blood lotus, were immediately stunned and lost. Blood lotus, demon face, purple soul-stealing eyes. 1 glance can rob a person's soul, 2 can steal their Dao spirit, 3 cause those who hear Dao to perish. This is the demon saint. A few old criminals felt nearly insane, almost suffocating. On 2 abyss skylocks, both Ji Yanqing and Ji Yanyu recognized this Wen Renji. Their faces contorted with fright, feeling their souls almost leave their bodies. This was the demon saint, an existence comparable to that of the ancestors. Rumors said the ancestors suppressed the demon saints. Wasn't this Wen Renji killed by the ancestor? How could she be here? Hurry, run! Ji Yanyu and Ji Yanqing were both terrified out of their wits. They were both from the Grand Tao of Peace Realm, but in front of this demon saint, they were no different from children. The opponent's light breaths could probably kill them. "This is the demon saint. Run!" Ji Yanyu urgently called out to Li Hao. Li Hao's heart twitched. A demon saint, no wonder he felt that eerie sensation, almost numbing his whole body and rendering him unable to move. The two ran for their lives. Abyss Skylock was continually shaken by the tugging, emitting a sound of metal clashing, but the chains were extremely sturdy and did not break. However, that Blood Lotus's stunningly beautiful woman slightly opened her mouth at that moment, and her perfect red lips continually cracked open, revealing a mouth lined with countless sharp spikes, leading to a pitch-black depths. A powerful suction force surged into her mouth. Li Hao and Ji Yu felt as though countless threads were entangling them, making climbing upwards extremely difficult. Upon seeing this, numerous criminals on Chu Tien Dao scattered in terror. It's going to devour the whole island. Quick, quick, push down the abyss sky steel. I'd rather ascend to heaven than die in its mouth. They say those killed by a demon saint don't even get the chance to reincarnate. The panicked criminals started rushing towards the various abyss sky stels. An old man known as the Mad Elder lay on the ground, laughing loudly. It's useless, useless. This Wen Renji was originally a demon pet under the ancestor, but she attacked when the ancestor ascended, and was suppressed by him. It must be someone who carries the holy bone. The scent of a saint on it stirred her, letting her awaken from the abyss. Ha ha, who would have thought the ancestor would bury such a demon saint here? This entire desolate sea is its graveyard. In the chaos, however, no one heeded his words. About a dozen dispersed, heading towards 3 abyss sky stels. Ji Qingqing, hearing these people's words, her face changed suddenly, and angrily shouted, "Stop, who dares?" She manifested her divine soul, standing in midair, emitting a powerful divine light, blocking those trying to topple the abyss sky stels. The abyss sky lock could not be cut, but the abyss sky stels, buried on Chu Tien Dao, could be moved. Thus, even if Chu Tien Dao ascended and was scorched by the scorching sun holy fire, there was still a slight chance of reincarnation. "Get out of the way, don't block us," someone roared, trying to charge at Ji Qingqing. But Ji Qingqing's body glowed with divine light from the treasured clothes, and a frost-like long sword fell into her hands. She swung her sword. With a loud bang, the sword chi burst forth like a rainbow, splitting the man in half, spilling a vast amount of blood, sending him retreating. She had been a prodigy of the Ji family in her youth, though not the top-notch type. However, having reached her years of cultivation had brought her to the ultimate study realm before being imprisoned. Additionally, having only been on Chu Tien Dao for less than 2 years, her physical strength was nearly unspent. Now, her angered attack burst forth with immense power. The other criminals, seeing Ji Qingqing's manifested divine might, all changed their expressions and angrily said, "Do you really want us all to die? Exactly, if you want to die, don't drag us to accompany you in death. We still hope to be reincarnated." The criminals shouted angrily. However, Ji Qingqing ignored them. Her divine soul soared above the island, seeing criminals scattering towards the other 2 abyss sky stels. Her eyes brimming with murderous intent, she wielded the divine sword to slash, driving those people back. "As long as I'm here, no one can touch them." Ji Qingqing stood against the abyss sky steel, her body clothed in divine flame as if a descending goddess, angrily proclaimed. You are utterly unreasonable." Many criminals were intimidated and blocked by her, both shocked and furious. "This can't go on, we'll all die." Someone stepped forward and said angrily, confronted with this life and death situation, they wanted to fight Ji Qingqing to the death. Ji Qingqing's face was icy cold, but she also knew that stopping them wouldn't solve any problems. She said, "If you want to live, then help me bring them up." "Bring them up? That's suicide. They're definitely beyond saving, too far away," someone protested angrily. "If they die, then we'll all die together." Ji Qingqing didn't give an inch and could only force them. If it were just her here, she would have already charged down recklessly to assist, but once she left, Nurse Ning, relying only on her Dao heart realm, couldn't possibly intimidate these people. Once the abyss sky steel was pushed aside, they would all die. "Don't you want to live yourself?" Someone couldn't restrain themselves and roared, "At least we could survive on our own, why should we sacrifice everyone? Either bring them up, or we all die together." Ji Qingqing's eyes were icy. She didn't engage in arguments. Any further dispute was just a waste of time. She merely presented the choices. Everyone was furious, but no one acted. The chains swayed too violently, and they all dared not step onto them. During their brief exchange, suddenly below came another severe shock. Chu Tien Dao was pulled askew again. Deep in the abyss, tendrils reached for the chain nearest to Li Hao. One tendril grabbed the chain, and 2 more struck out directly at Li Hao and another. Li Hao's face changed dramatically. He roared lowly, erupted into divine power state, and climbed with all his speed. But the pulling force from the demon saint's mouth, like a black hole, could easily uproot mountains and suck them in. Were it not for Li Hao's strong power, he would have been swallowed already. "Go!" Li Hao roared angrily, dragging Ji Yu and sprinting forward. Yet, thousands of miles remained to Chu Tien Dao. Under normal circumstances, they would arrive within minutes, but now it felt as hopelessly distant as climbing to the heavens. "Child, don't worry about me anymore, you go on ahead." Ji Yun-yu suddenly loosened her grip on Li Hao's hand. Holding tightly onto a ring of the abyss skylock, she shouted to Li Hao. "Don't look back, keep moving forward. If we hold on, Third Ancestor will definitely sense the commotion here and come to help." Li Hao felt a looseness in his hand and was momentarily stunned. He turned back to see the formerly always kind elderly woman, her face determined and encouraging. His heart felt like it had been struck. Emotions surged in an instant, but he suppressed them. He knew looking back would completely let her down. Li Hao clenched his teeth tight and climbed forward at double speed. Rustle, suddenly, a violent rattling sound of the chains arose. The blood lotus, which seemed to be bursting from the abyss, suddenly paused momentarily, pulled back down, revealing chains behind it, all exceedingly thick and similar to the abyss skylock. These chains bound it, preventing it from escaping the abyss. The blood lotus appeared infuriated, its numerous vast tendrils striking the chains, sweeping toward Li Hao. Li Hao hastily climbed to the other side of the chains, hiding in the crevices of the rings, employing the supreme skill to enhance his evasion. Although unsure of its effectiveness, there were no other options in that instant. The foul-smelling tendrils whooshed past, grazing Li Hao's body but causing no harm. He exhaled in relief and continued climbing along the chain. Upon Chu Tien Dao, the people watching the increasingly severe pulling down of the island couldn't contain themselves anymore. Someone roared. "Together, climb up. Even if we die, it's better than dying at the hands of the demon saint. Go, overthrow the abyss skysteel." A dozen people burst forth with their remaining energy and charged at Ji Qingqing. Ji Qingqing's complexion drastically changed. She hadn't yet thought of a solution as these people had lost their patience, and in this life or death moment, she didn't have much opportunity to devise a strategy. "Unless I die, no one will overturn this steel," Ji Qingqing shouted furiously. Her divine soul exploded forth. She wielded sword control to strike. On the wobbling island, pulled by the chains, a great battle erupted. Ji Qingqing engaged them in combat, utilizing her ultimate skills without sparing her energy, consecutively striking down 2 and then sending another 7 flying. Her divine flame draped on her clouds like a tire. She stood like a commanding female general, and astonishingly successfully defended the abyss skysteel. Below was the demon saint approaching, above were those climbing the chains to escape, and on the island was a battle involving a dozen people. "No one shall come close." Ji Qingqing's breath grew weaker, but she had yet to use her unwithering strength. She retreated to in front of the abyss skysteel, her eyes cold as frost as she watched the rest. A bunch of foolish children. At that moment, an old madman lying in the distance burst into laughter. "All could have lived. You insist on seeking death. Have you not yet realized the abnormality of this demon saint? It was long stripped of consciousness by the saint ancestor. What's trapped here now is merely its shell. Otherwise, if it really struck, there would be no room for your strife. You'd all be dead already." While the crowd paused to catch their breath, they found his laughter grating, but his words chilled them. Indeed, though the demon saint was pulling on the chains, if it truly struck, they would all perish in an instant. "It's dead?" someone tremblingly asked, voicing a question they themselves found absurd. But the existence of a saint realm was beyond their understanding. Many looked to the old madman. They all knew he had lived a long time, a figure from the era of the third ancestor. Seeing everyone looking his way, the mad old man burst out laughing instead of speaking further, his face full of teasing amusement, as if he was completely indifferent to the shaking of Chu Tien Dao, which was about to be swallowed by the demon saint at any moment. When the crowd saw him with this demeanor, they all felt angry, but his words reminded them. Some people noticed that the demon saint was covered in chains and unable to break free from the abyss. "I have an idea," suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. Those who could become criminals already possessed wisdom not inferior to ordinary people. Their only mistake was choosing the wrong path. "We don't need to overthrow all 3 abyss skysteels, just 2 will suffice. That way, relying on the buoyancy laws of Chu Tien Dao itself, the abyss skylock will become straight. The demon saint's body isn't long enough. At most only 1 or 2 tentacles could reach us. It might not be able to pull us down," the person said excitedly. The crowd ran to the edge of the island, looking at that terrifying yet gorgeous face and the enchanting blood lotus. Indeed, the other party stopped rising, held back by the chains, struggling continuously, but the chains that bound its flesh seemed to also fix it at the very center of the abyss. causing its body to have to stretch outward desperately to even touch the rocky walls at the edge of the abyss. If only one abyss skylock were pulling Chu Tiandao, it would be in a straight position. Chu Tiandao would deviate from the center of the abyss, appearing outside the abyss, aligned vertically with the other end of the chains, like stakes at the abyssal heaven peak. Then, the parts of the demon saint's flesh that could touch the chain would be even fewer, possibly unable to pull down Chu Tiandao. This way, they might have a way to survive. The others caught on to the person's plan, their eyes lighting up instantly. Indeed, it was a good approach. If this plan still didn't work, they would have no choice but to abandon the last abyss skylock and let Chu Tiandao ascend, to endure the scorching of the scorching sun holy fire. Ji Qingqing was startled. Hearing this also eased her mind. Pushing over the other two abyss sky stells was indeed a method. Now, you have no reason to stop us anymore. Someone looked at Ji Qingqing, worried she might go crazy again and genuinely want to perish with them. You guys go. Ji Qingqing said. Seeing her approval, everyone else also relaxed and quickly dispersed, running toward the other two abyss sky stells on the island. Standing beside her, Nurse Ning turned her head, but suddenly noticed on another chain, two figures were rapidly climbing. What's that? With her divine soul manifesting behind her, her vision enhanced, she immediately saw people on that abyss skylock. Hearing her words, Ji Qingqing, too, concentrated her divine soul to look, and that glance made her pupils contract, dumbstruck. On that chain, approximately 300 li away from the island, two figures were struggling to climb upward. They were very close to the island, having climbed the majority of the several thousand li of the abyss skylock, with only the last tenth of the journey remaining. The suction seemed not so strong, though their climbing was slow. In another 4 or 5 minutes, they could reach Chu Tiandao. But the faces of those two people, Ji Qingqing recognized them all. When she saw clearly, her mind seemed to thunder, as if something had burst open, leaving a brief blank in her mind. Li Tiangang, her husband, Ji Yunqing, his uncle. Ji Qingqing felt as if she had been struck by lightning, somewhat dazed. But in just a second, she snapped back to reality. Her divine soul surged upward, rushing towards the heavenly steel by the chain. Halt! A sword light howled, slashing down in front of the four people about to touch the abyss sky steel. Seeing Ji Qingqing go back on her word, all four of them were furiously enraged. Are you crazy? Wait for them to come up. Ji Qingqing's divine soul shakily spoke. Her divine soul quickly descended, guarding in front of the abyss sky steel, with her sword blocking and her back as a fortress. Several people raged, saying, keeping two abyss skylocks is no use. The demon saint will still pull us down. Give them some time. Ji Qingqing ground her teeth and said. Her physical self looked towards the two figures painfully and arduously climbing up the chain, tears streaming from her eyes. She never expected Li Tiangang to be here too. Earlier, when Nurse Ning mentioned Li Hao came alone, she was surprised. Knowing Li Tiangang's strong sense of responsibility, how could he let his son come alone? She thought there was some hidden reason, but now she realized he had also come. It was just that Nurse Ning's information was outdated. You guys, why are you all so foolish? Tears streamed down Ji Qingqing's face. She herself had cautioned him, never to enter the Ji family before breaking through the Four Stands realm. But now, she could tell at a glance, Li Tiangang's cultivation still remained in the defying fate realm. No doubt, he had come to the Ji family with a determination to die. Just like back then, when he shielded her behind him, confronting the entire hall. A general who abided by rules, for her, broke his own compliance for the first time, breaking the laws he followed. That was also why she decided to marry him, determined to stay by his side for life. Boom! Suddenly, Chu Tiandao violently shook. Abyss sky steel was uprooted, overturned, and fell from Chu Tiandao. Falling alongside it was the unbreakable abyss skylock, under the pull of two tentacles, dropping into the abyss, crashing onto the demon saint's blood lotus. With one abyss skylock's pull gone, the island immediately tilted, and the blood lotus, as if enraged, suddenly erupted, pulling the several thousand li long abyss skylock, causing the entire island to rapidly plummet downwards. Not good. Everyone on the island felt a sensation of weightlessness as if their feet had left the ground. All turned pale with horror, except for the mad old man. On the chains, Li Tiangang and Ji Yunqing, who were desperately climbing, felt the lock plummeting rapidly and were also panicked. They burst forth with all their strength, frantically climbing upward. Their eyes were fixed only on the island, thousands of miles away, as well as the great steel wrapped by that chain. Although distant, their extraordinary vision allowed them to see clearly the scene in front of that great steel. Is that, Ching? Suddenly, Li Tiangang saw that divine soul in front of the steel and paused for a moment, then became astonished. Though it was just a silhouette, he could never confuse it. It was his wife whom he longed for day and night. At the moment, his wife seemed to be confronting someone, guarding at the entwined chain above the steel. He immediately realized that she was guarding this lifeline for him. Ching! Li Tiangang roared, climbing upwards with all his might. On the other end, Li Hao's body shone with golden red, and despite the astonishing suction power from the mouth of the Demon King, his movement technique was extremely swift. The journey, originally over 1,000 miles, had in the blink of an eye, been reduced to just 200 or 300. Almost there. Li Hao's eyes blazed golden red. Affected by the abyssal laws on this abyss skylock, his strength could not radiate outward, and naturally, he could not utilize his divine soul, but with his divine power and physical eyes, he could see clearly the situation hundreds of miles away. There at the end of the winding chains, the silhouette of a woman stood guard, her body enveloped with divine flame, a picture of valor and vigor. Li Hao recognized her at a glance. It was indeed his mother. His heart trembled, and the words he had heard in infancy echoed in his mind. No matter what happens in the future, your mother will stand in front of you, never letting anyone harm you. That promise from 15 years ago, she seemed to have kept. With her slender body, she stood at the end of the chain. Li Hao's eyes were slightly reddened. He let out a low growl, bursting forth with power once again and accelerated some more, rushing at full speed. But just then, the chain behind him jerked fiercely, pulling him down harshly. The demon saint seemed to have gone mad, erupting with extremely terrifying strength. The speed at which the chain was yanked increased significantly. Li Hao felt as if he was pluming into an abyss, but in the brief moment of his stupor, he once again roared and charged out. The heaven and earth traceless skill, combined with the amplification of many legacy attributes, rushed towards the end of the chains at full speed. The demon saint's tendrils swept and chased from behind, with Li Hao racing against the Grim Reaper. Whilst atop Chu Tian Dao, everyone witnessing this rapid descent was consumed by panic and despair. Quick, if we don't topple the abyss skysteel now, it'll be too late. There's no time left. The rest cared for nothing else and furiously rushed at Ji Qingqing. Just wait, give them a little more time, Ji Qingqing pleaded urgently, but seeing that everyone else was heedless and rushing towards her, she had to burst forth with her divine soul and fight with all her might. Don't force me to burn out my divine soul and use the Dao domain. One of the elders said angrily. His body exuded an extraordinary aura. He was a master of the grand Dao of Peace Realm. Now, by igniting a bit of his divine soul, he released a powerful presence. He had been imprisoned here for so long that his power had long been depleted, which was why he had kept a low profile. Moreover, originally charged with the grave crime of colluding with demons to assassinate clan members and steal treasures, he preserved his life solely based on his ancestors' glory. His descendants had also been banned from visiting him, leaving him nearly drained of power over the years, with only the strength of the physical body remaining. Ji Qingqing saw the elder's enraged face and her complexion changed dramatically. If the other party really burned his divine soul, even if he could only unleash a momentary power of the Dao realm, she would not be able to match him. Wait, just give them a little more time, Ji Qingqing pleaded earnestly. Among them is the Ji family Dao seed, our hope for the Ji family. I don't care about any Dao seed. Whoever wants to deny me my life, must die. That's right, we're all held here already. What do we care about the Ji family's honor or disgrace? It must be the Dao seed that brought the demon saint upon us. The crowd shouted angrily. Ji Qingqing's face turned pale, watching the elder's Dao domain aura grow more vigorous. She could only bow and plead. Please, elders, just give them a little more time, I'm kneeling to you. Saying this, she knelt to the ground, knocking her forehead on the soil with a resounding thump. You acknowledge we're your elders, yet you want to drag us to death with you? What use is kneeling? I don't want to die, move aside. The crowd was furious. None accepted Ji Qingqing's plea. They only wished to save themselves, at least to fight for a chance of rebirth. Step aside, or else we all die together, and you won't save anyone. The elder's face was sullen. His divine soul was burning. If he really used the Dao realm, he would also perish here. Taking a stride, he said. If you can't bear to lose this one, then we'll go topple that one. Choose one, now. Amidst his roaring voice, the chains trembled, Chu Tiandao shook violently, and the fall became even more rapid. Ji Qingqing looked at the elder's wrathful face, and her heart seemed to twitch with tearing pain. How could she not know that if there was any further delay, everyone might die? But how to choose? On one side was her husband, and on the other, her own son. Fine, I choose. She stood up, her movements sluggish, trying to buy them just a little more time. The elder, seemingly noticing her intentions, shouted angrily, choose fast. Hurry, there's no time left. The others were equally agitated, pressing forward. Ji Qingqing's face was void of color, feeling as if heavy hammers were pounding against her chest. Her blood seemed to freeze. She turned around and saw on the abyss skylock a figure clad in golden red rushing towards her rapidly. The distance was less than 100 miles now. With her own eyes, she could see the young man's face. After 15 years of separation, the gazes of mother and son met at this moment, clearly recognizing each other. Ji Qingqing looked at the handsome youth. Was this truly the son she had given birth to? She felt a bit dazed. It had been so many years. Had the child from the swaddles really grown this much? In a divine power state, no wonder he had become the pride of the Ji family. Large tears flowed from her eyes as she covered her mouth, her heart tearing apart like being cut by knives. It's too late, push it away. The others, seeing Chu Tiandao being pulled and falling askew, were all shouting in alarm and anger. They all surged forward, pushing towards the abyss sky steel. But this time, Ji Qingqing just covered her mouth and took no action. Li Hao, who was desperately climbing upward, saw this scene and was stunned. Why not stop them? His thoughts seemed to pause for a moment, but in the next instant, he suddenly came to his senses, and in a panic, rapidly summoned the merit treasure vault. A golden light swiftly emerged from the gold paper in his palm, and Li Hao quickly chose to exchange for an opportunity to defy fate. Soon, 10,000 points of merit decreased. He felt a strange power surge into his body, tried releasing it, and this power also flowed out of his body. It was an extremely peculiar sensation, neither like chi force nor like immortal power, but some indescribable feeling. When that life-defying power was lost, Li Hao hurriedly looked towards the being pushed abyss skysteel. Yet he saw the group still pushing, and the abyss skysteel had been pulled out without any accident occurring. That woman was still kneeling, without taking any action. He suddenly thought of an issue, and instantly felt a chilling realization from head to toe. Ji Yunjie had mentioned that in the Tao comprehension realm, one could obscure the heavens, preventing those in the defying fate realm from exerting a chance to defy fate, and in this abyss's special laws, even the Tao domain couldn't be applied, so that defying power probably was also shielded. That is to say, defying fate was ineffective. Bang! The abyss sky steel was finally pulled out and was thrust down flying. The chain under Li Hao's feet, suddenly going from taut straightness to slack. He stretched his hand upward with all his might, but the entire chain had lost its supportive strength, falling along with the abyss sky steel. He raised his palm high, the blood-red twin flowers in it radiant and vivid, but never had the chance again to make it to that island. Li Hao stared blankly at the falling abyss sky steel, seeing that woman suddenly rise and rush towards another direction. Following her running path, he saw on the other side of Chu Tiandao, about 10 miles from the island, two figures were climbing upward. One he recognized. The other he recognized too. Was it him? Li Hao was stunned. Suddenly, it was as if everything came clear to him. Just like 15 years ago, when the Imperial Command entered the Divine General Mansion, that woman had released the 100-day-old baby from the swaddles, donned her armor, and joined her husband, heading to a battlefield tens of thousands of miles away. Now, 15 years later, she had made the same choice. The colossal abyss sky steel smashed down directly upon him, striking his face, his nose, his body, and blood violently sprayed. His entire body was heavily smashed downwards, the twin flowers in his hand loosened, petals shaken off like broken butterfly wings, slowly drifting in the air. With the fall of the abyss sky steel, Li Hao seemed to lose all strength, his body being pulled downwards, dropping directly into the mouth of the demon saint. He made a desperate run past the demon saint's tentacles but couldn't dodge the massive steel smashing down from above. The tentacles that had grabbed the chains, now all swung towards him. And with the loss of the abyss skylock's restraint, Chu Tiandao, like a bird spreading its wings, immediately soared, its inherent rising laws pulling along the remaining abyss skylock, quickly shifting from a steep 70 degrees to a vertical 90 degrees. Bang! The thick chain and abyss sky steel, carrying Li Hao's body, fell into the abyss. On Chu Tian Dao, after overturning the second abyss sky steel, everyone rushed towards the last abyss sky steel. If we still can't stop it, then we'll have to topple this final steel too. Someone said in despair. They would rather be burned to ashes by the scorching sun holy fire and disappear into the Mo River than be completely obliterated by the demon saint. Ji Qingqing's body trembled when she heard their words, and she quickly stood up and rushed towards the last abyss sky steel. She would protect this final steel with her life. As she ran, she glanced at the abyss outside the island and saw the gigantic abyss sky steel that had plummeted down, covering the figure. Tears poured out of her eyes, and by the time she saw the small red flower floating in the air, her heart felt as though it was being torn apart, a drilling pain. She covered her mouth to hold back her grief and continued to rush towards the last abyss sky steel. The divine soul guarding this steel fused with her, drawing a sword to block in front of the steel. Everyone looked at her angrily, but there was no dispute for the moment, as beneath their feet, Chu Tian Dao suddenly soared upward, as if shedding a heavy burden. Like a joyous bird taking flight, the swaying speed was so fast that it almost threw the islanders off. When the other two abyss skylocks were lost, the remaining abyss skylock pulled the island upright. Everyone on the island was shocked and quickly searched for nearby rocks to cling to avoid slipping down. And the original rocks on the island, along with the now completely tilted island, all tumbled and rolled down. The loosened rocks fell in large chunks, hitting the chains and falling into the abyss. Li Tiangang and Ji Yunqing, who were desperately climbing, saw the boulders rolling down from above and hurriedly hid in the crevices of the chains to avoid being dragged down. When the rockfall had almost finished, the people looked and saw that the tentacles of the demon saint had all retracted, wrapping around the abyss skylock that they had previously thrown off. Excellent. That demon saint is actually targeting him. It looks like the old lunatic was right. This deceased Wen Renji is instinctively tracking the saint's aura. She said that he is a Dao seed. He must have the innate holy bone. Holy bone, we of the Ji family also rarely see such. It's a pity. Pity? Weren't you the one who pushed the hardest just now? Now you've changed your tune. Didn't you push too? I just helped a little bit. All right, we're not completely safe yet. Are you already trying to pass the blame, so afraid of being held accountable? After all, it's all that Wen Renji's fault. Speaking of which, is that Dao seed also a criminal? How did he come to be imprisoned here? What are you thinking? Even if a Dao seed makes a mistake, someone else would take the blame for him. I think he's not here because of a mistake. He must have come for someone, probably to pick up someone, right? People clung to various rocks arguing, their gazes turning towards Ji Qingqing. Undoubtedly, the one the Dao seed was here to fetch was most likely her. Previously, when Ji Qingqing was exiled here, it was said her crime was marrying a foreigner. Now, could it be that the Dao seed is her son? These criminals, old and cunning, immediately guessed the situation, but they couldn't help but wonder with astonishment. Could it be that the Dao seed was of mixed blood? Could a half-breed become a Dao seed? Since when did the Ji family become so disgraceful? It seems they truly can't do without them. Enough talk, hurry up, keep this abyss sky steel from falling. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The abyss sky steel wobbled slightly. Originally, the chains of the three stels were pulling tight and secure, but now with only one left, it began to loosen. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, and they quickly scrambled towards the abyss sky steel, trying to press it back into the island. Ji Qingqing was originally worried they would topple this abyss sky steel too, but seeing that the Wen Renji wasn't attacking and that they were frantically guarding the steel, she couldn't help but find it ironic. Yet such a sight also quietly relieved her. She turned back to look towards the chains and saw Li Tiangang thousands of meters away. Husband and wife locked eyes, and Li Tiangang called out excitedly, "Qingqing." Ji Qingqing's heart flooded with sadness as she climbed towards the front end of the chain, saying, "Tiangong." After the chain stood upright, leaving the abyss, the suction from the demon saint's mouth weakened. Li Tiangang's face brightened with surprise and excitement, and he sped up his climb to the top of the chain, embracing Ji Qingqing tightly in his arms. He gave her a deep, tight hug, then quickly looked around and urgently asked, "Where is Hao-er?" Hao-er, he fell into the abyss. Ji Qingqing's eyes reddened, her voice breaking into sobs. What? Li Tiangang thought the wind might be too loud, he hadn't heard clearly. But Ji Qingqing was crying too hard to speak. Li Tiangang finally reacted. his body shaking as he felt the blood in his veins suddenly ignite to the extreme, then just as violently turn ice cold to his very feet. His head buzzed, blanking out, as if he couldn't even hear his wife's crying anymore. Fell into the abyss? Li Tiangang's neck stiffened, and with difficulty, he turned his head to look at the other end of the chain, where the twisting body of the demon saint was, and the bottomless abyss. How could this be? At this moment, Li Tiangang's brain seemed to jam, and he was stupefied. The child was dead? Dead? His mind buzzed and vibrated, in disbelief and unable to accept it. Before coming here, he had already decided that no matter how that child treated him, he would endure it, even if it meant apologizing, bowing down, or even something more excessive. Even if he had to bow, he was determined to bring the other back. He wanted to make up to that child for his neglect. He didn't want to let his father die with his eyes unshut. Although he had many conflicts with that child before and disapproved of many of his actions and behaviors, though disappointed, he had always treated him as his own child, hoping he would become better. But now, he was dead. Li Tiangang's mind seemed numbed, and after a long while, hot tears finally seeped from his eyes. He thought of those moments in the courtyard. The child drawing in the yard, smiling happily. The child chatting lively with his second uncle. The child lying leisurely on the rocking chair. Time and again, he had watched all this with a frown. But now, he could never see it again, not even the child's playful figure. This is fake, it has to be fake, right, Ching Ching? Li Tiangang's voice carried a raspy and trembling tone. Having witnessed the life and death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers in northern Yan, seeing Li Fu and Yu Zhan die before his eyes, his heart ached to the extreme, but he never shed tears. His father had once said, "A man only bleeds on the battlefield, not cry." But now, he had shed tears. Ji Qingqing could only sob, unable to respond to his words. The "how are you" mentioned. By now, Ji Yunqing next to him had come to his senses, his pupils dilating, trembling as if in an earthquake, shockingly said, "Could it be Le Ping?" Hearing this name, Ji Qingqing's sorrow intensified. "Le Ping is the name I gave him, Tiangong. Did you tell him? It's my fault, I led him to his death." Ji Yunqing froze, somewhat dazed. The child fell into the abyss. He couldn't believe what he had heard, but the child had become famous throughout the Ji family in the Pride of Heaven battle, defeating all the heavenly talents, fighting holy bones with his own flesh and blood, breaking the Tao domain to forge an invincible myth, and yet, he died here. A rising star, not yet at his brightest moment, had rapidly fallen? How could this happen? The chains, this. Ji Yunqing looked up and immediately saw the tilting state of Chu Tian Dao, his pupils contracted, and he instantly realized what had happened. He felt a rush of blood to his face, grief welling up inside him. Why not overturn our abyss sky steel? Why must it be that child's? Why? His angry roar echoed to the island, and those who had pushed the steel earlier all changed their expressions. If they could choose again, they might consider pushing over this steel first, but the situation had been too urgent at the time to consider much. "I would rather we fell, not that child, he was so young, so young." Ji Yunqing mournfully roared. That was the most outstanding pride of the Ji family over 1,000 years, defeated the Tao domain with the 3 immortalities, broke legends, even earned the favor of a saint, and yet, he had fallen. He couldn't accept that the light of hope for the Ji family's future had been extinguished. "You should die, all of you should die." Ji Yunqing's eyes filled with bloodshot, his sorrow transforming into an overwhelming killing intent, glaring furiously at everyone on the island. Everyone changed color, including an ancient figure from the Tao domain whose expression was particularly grim. Ji Yunqing was of the Grand Tao of Peace Realm, and even if he burnt his divine soul, he would not be his match, especially in such poor condition. When Li Tiangang heard Ji Yunqing's angry roar, he trembled and realized the reason. Looking at the remaining chain hanging vertical to the sky, he felt his heart tremble, an indescribable impulse, even a desire to vomit blood. Was this to say he had indirectly caused Li Hao's death? If he hadn't come, they wouldn't have been on this chain, and the 2 overturned chains would not have involved Li Hao's. Realizing this, his head again roared like burning his moral principles. Had he sent Li Hao to his death? But he had clearly just come to apologize. Why did it end up like this? Li Tiangang's eyes became empty, and he was speechless. In the abyss. When Li Hao was struck down by the abyss sky steel, the force of the rapidly descending steel caused pain in his flesh. Falling close to the abyss, nearing the demon saint, Li Hao finally struggled to push the abyss sky steel off him, wiped the blood from his face, and then rapidly climbed to the other side of the steel, activating the saint's mark within him. At this moment, only this saint's mark could help him escape. As his consciousness touched it, silver brilliance blossomed from the mark but then receded, returning to its original state. Li Hao's expression changed drastically. Touched it again, the silver light blossomed once more, only to revert as before. Was it blocked by this demon? Li Hao felt a mix of shock and rage, touching it repeatedly, but to no avail. Darkness and a foul smell surrounded him from all sides. 7 or 8 tentacles that had previously entwined the chains now slapped towards him at this moment. Li Hao's eyes revealed despair. Was he really going to die here? Looking at the unreachable sky, he suddenly realized that no one cared about his life or death. The despair in his eyes turned to anger, becoming a boundless blaze, issuing a thunderous roar, but under the suppression of the demon saint's laws, his voice couldn't spread, like a silent scream. He angrily swung his fists, recklessly smashing at the tentacles. With a bang, a tentacle knocked the abyss sky steel along with the chains away. Another tentacle, however, came howling towards Li Hao, its force already seeming to crush every bone in his body. And the young man, filled with despair, roared madly as he threw his punches. As they collided, a tentacle fell, smacking Li Hao into the giant, split maw of a blood lotus. Li Hao had, in an instant, swung hundreds of fists, striking the tentacles of the demon saint. His body seemed shattered, his flesh torn by the resonating force of the tentacles that exceeded his tolerance. Had not his body been nearly as tough as a 9-fold divine weapon and he not been in a divine power state, just the sweeping of the tentacles would have disintegrated him instantly. Inside the huge maw, which seemed like a bottomless abyss, Li Hao had fallen for a long while before crashing into a dark, sticky place with no visible end. His entire body's flesh burst open, with only tendons wrapped around his bones like a skeletal corpse awaiting death, lying in this abyss. The giant mouth closed, taking the last sliver of light and sealing it away. But just a few seconds later, suddenly, Li Hao felt that his body was still rapidly falling. No, to be precise, it was the body of the demon saint that was plummeting. He felt a sensation of weightlessness as if his body was floating up, but soon, the descent ended, and he crashed heavily into the sticky mass. Then, shaking noises seemed to come from all around him, followed by large drops of liquid falling. Had he fallen to the bottom of the abyss? Li Hao thought, now devoid of anger, left only with an indescribable calm. More and more fluid surged in, landing on his battered body. Li Hao felt his flesh burning, stinging intensely. Was this how he was to be digested? A slight twist formed on Li Hao's mouth as he stared into the pitch dark where not even his hand could be seen, and suddenly felt the absurdity of his journey to this world, as if it was an unnecessary venture. Was he here just to suffer? Regrettably, he had not yet said goodbye to Elder Feng. Qianqin's swordsmanship hadn't been properly taught either. Yuan Zhao, that boy, without his parents and without Li Hao's presence, wouldn't he be bullied by others? Thoughts fluttered through his mind, but the burning pain across his body grew more intense. Abruptly, it seemed a large piece of soft flesh fell from above, accompanied by liquid splashing onto his body. Then, the surroundings violently shook, like the sky collapsing, with large chunks of soft flesh and hard bones raining down on him. A large volume of foul-smelling liquid splashed around, resembling blood, enveloping Li Hao. Li Hao was submerged in the blood, nearly choked. The blood carried fierce corrosive power. Li Hao felt as if he was in boiling water, endless burning and pain tearing through him. His flesh was ripped away, but his skeleton resisted and protected his consciousness and divine soul. In this torture like excruciating pain, Li Hao looked around and shockingly discovered that the demon saint that had swallowed him seemed to have died. The petals of the towering blood lotus fell powerlessly, breaking off and slamming into the blood sea to create waves hundreds of feet high. The waves, like surging tides, overwhelmed him again and pushed him to the bottom of the blood lake. Li Hao desperately swam upwards. As soon as he emerged, he saw other demon saints' rotting limbs falling, no longer having their prior softness and destructive force. Li Hao drifted in the blood tide, his bones also eroded by the blood. The demon saint was dead? Li Hao looked at the collapsing giant body of the demon saint in disbelief. Suddenly, a flash crossed his mind, and he widened his eyes. Could it be that the desperate punches he had thrown at the tentacles inadvertently triggered a 1% lethal property? Li Hao was shocked by this thought. The demon saint had been killed by him? He was bewildered, but at this point, he couldn't care about the reason. His heart, previously dark and hopeless, now surged with a potent desire for survival. He struggled in the blood sea, trying to rise, but even though the body of the demon saint was disintegrating, the power of laws still lingered, preventing him from mobilizing his chi force, so he couldn't unleash his power. He could only rely on his physical body to swim in the blood lake. However, the fresh blood of the demon saint seemed to carry a strong corrosive power. More and more of his flesh fell off, and places where his bones were exposed were also scorched and worn away. His body, comparable to a nine-fold divine weapon, was nearly dissolving. In the tumultuous blood lake, Li Hao's clothes had dissolved entirely, leaving him naked. The heaven and earth space within the Chang'an jade belt was exposed at a corner, like a breach allowing the bloody water to ripple inside. What place is this? The crimson bloodvine demon king extended a blood-colored tendril, shocked as it probed the outside situation. Getting splashed by blood waves, it immediately let out a pained shriek. It hurts, it seems my power has been sealed, I can't fly up. The crimson bloodvine demon tried to fly out of the heaven and earth space but was panic-stricken to discover it couldn't mobilize its internal energy. Seeing Li Hao, with his arm raised high above the lake, the arm already tattered, exposing muscles and bones, the demon king paused, as if it had a realization. Are we going to die? It asked softly, with a trembling voice. Li Hao, hearing its words, hadn't expected that a demon would be his companion at his life's end. He felt a pang in his heart and looked around, but it was pitch black, the rock walls nowhere to be seen. The falling flesh plunged into the lake, agitating the water, pushing his body around on the surface, with no sense of the distance to the rock walls. I'll try to see if I can find the rock wall, Li Hao said, kicking hard and swinging his arm, swimming straight in one direction. But along the way, large chunks of flesh fell, and the waves they raised pushed him back where he had started. The demon saint's body, apparently only held together by a force, now that it was gone, disintegrated into rotting meat, collapsing and dissolving, submerging in the stench of the blood lake. Be careful, cried the crimson bloodvine demon king urgently. Li Hao saw a chunk of falling flesh hurtling down towards him and swam fast to the side, but his shoulder was still grazed, plunging his body deep into the blood lake. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed him. Li Hao clutched the Chang'an jade belt, desperately swimming towards the surface. When he surfaced, most of his flesh had been dislodged and corroded away, leaving but a few strands of flesh clinging to white bones, a terrifying sight. Li Hao raised his bony arm, seeing the Chang'an jade belt held by 5 skeletal fingers, with gaps far too large to stem the flood of blood, the belt thoroughly drenched and severely corroded. I didn't expect to bring you to such a deadly place. Li Hao slowly calmed down as he faced impending death, looking up at the far-off sky, the massive Chu Tian Dao, now small as a sesame seed in his vision, occupying a minuscule portion of his sight. He gazed blankly at the empty sky of the secret realm, where even clouds were absent, speaking to himself. The world outside, there's beauty in it too, pity you will never get the chance to see it. Ouch. It hurts so much. The crimson bloodvine demon king's tendrils again crept out from the Chang'an jade belt's space. Despite its cries of pain, it wrapped around Li Hao's arm. You eat me, we're going to die anyway. If you eat me, you might last a bit longer. Li Hao was momentarily shocked. You want me to eat you? Don't you want to? You were worried I'd panic and self-destruct, right? The crimson bloodvine demon king's tendrils crept onto Li Hao's skull and cheekbones, like a pair of gentle hands, tenderly and carefully cradling Li Hao's skeletal face. At this point, we're both going to die. If it's my fate to be consumed, I choose it to be by you. Why? The demon king did not reply, but instead, its tendrils bloomed with blood light, voluntarily pouring into Li Hao's skull. Because we made a pinky promise before. I won't abandon you, so if I die before you, it's you who have left me behind, not breaking my promise. It murmured softly, its voice fading, its body emerging from the Chang'an jade belt's space, transforming into a serpent-like beacon of blood light, drilling into Li Hao's head. Li Hao was not the one eating. Instead, the demon king was willingly sacrificing itself into Li Hao's body as a blood meal. When it had seen the youth's corroded body, yet still holding the Chang'an jade belt high, it knew it had chosen the right person. Li Hao was stunned, floating listlessly on the blood lake. He had promised it before, to lead it out of the wasteland, biting it once a day as interest. Back then, it had treasured its body, guarding it jealously. Now, before the youth could fulfill his promise, the demon had offered everything to him. It was just a demon Li Hao had never taken to heart. Li Hao thought of the tendril that had quietly bound around his pinky, his eyes suddenly reddening. His skull was engulfed in the blood light, tremendous blood chi surged into his body, nourishing his bones. The flesh that was once as solid as a divine weapon, with the enrichment of this vast blood chi, seemed to break through a certain bottleneck. At that moment, the erosion of the bone lake on his skeleton seemed to slow down, and Li Hao could feel deep, profound strength in the bloodwater. He paused, quickly activated the soul sacrifice true demon skill, drawing in the deep powerful blood strength from the water. Before he couldn't absorb it, but now it seemed he had crossed some threshold, he could barely process the blood chi strength of the Saint Realm. However, the process was extremely slow, as if drawing silk endlessly. But Li Hao endured the sorrow and ran the soul sacrifice true demon skill with all his might, knowing that only in this way could there be a glimmer of hope, not letting its sacrifice be in vain. A severed limb fell down, slamming Li Hao's body into the blood lake, where he no longer struggled, but instead sat cross-legged, wholeheartedly concentrating on solidifying and absorbing. It was just that the speed of his absorption seemed unable to keep up with the rate of erosion. His bones were slowly peeling away, fracturing into pieces. His body was gradually wearing away, shriveling smaller and smaller. But the strand of blood light that was drawn and coiled around his head was becoming increasingly condensed and profound. Above the desolate sea, a figure appeared as if by teleportation, and then vanished abruptly. The next instant, he was standing suspended above the desolate deep abyss. The forbidding laws of the abyss had no effect on him. His long white hair fluttered in the wind, and he wore an extremely simple ancient robe, with a solemn expression on his face. His eyes earnestly gazed into the pitch-black abyss below, as if his sight could penetrate its bottom, to the raging torrents of blood and the collapsed and crumbling flesh of Ji Yun Yu. Has that obsession actually dissipated? The elder's eyes narrowed. This Ji Yun Yu had once attacked the Saint Ancestor, but the Saint Ancestor, recalling her time spent in his company, had destroyed her consciousness but not completely erased her lingering obsession, sealing it within her flesh instead. If not sealed, it might have been absorbed by the Mo River, merging into the most terrifying part of it. In so doing, it would be a hazard to all living beings and also entrap Ji Yun Yu in eternal torment. But unexpectedly, that lingering obsession had now dissipated. Was the obsession fulfilled and thus dissipated on its own, or had it transcended and departed? He attentively examined the blood lake, feeling its poisonous blood brimming with extreme harm and corrosive power, as well as the chaos of the dissipating laws on Ji Yun Yu's flesh. As these laws dissolved, they became disordered. The laws, initially condensed by the Tao, were now reduced to their original state and indiscriminately inflicted damage. Although he did not make contact, he had already determined that the Tao Ji Yun Yu had cultivated was aging. Anyone near this place, even above the blood lake, would age rapidly and wither away. It was precisely because her laws were so terrifying that after the battle, when Ji Yun Yu exhausted her strength, she overexerted herself, corrupting her flesh to this extent. If it had been any other being from the Saint Realm, their flesh could remain intact for 10,000 years, let alone decay. Who has awakened it? The elder frowned, a tinge of confusion in his heart. The Saint Ancestor was his grandfather, and he remembered that his grandfather had sealed this thing here, but for countless years, there was no trouble. How had it caused such a commotion now? His gaze shifted, landing on one of the chains dangling by the edge of the abyss, and with a gesture of his hand. A shadow on that chain flew towards him, white-haired and on the brink of death. But as she moved away from the abyss, her breath gradually began to recover, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Third Ancestor." This figure was Ji Yun Yu, who had not died. Earlier, she had let go of Li Hao's hand, not wanting to drag the child down, but instead of attacking her, the tendrils of the demon saint had gone straight after Li Hao. Clearly, the demon saint was attracted by the saint's aura on Li Hao, and this had allowed her to cling to the chain and save her own life. "What's going on? Is it you who awakened it?" the elder asked with a frown, not recognizing the elderly woman before him, but knowing she must belong to a later generation of his lineage. Hearing the third ancestor ask, all of Ji Yun Yu's sorrow welled up. She had also seen the previous toppling and crashing of the abyss sky steel, her eyes nearly splitting with anger. That was the Tao seed of the Ji family, and those damned criminals had discarded it. She wished she could rise and slaughter them all. "Third ancestor, please go quickly and save our Ji family's Tao seed. He's been swallowed by the demon saint, and I don't know." Ji Yunyu hurriedly spoke. Dao seed. The elder paused, his complexion changing slightly, as his thoughts whirled and he quickly inferred the reason. It must be the Dao seed that had awakened Ji Yunyu. The Ji family's Dao seeds mostly possessed holy bones, and only holy bones could affect Ji Yunyu in such a manner, though no one had anticipated such an event. Moreover, the Dao seed of the Ji family, being of such distinguished status, would not venture to such a dangerous place just as a favored crown prince would not casually visit a prison. The demon saint is already dead. The elder looked at Ji Yunyu's anxious demeanor and said, "Besides you, there are no other survivors, unless he is inside the blood lake. However, due to the aura of the Dao in the blood, it can't be probed, but..." "But what?" Ji Yunyu asked nervously. "But if he really is in the blood lake, even a Dao comprehension realm would be skinned alive and would have struggled out by now. Otherwise, after soaking for so long, he would surely die without doubt." The elder glanced at the deep abyss, his brow furrowed as he said, "That lingering obsession of Ji Yunyu must have received the holy force from the holy bone in his body, and has transcended and disappeared, forsaking this flesh, or perhaps the obsession has fulfilled itself and dissipated on its own. Third ancestor, that child does not have a holy bone," Ji Yunyu hastily said, "he only bears the saint's mark." "Saint's mark?" The elder looked mildly shocked, his eyes flickering. "Could that faint aura of holy force I sensed a few days ago be when he accepted the saint's mark?" "Probably. Then it's even less likely he's still alive. Without holy bones, what realm is he at?" The elder inquired. "3 immortal realms." Ji Yunyu spoke, then hastily added, "But he has created a myth, defeating Ji with a holy bone, and broke through his Dao domain while in the 3 immortal realms. If this child steps into the 4 stands realm, I can't even begin to imagine how strong he will become in the future." "The 3 immortalities shattered the Dao domain?" The elder's eyes suddenly condensed. "Are you certain? Is there any saint heart treasure involved?" "No, just by his own fists." Ji Yunyu continued. "He opened up 4 extreme realms. One of those should be the land immortal realm, capable of unleashing unimaginable power in the short term." Land immortal. The elder was stunned. He instantly understood the reason. Because he had also stepped into this extreme realm. So that's how it is. His heart was somewhat moved. He looked down at the blood lake undulating in the abyss, his eyes revealing a hint of regret and anger. "Then truly, he is an unprecedented monster, even one with hope of entering saint. But why would you let him come here?" "He's mixed blood. His mother was imprisoned here because of her private marriage to a foreign clan. He came to rescue her." Ji Yunyu said with a plea, "Third ancestor, please save him, maybe he is still alive." Mixed blood. The elder was slightly astonished. He had thought the lack of holy bone was one thing, but it turned out he was also of mixed blood. He looked at Ji Yunyu's constantly tearful, aged face, his brows deeply furrowed, and he realized only now the attraction of the clan's holy force to this person. Blaming these people was useless. He sighed and said, "Stop crying, he cannot have survived. Although that demon saint only had her physical body left, and not at her peak, it's not something that a Dao seed could withstand." He looked up towards Chu Tian Dao, noticing the situation on the island, his face darkened, and taking Ji Yunyu, they disappeared like a teleportation, appearing above Chu Tian Dao in the next moment. Third ancestor. Seeing this suddenly appearing elder with Ji Yunyu, the people on the island, who were about to erupt into conflict, were all stunned, then horrified, and began to kneel down. Ji Yunqing saw Ji Yunyu, and her originally angry red face became stunned. She even neglected to salute the third ancestor, and urgently said, "Fourth sister, where's Le Ping? Le Ping has fallen into the abyss." Ji Yunyu cried out in sorrow. The surprise and excitement that had just risen in Ji Yunqing's heart plummeted once again, like a great drum resounding in her chest, her mind going blank. Ji Yunyu and Li Hao had arrived together, and it should have been one chain, but Ji Yunyu survived, whereas that child did not. "Third ancestor, I beg you to save Le Ping. That child is the Dao seed of our Ji family, with exceptional talent, he cannot die." Ji Yunqing suddenly came to her senses, pleadingly knelt to the ground. "Third ancestor, please save my son." Ji Qingqing also knelt down almost at the same time, emotionally pleading. Li Tiangang also realized that the elder before him was extremely powerful. Merely the fact that he could hover above the abyss was enough to show his formidable power. He also quickly knelt down, bowing his head hard on the ground. "I beseech the elder to save my son." "I, Li Tiangang, I'm willing to toil like an ox or horse for the G family. It's hopeless. The elder cut him off, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally landing on the abyss skysteel. With just one look, he swiftly outlined in his mind what had happened here, his eyes suddenly turning ice cold. Humph! With a chilly snort, the elder did not speak, he just waved his hand and swept them all into the world within his sleeve. Then, he raised his hand and summoned. The two abyss sky locks that hung down into the abyss flew up as if pulled by a force. He waved his hand, the skewed Chu Tian Dao was righted back to its position, pushed above the abyss, and then the two abyss sky stells soared up straight, the chains rattling, reinserted into Chu Tian Dao. Once Chu Tian Dao was restored, the elder looked at the abyss again, his eyes carrying a trace of heaviness. He did not stay any longer, took Ji Yen Yu into another sleeve, and turned to teleport away. After 3 breaths, his figure appeared on the top of Saint Mountain, crossing tens of thousands of miles in just a short moment. He waved his robes, and the people from Chu Tian Dao were flung from his sleeve, landing on the ground. From the other sleeve, he also released Ji Yen Yu. The figure of Ji Daoxin rushed over swiftly, flickering like teleportation, appearing before the elder, and quickly bowed. Third Ancestor. There's been an incident on Chu Tian Dao. The demon saint sealed by the Saint Ancestor has awakened, devouring the Dao seed. The elder said coldly, my Ji family's Dao seed, how could you let him go to such a place? Couldn't you send someone to bring his mother to Saint Mountain? Hearing the anger in the third ancestor's words, Ji Daoxin was stunned, the information in these short moments too overwhelming. An incident in Chu Tian Dao? He only vaguely sensed an aura from that direction, after all, it was too far away. That the Dao seed was eaten? Compared to the anger in the third ancestor's words, Ji Daoxin turned sharply towards Ji Yen Yu, tremblingly saying, that child, is he dead? Ji Yen Yu wept, he fell into the abyss and was eaten by the demon saint. Ji Daoxin's pupils shook, somewhat in disbelief. Seeing that sharp gaze of the third ancestor, he suddenly came to his senses, his complexion changed, and he lowered his head. I originally said to wait until the tumultuous sea calmed, to send someone to retrieve his mother, but the child couldn't wait. After seeing his mother suffering from the observing heaven mirror, he insisted on going himself. The third ancestor's face became even more somber, but he could understand that reasoning. However, Ji Daoxin's words fell on Li Tiangang and Ji Qingqing who were nearby, causing both of their expressions to change. Ji Qingqing's body trembling slightly, she started to cry bitterly. Third ancestor, the demon saint, what about now? Ji Daoxin urgently inquired. He's already left, and it's still unknown whether he has ascended or if his obsessions dissipated, the third ancestor said coolly. Then, there's no body for the child? Ji Daoxin's eyes also showed a trace of sorrow. Just in terms of talent, that child was definitely one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Ji family in 10,000 years, to fall like this? Moreover, his death in the Ji family's secret realm was simply absurd. Ji's flesh rotted into a lake, with Dao intent rampaging above it. It's impossible for there to be a body, it would have long become dust. The third ancestor's face was grim as he said, I haven't truly stepped into the saint realm yet. Even I would be affected, let alone a child. Even if there was 1/10,000th of a chance, I would be willing to search, but now there's not even a sliver of possibility. Having said this, he looked at the people below with an icy gaze and said to Ji Daoxin, you can ask them about the specifics, manage the disposal yourself. With that, he turned around, stepped out, and disappeared in an instant. Having listened to the third ancestor's words, everyone, including Ji Daoxin, looked ashen-faced. Not even 1/10,000th of a chance, reduced to ashes? Both Li Tiangang and Ji Qingqing looked pale. News of Li Hao's death had shaken the entire Ji family since it spread from the Saint Mountain. These days, Li Hao's reputation had been dazzling like the secret realm's fierce sun, known to everyone. Any small bit of news related to him was seized upon, let alone now that his death was being reported. What? In a cave dwelling, Ji mysterious god, who was cultivating, looked up abruptly when his father, with a gleam of happiness in his eyes, spoke. He's dead? Yes, it's said that the saint's mark on his body awakened the demon saint sealed beneath Chu Tian Dao, and he got eaten by the demon saint. The middle-aged man's face was full of emotion as he said, I've lived for hundreds of years and only recently found out that there was a demon saint sealed beneath Chu Tian Dao, supposedly slain by the saint ancestor who out of old affection sealed it there. Unexpectedly, it has helped us greatly. That boy is dead, and now you will again be the Dao seed in our Ji family." He looked at his son with pride, admiration, and a hint of awe. "People say that the heavens envy the gifted. I have really seen it now. That child had shallow fortunes, unable to withstand such favor from our Ji family. The saint's mark, in turn, became a disaster for him." "Stop talking," Ji mysterious god suddenly shouted. The middle-aged man was startled, his expression shifted slightly, but he did not get angry, rather he seemed a bit bewildered. "Mysterious god, you." Ji mysterious god, fear no opponent. I lost to him only because I wasn't strong enough." Ji mysterious god's eyes burned with anger as he glared at his father. "The position of the Dao seed that fell into my hands because he died, do you think I value it?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, saying, "But it's still the Dao seed. Sparrows do not understand the ambition of a swan." Ji mysterious god looked at his father with frustration and disappointment, spoke coldly. "Leave, I need to meditate." The middle-aged man gave one last look, his heart filled with a bitter smile, then turned and left. I was still looking forward to fighting him again in the Dao comprehension realm. Ji mysterious god sat back down on the Dao platform, his expression ugly. The previous defeat by that young man, although frustrating, had given him an unprecedented drive to cultivate. Under this motivation, he felt he was on the verge of touching the Dao comprehension realm. The battle with that young man had let him vaguely glimpse his own Dao. But now, that young man had died. Damn it, he angrily smashed his hand onto the Dao platform, causing it to crack. Li Hao's death caused a major uproar. Countless people flocked outside the council hall, eager for details. Ji Daoxin and Ji Tian Chao among other war gods and elders came, interrogating everyone present at the time. After extracting the sequence of events, they were all astonished. Even Li Tiangang stood stupefied, shocked at his wife. Many criminals were terrified, pushing all the blame onto Ji Qingqing, saying it was an opportunity given to her, yet she didn't stop it. Facing the accusations, the grief-stricken Ji Qingqing felt powerless to argue, for the choice she made at that moment indeed left her irrefutable. "You, how could you?" Ji Yunqing and Ji Yanyu, although present, were only now learning the full story, nearly fainting in shock. "He's your son." Ji Yanyu stomped her foot. "He still had a future, how could you bear to ruin it?" Ji Qingqing's body trembled, tears blurred her vision as she choked out. "I didn't want to choose, if possible, I would rather exchange my life for his, but there was no such option, I didn't know what to do. My husband and I have been through life and death together for over a decade, I couldn't let him down." "And you could let down that child?" Ji Yunqing was furiously outraged at his niece. "Do you realize? That child came to our Ji family risking his life for you. He has a mixed heritage, he came here risking his life. For you, he endured humiliation, fought the best, he didn't even plan to inherit our Ji family's Dao seed, it was because of you he fought with his life, how could you bear it? Without him, you could never have cleared your sin, and your husband would never have been able to live in our Ji family." Ji Qingqing was stunned, she turned to Li Tiangang, "Wasn't it you who brought him?" Li Tiangang had already recovered from his shock. His wife's words overwhelmed him like a dam breaking, filled with sorrow, helplessness, and primarily a deep self-loathing. If he hadn't embarked on that path, there wouldn't have been such a choice. "I was looking for him, he abandoned the Li family, I wanted to bring him back." Li Tiangang turned sadly, unable to face his wife. "Abandoned the Li family?" Ji Qingqing was taken aback. Li Tiangang didn't want to elaborate on that matter anymore, simply saying, "After coming back from the battles in northern Yan, we had some disagreements, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have been too harsh on him, I came here just looking for him, fearing something might happen to him." Ji Qingqing said in a daze, "But you told him the name we had decided on. Isn't your relationship with him harmonious?" Since he was very young, Hao has been clever, remembering things from when he was just a few months old. "I never mentioned it to him. It might have been you who brought it up, and he remembered it," Li Tiangang said, his eyes moistening with tears. Ji Qingqing's face lost all color, her mind suddenly flashing to the time before she left for northern Yan, when she held the child close and whispered. It was the only time she had mentioned that name. The child remembered it, then he must have remembered the other things too. Tears welled up in Ji Qingqing's eyes, she covered her mouth, not daring to imagine the expectations the child must have harbored, and the despair he must have felt when he ultimately fell. "It's all my fault, she cried uncontrollably. Ji Daoxin and others looked on angrily, filled with both rage and powerlessness, knowing that no amount of scolding could change what had happened. Ji Daoxin ordered the execution of all criminals on Chu Tian Dao, including that old madman. When the old madman heard he was to be executed, he didn't cry or beg for mercy, but instead, he started cackling as if he truly had gone mad. Some elders proposed angrily to execute Li Tiangang as well and to imprison Ji Qingqing again on Chu Tian Dao. Many agreed with this idea, but there were those who objected, noting that although the child was dead, he was still a Dao seed of the Ji family and had died with that identity. Because of this, his parents were of distinguished status, and to execute or imprison them would hardly satisfy everyone. After a heated debate, Ji Daoxin finally made his decision. The couple was to be exiled from the Ji family, never to step foot in it again. Li Tiangang was spared, regard being paid to his status as Li Hao's bloodfather, and considering the complexity of the situation and that Li Tiangang was not the direct killer, his life was spared. But without Li Hao, it was definite that they would sever all ties with Li Tiangang, the outsider. Including Ji Qingqing, who was stripped of her Ji family identity. Although she was not the mastermind, she was indirectly responsible for Li Hao's death. In a situation where a Dao seed was in peril, failure to protect it immediately was a grave sin. Time flew by. A month had passed since the news of Li Hao's fall. From the initial shock and discussion, it had become merely an occasional topic of conversation, not because they had forgotten, but because they were unwilling to reopen that wound. Ji Daoxin and Ji Tian Chao both personally visited the abyss, but upon seeing the silent blood lake below and the rampant Dao thoughts above, they remained silent. No wonder the third ancestor had not made a move. Such Dao thoughts would flay them even if they fell, and they would have to struggle out immediately. Has my Ji family's fortune exhausted? Ji Daoxin murmured to himself standing above the abyss, his eyes dim with melancholy. It was unexpected that such a rare and gifted individual, even of mixed blood, like a surprise blessing from heaven, a gift given, would fall just like that. Ji Tian Chao remained silent. Compared to the child's talent, what he regretted more was not only that, but also the brief times they had spent together, the child's character. He couldn't fulfill the task set by the third brother. If the third brother knew, he would surely be very upset. Deep in the blood lake, under the vicious abyss, lay a small white skull the size of a baby's fist. Apart from the skull, the rest of the body had disappeared. Occasionally, the skull would emit a reddish gold glow. The soul-sacrificed true demon skill was at work, still condensing, Li Hao's consciousness tranquil, drawing strength from the lake, like threading a needle, constantly battering at the bottleneck. Oblivious to the passage of time, Li Hao couldn't pause for a moment, as to do so would mean eternal darkness awaited him. Days passed, and the skull, washed by the blood lake, shrank even smaller, to the size of a thumbnail. Li Hao's consciousness grew extremely faint, but he did not give up. The white bone, steadily eroded, became even smaller until it was like a soybean. Li Hao's divine soul retreated into it, nearly having no further refuge. Enraged and heartbroken, he decided to burn his divine soul to draw strength from the blood lake at the greatest speed. As his divine soul blazed like a candle within that tiny white bone, the speed of absorption drastically increased. Suddenly, with a boom, the bottleneck was broken. An unimaginable vitality burst into the white bone. Li Hao felt he had entered a mysterious state, one that was all too familiar to him, as it had been with entering any other extreme realm. Li Hao immediately understood that the bottleneck he had broken through belonged to the three immortal extreme realms. Though only a single piece of white bone remained, Li Hao felt that as long as he could harness this vigorous vitality, unimaginable in its intensity, even if he were reduced to a single drop of blood, he could be reborn. Apart from the exuberant vitality, his divine soul seemed to have undergone some sort of refinement, allowing it to fully integrate with the white bone. As long as a part of his body remained, that part would harbor his divine thought, and a single thought could bring about rebirth from a drop of blood. Undying, indestructible, unwithering. These were the three immortalities. Now, Li Hao deemed this extreme realm as the undying and indestructible realm. The three immortal realms were already states that refined the physical body, thus in the immortal realm, one could pass on divine blood. In the indestructible realm, one could stride through legions of soldiers unharmed, their treasured bodies unbreakable, and in the unwithering realm, one could unleash the hidden secret power within one's body to explode with endless might in a short period. This extreme realm represented the physical body's refinement to the ultimate limit, a drop of blood containing the spirit, divine thoughts reborn. In other words, unless Li Hao's bones were smashed and ground into ashes completely, he could not be killed. Compared to the remarkable survival abilities of the other three immortal realms, this was a qualitative leap. At this moment, as Li Hao's thoughts shifted, the exuberant life force erupted from the white bone. The bone grew rapidly, hair sprouted, flesh and blood coalesced. In the blink of an eye, a head appeared in the blood lake. But when the cohesion reached this point, Li Hao stopped. Reaching the extreme realm, his control over his body had become even more precise. He could sense within himself two extremely faint auras. And these two auras were none other than the bloodlines of Li Tiangang and Ji Qingqing. He suddenly felt like laughing. In the blizzard, the young man was driven out of his home, raising the twin flowers high, only to be smashed into the abyss by broken chains. That vine demon, who had never cared, had quietly wrapped her tendrils around his pinky finger, secretly making a pact of never leaving his side. Those final whispers that had surged into his body, pushing him near his limit, allowed him to be reborn now. He smiled, dispersing the gathered energy. His body rapidly decayed, the white bone dissipated, and the newly formed head was ground back down to just a drop of blood in the blink of an eye. But even within that drop of blood, there lingered the faint auras of those two bloodlines. Li Hao took a deep breath, knowing what he was about to do was incredibly risky. Even with the capabilities of the undying and indestructible realm, it could still lead to oblivion. Yet, he still chose to do it. From now on, I am myself, viewing the heavenly heart with my heart, verifying my heart with the heavenly heart. Li Hao's divine soul erupted, using the great will to sever the two auras within that drop of blood. Completely split, the split half soon vanished, but this act was like sustaining a heavy blow in his current state, as he teetered on the brink of the bloodiest extremity. Death might come at any moment, but Li Hao's will was more vigorous and powerful than ever before. His once confused Tao heart, in this moment, solidified. To establish a heart with heaven and earth, to forge bones with mountains, rivers, and all things. To mold muscles with sun, moon, and stars, to fill his veins with the supreme Tao thoughts. I am the true self, I am Haoshan, the supreme sovereign. Mountain-crushing and tsunami-like power erupted from that half-drop of blood, causing the entire tranquil blood lake to tremble and shake, stirring waves and undercurrents. That drop of blood, unaffected by the erosion of the blood lake, burst forth with a radiance so intense, the blood condensed and squirmed with life, driven by the supreme Tao thought's will, breaking free from the blood lake. Above the abyss, endless radiance seemed to converge, flesh and blood grew. Below the flesh, the white bone was reshaped, growing rapidly, and eventually, a throbbing heart formed within the chest cavity. The perfectly proportioned body of the young man slowly raised its head, an aura standing in unison with heaven and earth emanating from his being. Rising from the abyss, standing between heaven and earth, the blood lake under the youth's feet churned, while the decaying Tao intent rampaged and enveloped but failed to cause his physical body to wither. His flesh was reborn from ruin, sublimated within the extreme realm, undying and indestructible. And in this moment, he broke free from his shackles, forged his Tao heart with all things under heaven, and stepped into the four stands realm. Now his Tao heart was transcendent, out of the ordinary, free to wander the heavens and earth. Bursts of breath, tumultuous as raging waves and deep as the ocean, surged from all directions, converging upon him, as the aura of the Tao heart realm gently diffused out. But these escaping auras were devoured by the surrounding, rampant Tao of decay. The youth lifted his head, his face near perfection, as if intricately carved by the mountains and rivers' brushstrokes. His eyes were like glaciers, piercing and devoid of emotion, as if looking down upon all living beings, with a lofty indifference that saw through all vicissitudes and everything in this world. He seemed untouched by anything, no sorrow or joy, detached from life and death, like an unfeeling true God. But as his gaze moved and fell upon the black Qi-kun jade belt dangling on a rough chain dipped into the blood lake, those icy eyes began to thaw gradually. Then, slowly, warmth emerged from the cold, transforming from that detached, lofty heavenly heart to the heart within this body, merging completely with the physical body, both the heavenly heart and the Tao heart, and the human heart, all three as one, truly returning from nirvana. At this moment, many thoughts and memories regained their color, and a bright light burst forth from his eyes. His figure shimmered and he rapidly dove toward the blood lake, landing on the Qi-kun jade belt's chain. The chain was incredibly thick, previously used to bind the demon saint. He bent down, picking up the now broken Qi-kun jade belt from its edge near the blood lake. Earlier, he had sunk into the blood lake and had also released the belt. Fortunately, it seemed to have been quickly swept onto this chain by the blood water, preventing it from completely rotting away. At this moment, within the jade belt, the heaven and earth space churned with blood. Li Hao's divine thought flew into it, immediately seeing clearly inside. There were 3 faint life forces: the candle flame god and Ms. Yin, and a red whisker. Seeing the red whisker, Li Hao's eyes sharply focused, and he quickly leapt to a higher position on the chain. He inhaled deeply, sucking out all the Tao-infused blood from the heaven and earth space. This blood water splashed onto him, causing corrosion, but not as severe as before. Now only superficial burns appeared, scarring but then rapidly healing over. His physical body had transcended the 9 refinements of divine weapons, achieving a qualitative enhancement, comparable to the Saint Heart heavenly treasure. Even if someone from the ultimate study realm attacked him unguarded, they could not cause him any harm, but despite this, he still couldn't completely ignore the erosion of the Tao power from the blood lake. After all, this was the power of the Saint realm. Even if it couldn't compare to its former self, it was still not something he could resist at present. Even the Tao comprehension realm would have to shed a layer of skin, and the Saint Heart heavenly treasure would wear down. After all the blood water was removed, Li Hao looked inside at the candle flame god and Ms. Yin huddled together, embraced, with a red whisker nestled between them. They were all still alive. Li Hao paused, somewhat surprised, and felt an indescribable joy. The candle flame god and Ms. Yin were originally extremely weak, but now, they had merged into one, covered with the Tao domain of the candle flame god, yet different from its original Tao domain, more mystical and powerful. Moreover, a strange purple, black and red light flowed around the pair, spiraling and chasing, each containing the power of extreme yang and extreme yin. The decaying Tao intent diffusing from the blood water was largely blocked by these 2 ancient and profound forces, while the rest was blocked by the Tao domain, although a tiny bit still seeped through. This was causing their bodies to show slight signs of decay. This is a bloodline awakening. Li Hao glanced at the purple-black aura and the red glow, thinking of what Ji Yunjie had once said, that the candle flame god and Ms. Yin were originally one, with an ancient divine beast bloodline. Now, these auras that contained profound ancient powers seemed to be the strength hidden within their bloodline. Encountering life and death situations in the Mo River, and again here, had finally triggered it. Compared to them, Li Hao was more concerned about the red whisker, emanating an extremely faint presence, seemingly unaware of him. Li Hao felt a pang in his heart. He couldn't yet extract it since it couldn't isolate the surrounding demon Saint Tao intent. Drawing a deep breath, Li Hao accessed his panel and chose to add points. The bottleneck at the Tao Heart Realm had been previously shattered, with 3 skill points remaining. With his selection, 1 point was immediately deducted. And the physical body Tao elevated from 7th stage to stage 8. In an instant, a vast trove of information flooded into his mind, like a legacy from the unseen world, continuously being instilled. Li Hao sat cross-legged, feeling as if the heavens and earth were like a curtain that he could touch and tear apart with a little effort since stepping into the Tao Heart Realm. Immediately, he used his Tao Heart to break open the void, creating a small piece of personal heaven and earth space. He didn't expand it to the limit, it was enough for now. Next, he intended to put the Qi Kun Jade Belt into it but felt a force resisting. This resisting force originated from the heaven and earth space within the Qi Kun Jade Belt. Li Hao realized that this kind of heaven and earth space treasure couldn't be stored within another heaven and earth space. The 2 spaces couldn't overlap. If he moved the 3 of them out of the Qi Kun Jade Belt's heaven and earth space, the even more turbulent Tao intent on the surface of the blood lake would quickly erode and destroy them. Li Hao immediately retracted his own heaven and earth space, holding the Qi Kun Jade Belt in his hand, protecting that fragment of a tiny heaven and earth space within his palm. Now, as he continued to absorb the insights of Tao 8th rank in the physical body Tao, his panel updated once again, and many body refining techniques underwent significant changes. The changes in these cultivation techniques had caused the vital energy within him to gradually become more vigorous and powerful. Even without active practice, some cultivation techniques could operate autonomously within his body, causing his flesh and blood to undergo transformations again. The strength of his physical body was rapidly advancing, far surpassing the initial million caddies. After returning from Tianji Tower, he had already approached nearly 2 million caddies. At this moment, the cultivation of his physical body Tao had risen to the 8th stage, and his comprehension of the Tao realm was extraordinary. Many of the top body refining techniques were rededuced and enhanced, reaching the level of the ultimate study realm. Even the second-rate body refining techniques had achieved a peerless status and had also elevated to a transcendental degree. This represented a comprehensive qualitative change and leap. His physical strength continued to grow. At the same time, in just a few moments as he sat motionless, the autonomous operation of merely a few cultivation techniques caused his vital energy to surge rapidly, breaking through to the defying fate realm in one fell swoop. Within his body, a mysterious energy arose. This energy, winding throughout his body, seemed to communicate with an existence beyond heaven and earth, something intangible. Following that indistinct sensation to perceive, Li Hao only felt unimaginable depth and unspeakable oppressive fear. If he were to extend further, he felt he might infringe upon a taboo and die. Defying fate, it's not merely about mastering the power of defying fate but genuinely feeling the presence of destiny. Thereby also realizing his own insignificance and the expanse of the heavens and earth. Reaching the defying fate realm would instead make one more humble and reverent. Previously, Li Hao had not had the chance to thoroughly experience the life-defying power he exchanged from the Merit Treasure Vault, but now this energy belonged to him from his own cultivation. Before long, the thoughts of numerous cultivation techniques flooded his mind, diverting Li Hao's attention from everything else. His mind was like a raging storm, deducing and fusing 7 or 8 ultimate study realm level body refining techniques, as well as dozens of peerless level body refining skills, integrating the strengths of 100 methods, amalgamating the great Tao, and carving out his own ultimate technique. However, his ultimate technique was neither the sword Tao nor the fist skill. Both of these major paths had not yet reached the 7th stage, let alone refining and deducing his own ultimate technique. What he was now opening was the ultimate body refining technique of the physical body Tao. After sitting cross-legged for a long time, Li Hao suddenly opened his eyes. The numerous body refining techniques merged into one at this moment, and he understood his own ultimate body refining technique. His flesh was a red-hot color, steaming with countless waves of energy. But soon after, his red-hot flesh turned into a golden red color, as if entering a divine power state. But in actuality, he had not entered it. It was just the culmination of his physical strength, with his vital blood coalescing and transforming. Supreme World Venerable Body. Li Hao sat cross-legged on the chains above the blood lake, his body bursting with golden divine light. Behind him, a massive aura of bloody light appeared, a rainbow of flesh that, like a 7-colored divine radiance, emitted an otherworldly and extraordinary aura. Around his body, the aging Tao intent that eroded his flesh slowed down significantly. This was the ultimate technique of the physical body Tao he had developed, which could enhance his own strength, physical defense, and also possessed the ability to suppress rules. Faced with the aging Tao intent, it could slightly push back and weaken it. When deploying their own ultimate techniques within the ultimate study realm, it generally comes with an accompanying rule, which is a special state, like Li Musho's brief half-step invincible state. And Lu Yuan's limitless thunder Tao comes with the limitless state, enhancing strength in an all-around way to a certain limit. However, these ultimate technique states would be broken in the face of the Tao domain, because they weren't condensed enough and would face indiscriminate rule suppression from the Tao domain, quickly being shattered. Therefore, cultivators of the ultimate study realm had no choice but to flee when facing those of the Tao realm. But at this moment, the rule suppression revealed by Li Hao's body could somewhat impact the Tao intent. If he encountered a Tao domain, Li Hao felt that with his own ultimate technique, he would have the power to suppress and break through. The strength of the ultimate study realm varied greatly. There were high and low levels. His technique was a fusion of 7 or 8 ultimate techniques and more than a dozen peerless body refining skills, unimaginably powerful. At this moment, Li Hao did not stop but continued to deduce and expand this ultimate technique. Quickly, an enlightenment emerged. Like a vibration, the chains below him quivered lightly, stirring the waves of the blood lake. A Tao domain power radiated from the center of his body, pushing outward in all directions. The Grand Tao of Peace Realm. With his Supreme World Venerable Body ultimate technique, he stepped into the Tao realm and successfully carved out his Tao domain. At this moment, as the Tao domain expanded, it contained the suppressive power of the ultimate study realm. Just like the Candle Flame God's Tao domain, which contained its ultimate technique of burning power, capable of incinerating everything within the domain. And Li Hao's Tao domain was suppressive. The chains beneath him, those peculiar irons binding the demon saint, were shaken by the suppression. And the aging Tao intent around him, within Li Hao's Tao domain, saw a significant decrease in power. The constant pressure exerted from the suppressive force pressed upon it, but this suppressive rule was eroded by the Tao intent, both wearing each other down. Despite the wear, the Tao intent still had the upper hand, slightly affecting Li Hao's body. Li Hao's expression turned icy. He closed his eyes and continued to deduce. Moments later, suddenly, another peculiar fluctuation extended and expanded from his body. The second Tao domain. This Tao domain was opened by Li Hao using the dragon cicada void body's transformation into the indestructible ancestral dragon body. Within the domain, it seemed as if there was a dragon's hum, containing terrifying pressure. While it was not Li Hao's own ultimate technique, he had now opened a Tao domain with the power of oppressive rules. Suppression and pressure, two similar rules added together, and abruptly the aging Tao intent within the Tao domain became even weaker. Li Hao did not stop, but continued to deduce the techniques in succession. Soon, the third unparalleled skill, the transformation of the 10,000 flood dragon's physique into the ancestor dragon divine body, was also cultivated into a Tao domain. The laws of the Taoist domain skill were solidification, able to compress and crush everything within the Tao domain. As this third layer Tao domain expanded, the initially faint Tao intent was instantly and completely blocked off. But it was just a blockade, not annihilation, for Saint's Tao intent could not be destroyed unless it met an opposing Tao that could shatter it. Without rest, Li Hao continued to deduce all the other cultivation techniques. Soon, layer upon layer of Tao domains unfolded, covering his body. Seated within the abyss, an unimaginably terrifying aura radiated from him, with a total of 9 overlapping Tao domains ensuring that the decayed Tao intent was already isolated outside, unable to approach him. As for the rest of the peerless skills, Li Hao could only deduce them to the level of unparalleled skills. To develop them into Tao domains, these skills had significant intrinsic limitations and still lacked some enlightenment. Unless his physical body Tao was to rise another stage, he could then fully compensate for the remaining shortcomings. However, having deduced dozens of peerless skills to the level of unparalleled skills was already enough to shock and awe the world. Li Hao stood up and continued to practice within the abyss. His flesh and blood compressed and shrank. Without the power of heaven and earth here, he drew upon the fresh blood of the demon saint from the blood lake, absorbing it using the soul sacrifice true demon skill, converting it into the power of heaven and earth, and tempering himself. His aura was continuously climbing, becoming more condensed, and his flesh was rapidly transforming, with physical body strength swiftly increasing. Originally less than 2 million caddies of strength, as Li Hao practiced, it gradually climbed to 3 million, 4 million, 5 million caddies. This had already exceeded 5 times that of the divine power state. Just the rise from 7th stage to stage 8 of the physical body Tao, coupled with the transformation of many skills, had led to such an exaggerated increase. I wonder if reaching 10 million caddies will once again break the limit? Li Hao's eyes moved, but to do that, he would need dozens more body refining techniques, and they could not overlap with the current ones, which were not easy to find. He didn't dwell on this and continued to practice and absorb. The blood lake, which originally posed a threat to his life, now became nourishment that enriched him. Only now did Li Hao have the leisure to feel the blood lake. The pure blood qi contained within was not as vast as he had imagined. The demon saint had died 10,000 years ago, having severely exhausted his physical body before death, with his essence blood burning away, leaving only corrupt flesh behind. But, after all, it was the essence of a demon saint. It took Li Hao several days of continuous absorption to completely dry up the pure power in the blood lake, all of which was converted to consolidate himself. His physical body strength once again increased, from 5 million caddies to about 7 million caddies, comparable to 2 divine power states. And the strength of his physical body was distinctly more powerful than before, although to what extent, Li Hao himself did not know. But he felt that even without releasing any power, he could walk into others' Tao domains with his physical body and more than likely not be injured. At this moment, with multiple Tao domains acting as barriers, Li Hao transferred the Candlefire God couple and Little Red Whisker from the Chenkin Jade Belt to his own heaven and earth space, moving the rest of the miscellaneous items in as well. He had planned to simply discard the tattered Chenkin Jade Belt, as he no longer needed it. But upon reflection, it was this object that had helped them survive. Li Hao put the item away and then stamped his foot down, shooting up towards the sky. With 9 layers of Tao domain protecting his body, overlapping one another, the abyssal law's power to forbid flight could not affect him. Before long, he had burst out of the abyss, soaring into the sky and reaching the high altitude outside. Looking up, Chu Tian Dao appeared as a disc suspended in the sky, with the 3 abyss sky locks all put back into place, suggesting that a major figure from the Ji family had come and dealt with the matters here. However, it seemed they had not noticed him deep within the blood lake. Yet, Li Hao harbored no misunderstandings or resentment over this. It was quite normal that the chaotic Dao intent above the blood lake would obstruct investigations. He glanced at Chu Tian Dao and then averted his gaze, his eyes calm, without love or hate. Then, his figure flickered, consolidating the 9 layers of Dao domain into one, crossing the desolate sea directly and flying away, leaving this deadly place behind, as if also parting ways with the past. The vast desolate sea, now under the acceleration of Li Hao's Dao domain, was crossed in no time at all. Once he left the desolate sea, the power of heaven and earth around him quickly gathered, absorbed by the heaven and earth vein to restore his physical body, continuing to nourish it. Passing the lone peak that guarded the desolate sea, the elder atop it was dozing with eyes half closed. Suddenly, hearing the sound of the wind, he looked up and saw the leisurely figure of a young man flying towards the distance. Who is that? The elder was puzzled. He could only see the figure from behind, but he was unable to perceive the young man's aura. After a journey of hundreds of thousands of miles, Li Hao landed on a hilltop, then quickly opened his heaven and earth space, releasing the candle flame god and Ms. Yin. They were still curled up together, their bodies in a state of semi-fusion, with a Dao domain shrouding them, covering only around their bodies, as the power of their extreme yang and extreme yin bloodlines still swirled around them. Li Hao watched intently, and before long, he discerned some clues. In a desperate situation, they chose to merge, but without enough power, they only fused halfway. If no external force broke through their current state, they might always remain like this, for many, many years. Looking at Little Red Whisker, also covered by their Dao domain, it seemed to have benefited from their situation, having had a narrow escape from death. Li Hao didn't hesitate and quickly mobilized the Geo-Pulse, drawing the vast energy of heaven and earth, and then directed all of it into their bodies. With the continuous influx of power, the extreme yang and extreme yin bloodline forces in the bodies of the candle flame body and Ms. Yin gradually slowed in their swirling and eventually settled within their respective bodies. Before long, their bodies began to change, as if growing and awakening. Soon, Candle Flame God was the first to open his eyes, looking around blankly until he saw Li Hao, and then a hint of closeness appeared in his eyes. "Where is this?" Li Hao didn't answer, but said instead, "Withdraw your Dao domain." Though puzzled, the Candle Flame God looked into Li Hao's eyes, felt a subconscious bond, and sensed no ill will from him, so he complied. Li Hao beckoned, gently catching Little Red Whisker from within the domain's coverage, and placed it in his palm. A faint life force emanated from the Red Whisker, and Li Hao suddenly thought of the Dao Rime blood fruit in the universe belt, which he hadn't eaten before as it held little meaning for him. He had planned to save it for Ren Qianqin. This fruit was a blood condensation from the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King itself, sharing its life, making it most suitable to replenish its vitality. Li Hao quickly took out the fruit and channeled an immense amount of energy which he controlled to be extremely gentle, just like previously on the Blood Lake, where the Red Whisker had gently supported him. This force, combining with the Dao Rime blood fruit, transformed into plasma and pure energy, and slowly settled into Little Red Whisker. Li Hao watched intently, and after a moment, the faint life force on Little Red Whisker gradually grew stronger. Li Hao inwardly sighed with relief. As Little Red Whisker's life force grew stronger and it absorbed faster, it wasn't long before its body elongated, raising a tendril and saying confusedly, "Am I alive again? It seems so, then that means we aren't dead?" "Right. Wow, woohoo." Little Red Whisker immediately twined around Li Hao's arm, extending 2 tendrils like arms, waving them ecstatically. "We didn't die, we really didn't die. I was even planning to go to Mo River to find you." A smile appeared on Li Hao's face. "It seems you were clever enough not to sacrifice everything." "Are you angry?" Little Red Whisker suddenly shrank and asked quietly. "Guess." The 2 little antennae of Little Red Whisker touched each other in front of its body, like 2 poking fingers. "Being a demon, if I had really sacrificed everything for you, even in death I would have been laughed at by other demons. Besides, the root tendrils I kept back, even if you ate them, wouldn't have been much, and as a demon, it is more dignified to die by the hands of the human race." "You certainly care a lot about face." Li Hao couldn't help but chuckle. So you're not mad then? Little Red Whisker immediately asked. Li Hao laughed. Of course not, you don't owe me anything. Does our promise still count then? It quickly asked again. Certainly. Li Hao raised his hand. Pinky promise. Okay, pinky promise. Little Red Whisker quickly twined around Li Hao's pinky finger, renewing their agreement. Wherever you want to see, I'll accompany you there in the future. Li Hao said softly, then smiled slightly. Once we leave here, I'll help you find some divine medicine and precious materials to restore your body. That's what you said. Do I owe interest too? Yes, 1 bite per day. Whoa, but I'm not even healed yet, then it accrues. How long can I owe? As long as it takes for you to pay back. After a moment of silence, Li Hao said, what should I call you in the future? I don't know, they all call me Crimson Bloodvine Demon King. Do you have your own name? Name? Isn't Crimson Bloodvine Demon King a name? That should be considered a title, then let me think. Li Hao could tell from its demeanor that it did not have a name, and demons did not seem to care about these things. Only the human race cared. After all, the name for fame, the name for reputation, and the name for identity were all significant. It seems I can't think of one. Why don't you just call me anything? Seeing the moonlight flowers on the hill, Li Hao said, then I'll call you Xian. That was the name of the flower? Xian? Yes. So, I'll be called Xian from now on. Xian, Xian. Do I have a name now? Yes. It sounds nice. From now on, I'll be called Xian. If someone else calls me Crimson Bloodvine Demon King, I'll ignore them. Li Hao smiled, watching as Xian transformed back into a red ring, coiling around his wrist, his eyes not only filled with amusement but also a serious expression. He looked up at the candle flame god couple, seeing that they had awakened, but just as Ji Yunjie had said, their memories seemed to have vanished, and they were now quite friendly towards him. From now on, you will follow me, Li Hao said. The couple quickly nodded their heads. Their bodies separated from their semi-fused state and transformed into the forms of a young boy and girl, kneeling before Li Hao. Li Hao raised his hand, drawing in more power of heaven and earth, harmonizing and controlling it to nourish their bodies. Their bones and flesh slowly grew, their aura strengthened, and their appearances seemed to age by a year or two. Li Hao planned to help them gradually restore their original strength on their way back. Now, he did not care whether their powers were restored. After placing them temporarily in the heaven and earth space, Li Hao stepped forward and vanished from the spot in an instant. In the Ji family, on Saint Mountain, it had been a month and a half since Li Hao's sacrifice, but that grief still lingered in the hearts of the Ji family, unable to dissipate, though it was scarcely mentioned now. In the ancestral temple of the Ji family, an elderly heroic spirit sat on the threshold, gazing into the distance, with tears flowing every day. His daughter was gone, and his most outstanding grandchild was gone as well. He never thought that after dying, he would shed so many tears, hurt so much. Hundreds of kilometers away from the ancestral temple, several interconnected mountains were the dwelling place of the Yun clan lineage. The information sent out for investigation has been received. In a hall within the mountains, the expressions of the people from Jitian Chao were gray, and they seemed to have aged over the short span of a month. His father is from the Li family of the Deu Divine Dynasty. That child has been the most outstanding over the past 1,000 years in the Deu Divine Dynasty, but he fought fiercely against his father and was forced out of the family. No wonder his surname is Ji, but Qingqing, Shi. After reading the investigative report, their expressions were ugly, hearts filled with grief. It was hard to imagine how that young man managed to persist and make it all the way here alone. Is this what destiny is, to bring such a dark fortune to my Ji family? Whispered Ji Yunyu, her face devoid of hope. Ji Yunqing's lips moved slightly, wanting to say something, but no words came out. At that moment, Ji Tian Chao suddenly looked up towards the sky. His somber eyes filled with suspicion. When he focused intently, it wasn't long before a black shadow flew rapidly from a distance, roaring as it approached. As the figure's face became visible, Ji Tian Chao was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes gradually widened, showing an expression of incredulous astonishment. Le Ping, Ji Tian Chao's voice trembled, mixed with shock and excitement. Despite having faced countless deadly battles and conflicts, the old man could always maintain his composure, but now he doubted whether his aging eyes had deceived him. The figure that whooshed towards them stopped above the Yun peaks, his body cloaked in a divine garment formed by the outward release of energy, his gaze calm as he looked down at the people on the peaks. When he saw Ji Yunyu's figure, Li Hao was momentarily stunned, his expression softening considerably. It seemed that the latter had not encountered disaster and had been timely rescued by the Ji family. Additionally, he did not sense the presence of that couple, but he no longer cared. Is this Li Ping, Ji Yanqing, along with Ji Yanyu and others, including their children, all looked up in astonishment at this youthful figure. Seeing his somewhat similar yet distinctive features and the aura of the grand Tao of Peace Realm emanating from him, they were all somewhat stunned, puzzled and bewildered. The previous Ji Li Ping had been monstrous, but they were clear that he was only in the 3 immortal realms, yet now, this youth, with his divine power released and unable to mask his aura, was clearly in the grand Tao of Peace Realm. In just over a month, even if that child had broken through to the 4 stands realm, it surely wasn't possible to reach the Tao realm in one step, was it? Senior Tian Chao, I wish to leave this place. Please open the Holy Land's secret realm for me. Li Hao descended, his demeanor composed as he spoke with a slight bow. At this moment, his posture no longer carried the subservience of juniors or younger generations but was calm and equanimous, seeing all beings as equal. Are you really Li Ping? Upon hearing the youth's form of address, Ji Tian Chao's face showed disbelief mixed with incredulity, but more than that, excitement. Hearing him, Li Hao showed no change in expression and said, "That is not my name now." Everyone was stunned and Ji Tian Chao's face changed slightly. Then are you going back to your original name, Li Hao? Hearing this, Li Hao realized they had already known about his past, probably learned from that couple. He shook his head slightly and said, I have my own name, and if we meet again, you may address me as Haoshan. In the abyss, where he was reborn from the ashes, he had already decided. He had severed his past and also bade farewell to the small infant body he had originally traveled in. Lending you a child's body, returning you to a family with both parents. From now on, it would be his own life. He had repaid the kindness to that couple, owing them nothing, nor the infant whose body he had occupied. After all, without him, that child would have died in an assassination by the divine general mansion at the age of 6. Now, he was utterly clear. Hearing Li Hao's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Haoshan? What about his surname? My child, we are already aware of what happened on Chu Tian Dao and have executed all the criminals there. Ji Yanqing hurriedly said, your parents. We had previously expelled them according to family rules. We thought you were dead, but now you are back. If you agree, we will have people find them and bring them back. Li Hao remained unemotional and said, Senior Yanqing, I have no parents. How the Ji family handles them, whether rewarding or punishing, right or wrong, has nothing to do with me. I came here just for you to open the Holy Land's secret realm. Otherwise, I may have to force it open, which might cause you injury. Hearing the youth's words, everyone looked at Li Hao in astonishment. But then they remembered the news from the Yu divine dynasty, the roars of righteous indignation from many elders in the council hall a month ago, and the scolding directed at that couple. They all fell silent. Had it not been for Li Hao's Dao seed status at the time, that couple would probably not have been able to leave the council hall. Even if Qingqing had been desperately protected by old Shisan, sparing her life, her husband would have undoubtedly died. After all, without the Dao seed, even indirectly causing the death of the Ji family's Dao seed, forgiveness was impossible. My child, although your parents were foolish, you still have us, you are still a part of the Ji family. We will use all our efforts to nurture you. Ji Yanyu said urgently. Yes. You are a member of our Ji family. We were negligent before. If you are angry, we will assist you in any way you like. Others also spoke, looking at Li Hao with concerned faces. Li Hao did not respond, instead glancing at Ji Tian Chao, who was staring at him in bewilderment. Earlier, when he emerged from the abyss, his clothes had been destroyed. Now, his garments were constructed from divine power, which made it impossible to completely mask the all-phenomena attributes. Seeing that the old man had already investigated, Li Hao did not hide it, and simply turned off the all-phenomena attributes at this moment, revealing his bodily aura completely. Ladies and gentlemen, take a good look. Do I still carry any trace of the Ji family's aura on me? Li Hao said. Everyone was stunned and quickly sensed and explored, and then their expressions changed dramatically, shocked as they looked at Li Hao. You, how could you? Ji Yanqing was astonished, unable to contain his shock. Are you really Li Ping? Your appearance, your cultivation. At this moment, Li Hao's appearance had changed, and his cultivation level had also risen to their same level in the Grand Tao of Peace Realm, adding to the incredulity. They had not probed earlier, but now they couldn't even sense the bloodline. I have reshaped my body, from now on, I am myself. Li Hao did not hide, but simply stated calmly, your Leping is dead, from now on, there is only Haoshan. The youth's words struck everyone's hearts like a drum at dusk or a bell at dawn. In the distance, several figures sped toward them, sensing the unfamiliar presence of Li Hao. Among them were Ji Daoxin and Ji Qingyuan. When an unfamiliar Grand Tao of Peace Realm suddenly appeared at the top of Saint Mountain, everyone was surprised and astounded. Now seeing the young man surrounded by the people of Jitian Chao, they were even more stunned. They also heard the words that came out of Li Hao's mouth. After a brief moment of bewilderment, they hurried over and stopped just outside the crowd. Ji Daoxin examined Li Hao and said in surprise, "You came out of the abyss yourself? Did you climb out on your own?" Li Hao looked at this family head and nodded slightly as a greeting. The other members of the Ji family hurriedly bowed deeply upon seeing Ji Daoxin. Ji Qingyuan also scrutinized Li Hao. A trace of shock flickered in his eyes. The young man no longer carried any trace of the Ji family's essence, but he possessed an ethereal and transcendent aura, seemingly even more formidable and terrifying than before. The power of the bloodline was something every offspring of the Ji family aspired to for their entire lives. Yet this young man had forsaken that bloodline. This gave him a complex and indescribable feeling, as if something he had desperately chased since childhood had been casually discarded by another youth, who, after shedding it, did not become despondent but instead ventured even higher and further. "Child, how can you be so foolish? Though it was your parents' fault, you are still a descendant of our Ji family." Ji Yunqing's face turned pale, struggling to accept this heavy blow. The young man had severed the bloodline of the Ji family. Had they not lost him forever now? Li Hao remained silent, watching the mournful cries around him. Seeing their sad expressions added pain to his heart too, but he knew that breakage inevitably brought pain. It was a necessary process. "There's no need for sorrow, just pretend you never met me," Li Hao said calmly. At his words, Ji Yanyu and others became even more sorrowful. Having seen splendid fireworks, how could one forget that brilliance? Had they never met Li Hao, they naturally wouldn't feel this pain, but now that they had, the memories couldn't be erased nor could time flow backward, hence the agony. Ji Daoxin too understood what had happened. Although he didn't know how Li Hao had climbed out of the abyss or how his appearance changed so drastically, there was no doubt that something incredible had occurred to Li Hao, perhaps even breaking through into a higher major realm. They also knew the young man's age from the information previously brought from the Deu divine dynasty. Counting the days, he was barely 16, missing a month. And yet, he was in the Grand Tao of Peace realm. His cultivation records had now surpassed all of the Ji family's history of 10,000 years. Even unheard of in the entire Great Wilderness Heaven for someone so young to be in the Grand Tao of Peace realm. After all, the leap from the ultimate study realm to the Grand Tao of Peace realm was an immensely deep threshold. "Do you truly intend to leave our Ji family?" Ji Daoxin couldn't help asking, his heart also filled with sorrow at this moment. With Li Hao's cultivation, he had previously broken the Tao domain in the three immortal realms, and now he probably could dominate the Grand Tao of Peace realm, arguably invincible beneath the heavenly Tao. Such combat power, to say he was the strongest Tao seed prodigy of the Ji family in 10,000 years wasn't an exaggeration. Now, were they to lose him forever? Others also tried to persuade him, all wore mournful expressions. Li Hao looked up at Ji Daoxin, did not answer, but asked, "I no longer carry the Ji family bloodline. If I remain, can I still be considered a Tao seed?" Ji Daoxin was momentarily stunned by the young man's question, hesitated, about to say yes, but then paused. Now Li Hao had no Ji family bloodline in him, fundamentally no longer a Ji person. How could he still undertake the role of the Ji family's Tao seed? In the past, he would never even have contemplated such a question, certainly impossible, but now, this young man was once a Ji, and such a situation had never before occurred in the Ji family. "If you," Ji Daoxin faltered, about to respond, but Li Hao had already shaken his head, saying, "Let's depart on good terms, with dignity for both sides." Ji Daoxin shuddered, looking into the young man's calm eyes. He suddenly understood that he couldn't persuade him any longer. "Child, you haven't truly enjoyed being part of the Ji family. You owe us, give us a chance to make amends." Ji Yanyu, grasping Li Hao's hand, said in sorrow. Li Hao shook his head slightly, saying, "The favor of letting go above the abyss, I remember it. In the future, should there be an opportunity, I could lend you a hand once." "That's no favor," I was the one holding you back, letting go was merely right, and in the end, I couldn't even help you. Two different matters. Some people wouldn't let go even facing death. Whether help arrives or not is the outcome. The intention to help matters, and I acknowledge that. Li Hao explained. Hearing Li Hao take such a seemingly trivial matter so seriously, Ji Yanyu felt even harder to restrain her sorrow. Considering her own act of letting go as a favor, how much disappointment and neglect had this child faced from his parents to compel him to sever the bloodline? Child, your parents were always at war and couldn't be with you. Give your grandaunt a chance to take care of you, okay? Ji Yanyu pleaded, still wanting to keep Li Hao, even though he now had no Ji family bloodline. In her eyes, he was still her grandnephew. Li Hao felt his former grandaunt's intentions, smiled slightly, his eyes filled with understanding and tranquility. Since childhood, I have been alone, caring for the generations of stars, and going forward, it will be the same. The child who used to sit alone in the courtyard looking up at the starry sky still lingered in his heart. But that courtyard was no longer there. The little tail that used to chase after him in that courtyard was gone as well. The bloodline connections that used to reach across hundreds of thousands of miles and resonate with that courtyard were also gone. But the all-heaven stars were still there. That pure-hearted child was still there. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Ji Yanyu felt as if her heart had been fiercely stabbed, and the tears she had barely held back started flowing again like a dam had burst. The others who wanted to persuade him closed their mouths at that moment and fell silent. Looking at the young man's gentle and calm eyes and the unique temperament that transcended the material world, they all felt a deep sorrow, knowing that this dazzling prodigy no longer belonged to the Ji family. When the young man had come up the mountain and claimed to be surnamed Ji, he faced rejection and disdain from countless people. Now that he was leaving, everyone wanted him to reclaim that surname, but they realized in despair that it was no longer possible. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you farewell. Li Hao slightly bowed and said, the green mountains will not change, the clear waters will flow forever, the sun and moon will always be present, and we will meet again someday. After that, he looked at Ji Daoxin and said, Senior, please open the secret realm for me. Ji Daoxin remained silent, knowing that there was no turning back. The broken mirror could not be made whole again, and mistakes could not be mended. Just like the winds of today, no matter how strong, could not blow back to yesterday. My child, the Ji family will always be open to you, even if you do not wish to be one of the Ji family anymore. But if you ever come back, the Ji family will always welcome you. Ji Daoxin gazed deeply at Li Hao and said word by word, if you ever encounter difficulties in the future, just send a letter, and the Ji family will certainly assist you with all our might. Li Hao just smiled slightly, not responding. The other person was the head of a family that had lasted for 10,000 years. His words were kind but also strategic. Ji Daoxin, seeing the young man's clear and serene yet mature eyes, knew that he could not be treated as an ordinary youth, and indeed, his words did contain the intention of minimizing losses. After all, a prodigy like Li Hao was bound to be a resounding presence in the vast wilderness in the future. Even if he was not a member of the Ji family, it would be impossible to become enemies with him. Whether as a patron of the Ji family or as a friend, it was worth exerting great efforts. My child, let me make way for you, and send you off on your journey. Ji Daoxin said, personally escorting him. Such a protocol was only for the war god when returning from a campaign, either to welcome or to see off on a mission. The news of Li Hao's return from the dead quickly spread throughout the Ji family, and many people rushed over, including other prodigies. Accompanied by Ji Daoxin, Ji Tianchao, and others, the young man walked shoulder to shoulder with them towards the foot of the mountain. The rest followed in a grand procession, with many still calling out in sorrow and trying to keep him there, but the young man's figure remained unwavering. When they heard that Li Hao had severed his blood ties with the Ji family and was leaving, from the mountain peak to the mid-slope, and even down at the foot of the mountain, many Ji family members who had rushed over called out in shock and panic, pleading with the young man to stay. These sad and urgent cries traveled from the mountaintop to the foot of the mountain, accompanying him all the way, but the young man never looked back. Countless members of the Ji family watched his departing figure in sadness and despair, feeling as if the sky had collapsed, from the excitement and thrill of a moment before to the despair of now. As members of the ancient holy clan, which had glorified for 10,000 years, they were always the ones casting people out, but now, they felt an unfamiliar sense of abandonment. He's leaving the Ji family? Ji Zhanshen arrived as well, and from a distance in the sky, he heard the countless discussions on the mountain. He instantly understood what had happened and stood there stupefied. The next moment, he suddenly accelerated, descending like a comet and landed in front of Li Hao and others who were coming down the mountain. Ji Zhanshen looked at the family head, Ji Tianchao, Ji Qingyuan, and other war gods, all escorting this young man. He felt both disbelief and a surge of anger, not understanding why they did not retain him. Are you really leaving? You've already obtained the Dao seed, and I haven't challenged you yet? Ji Zhanshen looked at Li Hao and said angrily, Mysterious God. Seeing Ji Mysterious God standing in the way, Ji Daoxin's face changed slightly, and he let out a light shout. But he did not blame him, for he saw that Ji Mysterious God merely wanted to stop Li Hao from leaving, rather than truly harboring any ill will. There's no need for a challenge, you have already won. Li Hao looked at the youth before him and said calmly, In the Ji family, you are the strongest prodigy. But I have not yet defeated you. Ji Mysterious God's face showed a mix of anger and a sense of powerlessness as he stared at Li Hao's divine flame outer garment, saying, You are now at the Grand Tao of Peace Realm, although I don't know how you managed it, but you had previously defeated me at 3 immortal realms. Now, you must be even more formidable. One move, just one exchange. If you can defeat me within one move, I will let you go. He stared intensely at Li Hao. Do you dare accept? Hearing the words of this youth, the other members of the Ji family were all taken aback. No one thought Ji Mysterious God was overreaching or recklessly arrogant. They all saw that the one move he talked about meant using all his strength to retain this opponent who had once defeated him. This was not hostility, but camaraderie. Perhaps, this was the mutual admiration between prodigies? That's right, if you don't defeat Mysterious God, running away after winning is running away. If you want to leave the Ji family, then you must accept the fight. The other prodigies arrived and they all saw Ji Mysterious God's intentions, all voicing their support and egging him on. Faced with Li Hao, who had mastered the Dao domain, they had no confidence to withstand a single move against him, but Ji Mysterious God also had control of the Dao domain, and if he combined it with the power of the Holy Bone, it was not impossible to withstand one move. These words sounded like a challenge, like reluctance, but the other Ji family elders all looked toward Li Hao, hoping he would agree. To give Ji Mysterious God a chance. A chance not for a challenge, but for him to stay. Li Hao also understood Ji Mysterious God's intentions, and he fell silent for a moment. The initial climb up the mountain, countless obstacles. Now descending the mountain, it was still countless obstacles. Back then, it was for the Ji family. Now, it was also for the Ji family. Only this time, there was something more. And this something more happened to be the most precious and hardest to come by. Then let's give it a try. Li Hao seemed to sigh as he spoke, knowing in his heart the outcome and the answer. Hearing that Li Hao was willing to agree, a look of happiness replaced the anger and complexity in Ji Mysterious God's eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief, afraid Li Hao would insist on leaving, not giving him a chance at all. After all, if Li Hao truly wanted to leave, he would not be able to stop him. But one move, he still had that confidence. Despite having been defeated by Li Hao at the 3 immortal realms before, during this time, he had completely stepped from the half-step Dao realm into the Grand Dao of Peace realm. In just an instant, his Dao domain could unfold, multiplying the power of the rules several times over. At the same level of Dao realm, he was the Ji family's supreme prodigy. He did not believe he couldn't withstand one move from Li Hao. Your word is your bond. Ji Mysterious God drew in a deep breath, his eyes becoming stern, the aura of his body swelling as the geopulse appeared faintly, drawing all the power of the surrounding heavens and earth to converge upon him. Armed with the experience of the last confrontation, this time he chose to strike first, somewhat dishonorable yet necessary, preemptively plundering the surrounding power of heavens and earth. By doing so, he could prevent Li Hao from quickly entering the land immortal realm, where in that realm's exchange, he felt he might not even withstand a single move, for now Li Hao was different from the immortal, having reached the peak of the 4 extreme realms. As the enormous power gathered within him, Ji Mysterious God's whole body radiated a heavy oppressive force, and the power of splitting and transformation thundered around his body. He gazed at Li Hao but saw Li Hao seemingly not gathering force or making a move. Don't blame me for not giving you time to prepare. If they were to clash again on the Dao stage, he would stop, but now, having said only one sentence, he rapidly deployed his Dao domain towards Li Hao. In the Grand Dao of Peace realm, the fight was dominated by Dao domains. Those who have the stronger Dao domain and seize the initiative first would be the victors. Ji Daoxin and others looked at Li Hao, seeing that he was completely without any sign of explosive stance. Their hearts were filled with secret joy. Perhaps Li Hao really wished to stay deep down. Just as everyone was astonished by Ji mysterious god's power and secretly thrilled, Li Hao merely lifted his foot and continued walking forward. Faced with the oncoming rift of the Dao domain, he acted as if nothing had happened, simply stepping straight out. The Dao domain enshrouded him, but to Ji mysterious god and everyone's amazement, there was no change to Li Hao's body, only his hair fluttered slightly, as if touched by the breath of spring. Before Ji mysterious god could react, two Dao domains spread out from Li Hao's body, in just an instant, shattering Ji mysterious god's Dao domain, pushing it back in the opposite direction, and ultimately, completely compressing it back into his own body. Within Li Hao's dual Dao domain, his Dao domain was completely suppressed and couldn't unfold at all. And the rules within Li Hao's dual Dao domain were not exerted with full force, only mildly suppressed. Then, Li Hao took his steps, walking straight past Ji mysterious god's side. From beginning to end, Li Hao appeared to have not even lifted a hand, to have made no move. And Ji mysterious god couldn't move an inch, stiff as a statue, staring blankly as the youth who once defeated him walked towards and brushed past his shoulder, with only his eyes able to move. The shock and horror in his heart could not be described in words. Was the difference that great? What followed was waves of crushing defeat and pain. Ji Daoxin and Ji Tianchao and others, who thought they would see a fierce clash, instead saw Ji mysterious god's momentous aura abruptly and effortlessly stopped by Li Hao, as the spring rain nourishes all things, silent and unnoticeable.